I'll try not to talk. That'll help. So, all right. This morning we're going to begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, and we've asked Regent Leonard to lead us in the pledge. Would you all stand, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I decided to join you on the no comment thing, just so that we can be together on
There you
one
go.
nation under God.
For sure. All right. Well, I want to thank President Hart for letting us come down here in this hot place for our summer meeting. And I heard some rumors about us maybe moving to Flagstaff today, but I don't know. I'd be a little late for that. So, but thank you for hosting us. We appreciate it very much. This morning we have a call to the audience, and that's per Board Policy 114, and this time is set aside for anyone who wants to address the board. We give you 3 minutes to enlighten us, and we encourage this because we do want to hear from the public. If you have any materials that you want to present, you need to make sure that our board staff has that. Kate, would you please stand up? Kate controls the clock, and if you run over, Kate will come over and wrestle you to the ground. So if you'll watch her, she has a sign, and she'll let you know your time limit. Regents generally do not comment about things that are said, but with that, again, we're ready to start with that. So let's hear from our first person.
We have 2 people signed up to speak today. The first is Leslie Mayer.
Hi, my name is Leslie Meyer, and I teach, and I'm on the Board of Directors for the National Meningitis Association, and I'm here to speak about a requirement for our university students to get the meningitis vaccines so they'll be protected. I'm a U of A alum, as is my family. My son, this is Christopher, would have been a U of A alum too. Instead of his college being paid for with his tuition money, his college money went to establish an endowed scholarship at the U of A. He died when he was 17 from meningococcal disease. He was a senior at Sabino High School, healthy as could be, scored the winning goal for Sabino to become the state champions in 2005. 2 weeks later, this picture was taken. He had a headache. That night, he went to practice. He was hoping to play for the U of A club team in the fall, and he was sent home from practice because he was getting progressively sicker. When he got home, he had a headache, a fever, and he couldn't get warm. I thought it was the flu. By the next morning, as he prepared to go to the doctor, he couldn't get off his bed. His last words were, "I can't feel my feet." Paramedics rushed him to the hospital, where he ended up having meningococcal disease, and he died less than 24 hours after this picture was taken. His disease could have been prevented with a vaccine. In 2005, the quadrivalent vaccine was approved and recommended for 11 and 12-year-olds. And at college entry, it was hoped to last for 10 years. Arizona became the first state to mandate it, but it didn't last 5 years, and so kids are entering our college universities unprotected against the disease. It wears off after 5 years. I've been advocating for a booster, but it hasn't been feasible in the state of Arizona, so I'm asking that you require the booster at the very minimum for entrance into college universities. College students are at increased risk for this disease because of certain lifestyle factors, including crowded living and social patterns of behavior. There, up to 1 in 10 people carry the bacteria in the back of their throat. They may not get sick. The only prevention of this is vaccine. Current state legislation does require 6th graders, but not the booster. Additionally, there's a new vaccine to prevent meningitis B, and this is available in the U.S. This month, there's a meeting at ACIP hoping to provide a recommendation that it also be approved for college entry and recommended. Harry McDermott at the U of A wrote a letter in favor of this recommendation, and I hope all the other universities in Arizona will recommend this to save our students. Parents trust that you make sure their children are protected when they're not here. No parent should have to experience the loss of a child, especially when it could have been prevented by a vaccine. And I truly hope that you will require meningitis vaccine to be required at college entry. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Final speaker is Lauren Stebbins.
Kate, just, Luann, would you visit with her? And let's pursue that, please. Thank you. Go ahead, Kate, sorry.
Lauren Stebbins.
Good morning. I'm Lauren Stebbins, the Chief of Staff of Associated Students of Northern Arizona.
And I'm Vanessa Pomeroy, the Vice President of Government Affairs for Associated Students of Northern Arizona University. And on behalf of our organization, I would just like to say that we appreciate all that you do, and we're looking forward to working with you in the upcoming year.
And I have something to say on behalf of Alexandria Bukta, the student body president. Thank you for the opportunity to share this time with the public. I would like to update you briefly on an issue that I have recently become aware of, meningitis B, which can be fatal yet is now preventable disease. Last semester, the ASNAU Senate took step forward towards advocating for state safety on behalf of the NAU student body by passing a resolution calling for CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices to review meningitis B vaccination requirements for students attending a public university and add it to the list of recommended vaccines. I look forward to maintaining an open dialogue regarding the issue. I am excited on beginning my term as student body president, where I look forward to working with NAU administration and maintaining the strong relationship with the board. Thank you for your time and your support of the universities and student government organizations. Thank you.
Before you two leave, come back with the microphone. Tell us what you're studying here at the university.
I'm a business finance major.
All right.
And I'm majoring in political science and criminal justice.
Political science.
Yes.
So what do you want to be when you grow up?
I want to be a lawyer to begin with, and then I'm thinking of possibly going into the political realm.
Oh, we need to talk. Congratulations. We're proud of you. Thank you. That's it. All right. Amazing. I guess all the excitement was earlier this year, so. We need to recognize that Regent Knopfel and Hyler are both out of town today, and they're excused, and we just want to let you know that they're not with us today. Now we're going to hear from President Hart about all the wonderful things that are happening at U of A, and so we'll turn the time over to her at this point.
Good morning. I'm totally off guard by the shortness of the audience comments, and so this is feeling like an incredible bonus. So I hope everyone is like a yoga breath to have all
Well, if
this.
that concludes your remarks, we'll move on.
Well, first of all, welcome to the University of Arizona. This is an incredible time of year when we haven't quite started the monsoons yet, but our warm temperatures have begun. And we promised that the forecast, you notice I didn't say the actual temperature, but the forecast is for under 100 degrees today. And so I hope that that forecast holds true. But it's a wonderful time. We had a fantastic commencement. I know all three of our institutions celebrate graduation almost more than anything else that happens during the year. And so it's great to have you here. In my very, very brief time today, I want to take the opportunity to share just one of the many, many fantastic things that's happening at the university, and as a part of a welcome, to give you just a brief update on the 100% engagement commitment that is becoming increasingly important in the educational experience of students at the University of Arizona. The 100% engagement, as you know, has been adopted as a feature of every undergraduate student's experience. It's incredibly important because as a cognitive exercise, it requires a University of Arizona degree to provide individual experiences with an impact in their lives and in the lives of others that gives them the explicit experience applying knowledge acquired in formal settings in informal and unusual and different ways. And as you know, that's part of being a grown-up, when your knowledge is instantiated into who you are and is a source of your decision-making and actions. And starting this coming year, for the first time, we will have a transcript notation for every student that shows employers what our students have been able to accomplish as a part of that feature of their University of Arizona experience that is not captured in their course-taking commitments. We know that the University of Arizona, as you have encouraged us and given us your governance guidance in promoting, that we will focus on our students' ability to use the knowledge that they acquire here in their formal activities. And the Brookings Institute recently acknowledging that impact of a U of A degree named the University of Arizona #1 in Arizona for the salary that our graduates achieve, and #1 in Arizona for the lifetime earnings that our students achieve. And in a major global employability survey, we were named #16 in the nation for our graduates' employability, an outcome measure that's not tied directly to any particular intervention at the university, but that we think is a wonderful illustration of that kind of focus for us. And so what I want to do very quickly this morning as our welcome to the university is to pick just 3 areas of focus of the university: health sciences, water and water resources, and MIS, the Management of Information Systems, to give you an example of how that 100% engagement plays out in the life of a student, illustrate what's unique about the University of Arizona that makes that work at the U of A, and then talk a bit about the impact that those experiences have on the state of Arizona. So the health sciences. How do we have students engaged in the health sciences? You hear a lot about our 2 medical schools, but let me talk with you a bit about the Mel and Enid Zuckerman College of College of Public Health, excuse me, and the work that the students there have been doing. Early on, and a lot of the inspiration for the university-wide 100% engagement, the students at the Mel and Enid Zuckerman College were involved in 100% engagement starting in 2009. And they have a tremendous track record of student experiences that make public health a reality and knowledge a basis for decision-making for those students. Couple of quick examples. Healthy to Be Me is a kids' summer camp run by the students at the college for students in grades 2 through 5. They do nutrition, they swim, they study yoga, they study dental health, they study all the things that help make for a wellness lifestyle. Not medicine when you're sick and need support, but how you create that kind of healthiness. We have many, many public partners as well, and so it's a mechanism for our engagement in the community. Blue Cross Blue Shield is a partner. The Student Affairs and Recreation are both partners, and it's a very, very involved and student-run opportunity for public health to become a reality for our students. And what is it about the university that makes this kind of thing possible at the University of Arizona? Let me give you just one example of a strength in the health sciences that helps to set up this context for success in 100% engagement. An example, our Center for Applied Genetics and Genomic Medicine, which is a part of the Steele Children's Research Center and is a way for us to make a reality precision pediatric medicine. You've heard a lot about our 7 areas of focus in Never Settle, and precision medicine or personalized health is one of those areas of focus. Pediatrics is a very explicit and specific area for those abilities to be able to be developed. An example of the University of Arizona's achievements, we have recently been invited to join the prestigious Stanford Children's Genomic Medicine Consortium, a way to work across the United States in making sure that genomic medicine has a pediatric application and that personalized care for students is an important part of what we see as an impact from the university. How does that affect Arizona? Well, the impact map, which some of you may have taken the opportunity to visit, is on the U of A website. And you can see in many, many areas of impact how the University of Arizona is important to the state of Arizona. What are some of the things that this provides for us, this 100% engagement? Reduction of disease rates overall, delivery of new therapeutic options for disease treatment, and we hope mitigating the negative impact of disease. What you see from the impact map here is sites in the state of Arizona where the University of Arizona Health Sciences have an explicit impact. And if you visit our website or have an opportunity to ask someone to do it on your behalf, the numbers you see on the map are news stories about that impact. The second area I wanted to highlight for you this morning is water. It is certainly one of the most important areas of focus that captures multiple disciplines across our universities, and all three of our universities focus a great deal on the issues of water and how they have an impact on our future. One example is our watershed management group and our water resources management class. Tell you a bit about what they do. They are involved in rainwater harvesting projects. The examples that you see on the screen, the Tucson Village Farm, the Mansfield Park Spring effort, the El Cortez Neighborhood Spring 14 effort, to help young people in our neighborhoods see how water harvesting can be a part of an overall focus on water and our ability to provide water going into the future in our great state. Why is the U of A leader in water resources research? Because across 5 separate colleges, we have nationally and internationally recognized areas of expertise. The Water Resources Research Center, the Arid Lands Resource Sciences Graduate Interdisciplinary Degree, the School of Natural Resources and the Environment, the West Center, a new collaborative that is self-sustaining research on water on campus and that focuses on Arizona and North America, and also involves partners throughout North and Latin America. What is the impact of that water research? Well, just a couple of examples. The Water Education for Teachers, which has resulted in 21,000 elementary school students being involved in water conservation projects and understanding how one conserves and uses water. We estimate that one wet project alone has resulted in $39 million gallons of saved water. We have the Maricopa Agricultural Center, which you see acknowledged on the impact map here, a 2,100-acre farm that is a living laboratory for research right here in Arizona to help us leverage our resources more effectively. The third example I want to provide to you in my welcome this morning is information systems. As you have heard every year, This is one of the premier programs at the University of Arizona. Let me share with you just one project, which is with ABOR this year. Our MIS 587 students are working to help develop the new ABOR dashboard prototypes for our website. They've been working with the staff at ABOR. The students, as their final project, each developed prototypes with details for the data points you would like us to track, with added accessibility to tablet computers, which cannot be used to access your metrics website now, and that provide for comparison of our 3 institutions with the peers that you've asked us to measure our progress against. And they are now working with the ABOR staff to cherry pick the dashboard indicators and prototypes that best meet your needs, and we hope that they will be able this summer, thanks to a grant, an ABOR innovation grant from the Regents, to provide you with a better updated information site. We're so proud of the expertise at the University of Arizona that makes this possible. We've been named this year #1 of the public universities among MIS programs in the nation, and #3 total behind MIT and Carnegie Mellon. Not a bad comparator group, and the MIS program has been in this heady company for over a decade now. We also are proud to tell you that we have secured $85 million in external grants from other sources, the highest funded MIS program in the nation right now. And this is a group that we want to nurture, but we also want them to understand in their 100% engagement commitment that what they study will have an impact in making life better for Arizonans. And just some examples. 20% of our graduates accept jobs in Tucson and Phoenix. That's way too low. We really would like that to be closer to 80%. Let me give you an example of one student that illustrates the point beautifully. Brian Wheelwright is a Tucson native. He got his bachelor's degree at the University of Arizona, went to work for L3 Warrior Systems. He's an optical scientist working on infrared and other areas of research. We recruited him back for a PhD in optical sciences. During his PhD studies, Brian has developed 4 separate patents in solar optics and will be joining Oculus in the Bay Area to work post-PhD in a headset development for interaction with computers. We're extremely proud of the 100% engagement of our optical science folks, but just think how cool it would be if Oculus added Tucson to a site where the work that we do has real impacts. In other words, we're very proud at the University of Arizona of the mission that you continue to support in your governance role as regents, and want you to know that we pledge to remain committed to doing world-class research and teaching that has impacts on the lives of the future. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Yes, Ron.
I just want to thank President on the 100% engagement program, because before President Hart arrived, we really were aware that we were losing so many students from the Tucson area, and it was largely because a college campus can be a village self-contained, and they didn't get out and engage with the community. We've seen real results in a change in that through this 100% engagement, where a lot of our local businesses now have much closer access. Internships are up. We've been working on a program with them to do that. And I think we give a lot of credit to President Hart for starting this, and it's something that is really going to benefit the state of Arizona as well as Southern Arizona. So well done.
Thank you, Regent Schutman. And I will have to say that the excitement across the university and the opportunities that become available as more members of our community see the way the university's 100% engagement fits into our embeddedness in the community, the more that momentum is developed. So thank you.
I'd like to congratulate you on your ranking. And I, it's interesting as these magazines come out and rank our universities in Arizona, it's nice to see us all starting to move up the ladder. And I think people around the country are beginning to realize that these 3 universities are serious research institutions, serious teaching institutions. And we appreciate our presence for the efforts you're making. And I just wish others in the state that we deal with had an appreciation of for what's happening at the universities and the help it has in our economy and particularly with your university here at Tucson. So my question to you is, how would we get an organization or a business like Oculus to come to Tucson? How do we bring those people here?
Well, we have actually been talking with a lot of high-tech companies that pressure business entrepreneurs here in Tucson to move their companies closer. And we're working with SALC and others. Some of it is as simple as an airline. Believe it or not, we actually get pressure from high-tech companies that emerge out of U of A technology to leave Tucson because it takes too long to get here. And you have to take a connecting flight out of Phoenix or Dallas or someplace else. To get to San Francisco, we have to connect. We don't have direct. So we're working very closely with our airport authority, with SALC and TRIO, to try and help the community see that this is a community effort and that money comes where talent is, but often they'll ask us to move talent away from the community of Tucson. Fletcher McCutcher told a moving story just the other night at one of our Tech Launch Arizona events that he's literally been asked to move his companies that spring out of U of A technology out of Tucson to a more convenient place. So we work with the community to do that. We also recognize that we need to work together across Arizona, and my 2 colleagues at NAU and ASU work hard on this as well, that venture capital at early stage capital development is a huge problem for us, and getting more people aware of how important it is to start our businesses here, to have employment opportunities for our graduates here, and to build a life for Arizonans in our communities. And these are incredibly important industries that will shape the future of American life. And so we're working together to do that. And then if we could, anything that you can do to help make the point clear that all 3 of us work literally 24 hours a day to make sure that our graduates are ready to do world-class work in whatever their discipline, and that they want to live and work in Arizona, and that a job market dominated by low skills, low education requirements is not the future we want for our students, and that we are partners in making sure that we can shape a different future.
Greg, did you have a question?
I appreciate that in addition to mentioning the really cool high-tech optic MIS stuff that you also focused on water, which obviously is critically important. It also is kind of what I do in the real world, at least a little bit of my real world. And I wanted to give a shout out to Sharon Megdal, who is the head of one of your organizations there and is a true genius in the field and is just incredibly well respected. And so she's hosting a conference on the 11th and has invited me to be a guest at that. So I'm going to be a guest at that one. And I've gone a couple times before. And what you learn about water and its relationship with energy, for example, how those work together, water and economic development, water and pricing policy, all those things are just really, really important. And U of A really is taking the lead on that because of her.
Thank you. And Sharon's an economist,
right.
But is very conversant in the hydrology, the geography, the science that goes with making that an economic reality. One of the things that our interdisciplinary focus really highlights to all of us is just because something is the best way to do something doesn't mean it happens. It's just like the Green Revolution and rice no one would eat. You can create lots of ways of solving a problem, but if there is no economic foundation for their implementation and no political will to make it happen, the solution doesn't become implemented. So thank you for your participation. All three of us in our institutions have pockets of real excellence and focus, each of which has a different twist, but all of which are important to the future.
All right, any other questions, comments? Dr. Hart, thank you very much.
Thank you
Appreciate
and
that.
welcome.
Thank you, thank you. President Klein is now going to tell us all the wonderful things that we're doing and have done, and we've survived and we're still moving. And
I'd rather stand, but it's kind of a far away, so I think I'll sit instead this time.
Can you pass the butter?
This is a long table. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members, and to our audience. I'm glad for the chance to talk to you a little bit about where we've been over the course of the past year. It's our June meeting, so it's the end of our academic year, it's the end of our fiscal year, and for the Regents, the June board meeting is when we spend time looking back at the accomplishments of the year, really taking stock about our status, how we're doing, and then also looking forward a little bit to the next year. So that's the point of my report. And it comes at the end of a very long spring. I think April was a tough month for us as we got acquainted with what the realities of the budget really meant for our university system, and I think it would kind of knocked the wind out of a number of us who had been working very hard and felt like we had something great to present at the legislature, and things certainly didn't turn out the way we wanted. But I don't want anyone here to somehow conflate what happened at the legislature with where we really are in terms of our success. So I'm hoping that by the time we get through this presentation, you'll come to appreciate how very successful this year has been. And we look forward to creating more opportunities with the legislature, which we'll talk about. So let's get started. The following slides are a summary of the key metrics that we use to track overall enterprise success. These are all enterprise numbers, but I wanted to take a moment and have you appreciate our gains year over year. So certainly we know that our progress isn't necessarily linear, that some years we're going to make great gains in some areas and some years we're going to be tough. But overall, I wanted us to appreciate that we aren't going to hit 2020 if we aren't on a steady trajectory of growth. And this year we have a lot to be excited about. So if you take a look, this year we're up almost 900 more bachelor's degrees, almost 400 more master's degrees awarded. Our 21st day enrollment is up. Our retention numbers are up. The number of community college transfers are up. And I think those are some pretty terrific signs that things are up, that we are doing well. We're not only able to attract people, but keep them and obviously turn them into graduates, which is so very important. If you look at our graduation rates, those are up. In our freshman retention, I'll just pause here and say, while that number's up and it isn't up by a lot, as we know, and we've had a chance to really learn from our academic affairs teams this year, it is very hard to move those numbers. And so I want to at least celebrate the fact that we are still moving up and that we are not losing ground with retaining our freshmen. That's so critical to make sure that overall we're increasing educational attainment and the number of graduates. The only red here you'll see is research. Chad's going to provide you a more detailed report in this area. I don't know that we should be surprised with the retrenchment in federal grant making, the fact that we have been, it's been 10 years now since we've had a significant investment or infusion of capital. We shouldn't be surprised that we are still struggling with this number, but that really isn't, again, this isn't a testament, this is in no way an indictment of the hard work that's going on in every part of every university around research. We're up in terms of invention disclosures, which is exciting. And thinking about how, again, we take all of the knowledge that we create and translate it into the marketplace. We have more patents. We're up almost 30% in intellectual property income. We've added 10 new startup companies just in the last year. And then thinking about some of the specialty areas of concern for the state, we're also increasing the number of STEM graduates. Our online enrollment numbers, are up significantly, and our number of online degrees is also up. So I'm hoping that as you look at these numbers, you can really appreciate what a very successful year it's been for our 3 universities. I'll also say, in terms of providing these summary reports, I'm hoping this is especially impactful because we haven't really collated all this information for you. As you know, we spent dedicated time at each university hearing about the performance of each university, but this is the first time we're really rolling up these numbers, and we're going to start turning that summary of each of the operation and finance reviews into an annual report that can be meaningful and certainly helpful so that, again, the state can appreciate the very hard work that's going on here. Regent Myers.
Regent Myers?
Mr. Chair, Eileen. I think this is excellent, and I just wanted to make a comment to put it back in context. Yesterday at Business and Finance, John Arnold made an outstanding presentation on the future economic outlook of Arizona, and it was an outstanding presentation, but it wasn't an outstanding piece of information because it shows that we're growing at less than the national average and that we're getting further behind the other states in terms of our economic vitality instead of keeping up and catching up and passing them, which is what we want to do. And I just wanted to remind all of us, these last couple charts you showed, the reason we're doing all this is to change the slope on that line, to create a workforce, to create the companies, to create the economic vitality in Arizona, so we're not a victim of our current course and speed, that we can actually change course and we can become faster growing and a stronger economy. So I just wanted to highlight your points with what's super about this isn't just that we're meeting the numbers, it's that these numbers reflect more talented workforce, more companies starting up in Arizona, and a chance to make that curve different than it's been in the past.
That's great, thank you.
President Klein, can we quantify the value of those patents? Has anyone ever tried to do that? What is that?
I don't actually know the total off of the ones issued, but we certainly can add a summary stat for you so you know the ultimate value of those.
That would be helpful to us.
Okay.
What that,
I'd be glad to do that.
dollar-wise, and
Great.
potentially business-wise or employment-wise, what that means.
That's terrific. And you can definitely see this year how much we're appreciating all of the extra efforts that have been made to not only deepen the work of our tech transfer offices, but also make sure that that's more of a focus within each university. All right, so let me move on because we've got a lot of ground to cover this morning. I also wanted to take a moment to remind everyone, we talked about this last September, but our incoming class this past year was the most diverse ever. And so I'm very excited to know that, we have more students from Arizona, from, more backgrounds who are able to come to our universities and be successful. So it's important to note that our reach, we have a dual responsibilities here, not just to be excellent, but also to be accessible so that every student who's qualified has an opportunity to come to the university. And I think these numbers really show what kind of reach we have for the Arizona students, but also shows very much the change in how we're organizing ourselves to make sure that those students can be successful once they are able to come to us. So we'll have more information about our students at the September board meeting. We'll be talking to you in September in more detail about the whole process around attracting quality students and what that pipeline looks like, and then showing you what our numbers look like for our incoming freshmen this fall. In terms of our own work as a board, we made several significant changes this year in terms of our operations. First and foremost was revamping our tuition setting process. So we have spent time trying to change how we go about setting tuition specifically, meaning that we've added more input from students into that process, and we also try to align our tuition setting process so that it made sense in running in tandem with our analysis of university business plans. So we're trying to minimize the disconnect that can occur sometimes between understanding what a university's objectives are and then the decisions you're making about material inputs like revenue from tuition. So this year we worked very hard to align those. It was the first year where we had single meetings dedicated to operations and financial reviews. I'm going to talk at the end of this meeting about the calendar because I'm here to say it's the last year we're going to do it that way. And we also had, and so again, we're just trying to create this alignment so that you can take all of the information and you're planning for planning purposes and tie it to financial decisions that you're making that impact our students and their families. So at the same time, again, increasing student engagement was a very, very important objective for us this year. We have now dedicated time on our agenda to make sure that our student regents have an opportunity to share what's going on from a student perspective. We have also added to our operating and finance reviews at each of the universities time to hear from our student body leaders, what matters to them. They have, as you know, a wealth of information about student life in general, and so we've definitely benefited from adding them to the review work that we do at each university. And we've also worked very hard to maintain the students' focus in the tuition setting process. I'd like to thank each of the universities for their extra outreach this year to students and working with the student government leaders so that they could be actively involved in not just understanding what was happening in terms of tuition proposals, but really the connection of those tuition proposals to the ultimate success of the university. I think the students have really demonstrated that they understand that the decisions around tuition just don't impact them financially now, but really are tied in an effort to continue to increase the quality so their degrees maintain value, not just today, but over time. Our students also were very active in lobbying at the legislature this year, so we logged some late nights, and I was very glad for the students who were there with me. Several of them organized demonstrations just to let the public know and raise awareness about how important they felt university funding was, and I'm very grateful for their support. It would not be a complete year in review if we didn't really talk about one of the most significant transactions, not just of the year, but I would say for the past generation in terms of changing the healthcare landscape. So was the Banner and University of Arizona Health Network merger was not just important to making sure we had a strong clinical partner for our colleges of medicine and a strong hospital partner for Arizona, but this transaction is ultimately going to change the healthcare landscape and healthcare outcomes for people in Arizona. So we had no fewer than 12 dedicated meetings just for the purpose of approving this transaction. We had multiple other briefings and advisements. We did an extensive campaign to reach out to not just our elected officials, but to the public and to business and community and healthcare leaders for them to understand the importance of this. And Dr. Hart will be sharing with the board more, I know, on some of the key updates throughout the rest of this meeting. But it just is worth noting because this was such a significant transaction and was certainly a responsibility that rolled up to the Regents, and we look forward to much more success. We also, this year, significantly expanded access to online education. You saw the numbers about who's enrolling in online education, but we also have continued to see increases in the number of states participating in state reciprocity. You may recall that this year we were approved to be part of a group that's a volunteer effort among states to have mutual reciprocity so that if we want to have online offerings in a state, then we don't have to go through all of the separate licensing and fees associated with that. By being part of this collaborative, we're saving hundreds of thousands of dollars, and the number of states participating continues to increase, which is important because we don't need to spend our time flying all around the country trying to get people to authorize our programs. And we are hoping that eventually we'll see more states join to really simplify this process as online education becomes an important venue for our students. In addition, we've also expanded access through new tuition models. Today, you'll have a second reading and an opportunity to contemplate a new non-resident undergraduate tuition rate so that Arizona high school students who don't otherwise qualify for in-state tuition have an opportunity to have a reduced tuition rate. And certainly with the recent court decision around the Maricopa Community College system and the board's decision to recognize that decision as being equally relevant to our DACA students, we have now paved the way for DACA students to qualify for in-state tuition at our Arizona public universities. In academic affairs yesterday, we talked a little bit again, as we always do, about the importance of a strong K-12 pipeline. I shared with you some of the activities we have going on to strengthen the relationship between our academic leaders at the university and our academic leaders in high schools. And today we wanted to highlight just for you one significant piece of work that's been going on. It's been led by Stephanie Jacobson at the Regents office in partnership with a number of other entities, and it has been in part funded by some grants that we have received. But the purpose of this project has been to develop a transition module so that for students who still demonstrate that they have need to become college ready, we're trying to think about some transition course modules that we can roll out in high schools that can get students ready and hopefully decrease the number of students who are showing up with deficiencies. And you'll recall overall that we're starting to see improvements in the qualifications of students who are coming to universities. We are seeing improvements in student preparedness. In part, I would say it translates from the State Board of Education raising graduation requirements. That's been helpful. But we also need more tactical means to make sure that students are ready. And so I thank Stephanie for her efforts in this area. We are going to launch in 3 school districts with 6 teachers this summer, and in fall we'll have about 10 to 12 classes, and we hope that that will continue to expand in the fall of 2016. So these are predominantly courses that are being offered in high need areas, but obviously we want to see if we can demonstrate success and move that out to the broader population. And when we say, students who are in high poverty areas, remember in Arizona, that's actually the majority of our students. So we're very encouraged about what we're going to learn from this pilot. Enhancing student safety was also an important focus for us this year. We completed the Student Safety Task Force and presented that final report to you this past fall, but our activities continue. The universities continue to keep that as a strong focus for them, and we'll have more activities we'll be sharing with you in September when it's back to school time. We've updated our policy on sexual assault and all of the requirements and due process for any of those types of reports that come to us. And this fall, in timing again with back to school, the EEC has co-authored an opinion piece that will be running in statewide media so that the public can understand our work and our commitment to this important issue. In terms of serving industry, we also have, as part of our impact agenda, a significant outreach program with business to make sure that our offerings are relevant and that we're keeping up with all of the latest in business so that we can prepare our graduates and make sure our research also is impacting their ability to grow. This year we focused on mining. You'll recall last year we met with a number of healthcare leaders. This year we met with top leaders from our mining industry and spent time talking about a number of things we felt we could do together. Part of it is just promoting the importance of, especially in Arizona, of mining as an industry, promoting sustainability. We wanted to talk through how we can continue to improve the technology transfer process that goes on, between university discovery and translating that into the commercial space. And as a result of this conversation, the mining leaders felt that it would be important for us to figure out how to lead a forum where top mining executives, not just the CEO level, but vice presidents and other members of the industry could come and spend time with leaders in the university, not just necessarily in mining portions of the university, but really in other areas, whether it's engineering or other areas of the university that they could learn from and increase that level of engagement and connection between their industry and our university system. So we're going to work on that for next fall, and I anticipate in October we'll have some sort of follow-up with them. But it was very well received. It was very well participated, as you can see, and we want to continue those types of very private engagements so we can really hear how well we're serving the needs of industry. We're also working to meet workforce needs more generally. Dan Anderson of our office has been working with the Arizona Commerce Authority. They are developing a Workforce 2020 strategic plan, and they already spend time figuring out what is needed in terms of workforce in key areas for Arizona. The Arizona Commerce Authority has about 6 industry clusters that they look at that they think are important, not just to Arizona's success, but really to try to further develop. And this year, they're now connecting that work to higher education. In other words, they're trying to figure out, of the jobs that will be growing
how well are we able to help meet those needs, not just us, but community colleges. And Dan is helping them with their methodology so that they can do that mapping. And we anticipate within the next month or so, we'll be hearing more from the Commerce Authority on that, but I'm very appreciative of his work. The other thing that we did was recognizing college and career technical type courses at the high school level as qualifying for incoming credentials so that students can be qualified to go to university. So in other words, if students have credits that they're taking in high school for a certain type of class that we feel meets academic preparedness for college, we're now recognizing those credits. That is going to lead us, I'll talk a little bit later, to some other activity that we're going to take on this fall and looking at admissions requirements more generally. Legislative affairs. So to spend a few minutes here, I'll move you all the way back to last summer. We wanted to have our university presidents take a more unified approach this year and create an enterprise type proposal for the board to adopt and for us to lobby at the legislature. We did that. The presidents and I spent considerable time last summer figuring out what would be the right ask for each university and for the enterprise as a whole so we could continue to be successful. We significantly updated our funding formula and presented all of those things with your approval to the legislature this past fall. Along the way, as you can see, we did revamp the funding formula. I'll talk a little bit more about that. And significantly, we also created a regulatory reform agenda. This was an effort by the presidents and leaders at the university and throughout the university to identify areas where we needed to continue to, I would just say, modernize and update our relationship with the state, whether that was reporting requirements, benefits design, other things that we are connected to the state around that are creating either increased costs or other obligations and aren't contributing to improving the value or quality of the universities. So we created a very long list of opportunities, I would say, to continue to refine our model, and we presented a number of those to the legislature this year. And while none of that was taken up this year, I don't want people to think that in any way it wasn't well received. I think what we did this year was create a lot of opportunity to work with policymakers who now understand our enterprise better. They understand where they can be helpful in trying to make improvements, and because this is a very significant undertaking, we shouldn't be surprised if it's going to take more than a year to accomplish. For some of the things that we put on the table, like allowing us to design our own health care benefits or allowing us to take on our own retirement programs, those are very significant changes, not just in terms of policy, but in terms of operations. And so we need to spend some more time modeling those things, working with other stakeholders, and obviously selling them. For other items like commercial paper, I'm very thankful to our state treasurers, Jeff DeWitt. He appreciated immediately the significance of that for us in terms of being able to issue commercial paper. I expect him to be a strong champion next year. And so that's a good example of how we've laid a foundation now, and I expect we're going to have more success going forward on executing that agenda. In terms of our efforts, I just wanted to note that it wasn't for lack of trying that we didn't get more traction on our budget. Just from the ABOR office, we had more than 100 meetings. So that's between me, from Cody and Katie, who are our leads on public affairs, and from our regents. I want to say thanks for the time that you spent at the Capitol with us. This does not include our government affairs teams from each of the universities, so there'd be another 0 at least on that number if you considered how many how many meetings they've taken with all of those policymakers as well. We also spent a lot of time as an EEC, the 3 presidents and I, in front of the House and Senate Appropriations Committees, talking about the enterprise model, talking about the importance of not just funding universities, but continuing to allow us to refine our operating model. I spent hours testifying on the state budget this year. We also had some unique opportunities to present to certain sub-caucuses. So there's a Latino caucus at the Capitol, and Senator Catherine Miranda was very generous in allowing us to come and present to them, and a lot of that focused on the success of our Latino students, how we're doing overall in educating Latino students, and also gave us an opportunity to amplify our budget message. Cody in particular testified, it says here, in no fewer than 8 committees in support of our reg reform bills. We also helped advance Jared as getting accepted as our new student regent, because even though the governor appoints, the Senate still gets a confirmation vote, so we assisted with that. And again, special thanks to Treasurer DeWitt and all of the work he put into commercial paper. We launched a new blog this year. This is a separate effort for us to have a chance to educate predominantly the business community and other community leaders on the work of our universities. It has had it's been met with a lot of success. We've got an open rate of between 30 and 40%, and on average about 35%, which exceeds other education type publications, which is encouraging. We've had very few, fewer than 10, who've decided to opt out of the communication, and so we see this as being a very effective tool. And every time we send it out, I know when it's gone out because we immediately begin getting emails, and it's provoked a lot of comment. It's also a great way to have an opportunity to educate our key supporters in particular on elements of our operations that you just can't explain in a soundbite. So a lot of the topics have been intended to go a little bit deeper into how universities are operating, some of the financial detail, dispelling some of the myths that we continue to hear about universities, and be an additional opportunity for us to educate people about our business. We also do a lot of work in social media, which is very well received. You can see that we have a lot of reach in terms of our own messaging about what's going on with our universities. Our Board of Regents is #1 on Facebook. And when you think about this compared to other higher education entities, and the fact that the regents themselves aren't particularly branded, or the enterprise isn't branded, this is very significant and shows you the appetite among the public to get information about our universities. So some of that, I want to show you here the growth that we've had. We also continue to grow in the number of followers. And so for anybody in the university community, I would encourage you to follow not just your university, but also at the Regents level, because we talk about a lot of the statewide initiatives and enterprise impact of our work. And you can see that we just continue to grow, which shows the importance of our messaging. Some of our tweets, some are more serious than others. We had a number of tweets that were very, very popular in terms of the messaging that we put out there. Among the top 10, some of it was obviously related to what was happening with the budget. We got a lot of activity related to the budget cuts. We also got a lot of activity related to the Dreamer tuition discussions. None of those should be a surprise. In terms of the things, our top posts that on Facebook also included some of the opinion pieces we wrote. Dr. Hart's opinion piece in the Arizona Republic was one of the more popular items, as was one of the pieces that I wrote about the importance of universities' human capital and the development of individuals to be key parts of our Arizona economy, like Regent Myers was talking about. But I have to say, of course, the #1 item really wasn't very serious at all, even though the research probably was. It had to do with how chocolate can help you get through the day. So in any event, we try to appeal to everybody. So moving on, we had a lot of mentions this year, 3,500 individual ABOR media mentions. We had over 1,200 external meetings as we try to reach out into the community. A lot of those mentions obviously have to do with our approval of things like coaching contracts, tuition setting. The Banner merger was a big part of that. President Chang's appointment installment. Those are all the types of things that lend the Regents to being newsmakers. But that is a pretty significant number when you think about it, especially when you think about it over the course of a year. Also, in terms of the number of meetings, it's not just meetings for meeting's sake, but really meetings to help advance people's understanding of the universities and our impact. So this gives you a sense of the types of places we've presented. While we've presented in a lot of different places, some of these activities you see were very significant, where we were either asked to keynote or to moderate panels, or to otherwise participate in a very prominent way. One new addition this year was BioExcel, where some of our regents helped participate in the Scorpion Pit, where students got to actually pitch on potential projects that could receive funding. So we're trying to make sure, again, that we're maximizing our impact in the community and also raising awareness, which helps build support. So let's take a look at the year ahead. This coming year, certainly, a lot of our activities will be in the next couple of months for me and the presidents. Will focus on refreshing our strategic plan. So when Governor Ducey was here a couple of months back now, he asked us to give an updated higher education plan. We are actively working to produce that. It's going to require a lot of thinking. We're meeting with the governor's team within the next week to better understand what their objectives are and how we can create a shared vision for higher education in Arizona. It's also going to require us, I imagine, to go back and look one more time at our funding formula. So it's not just the amount of funding that we'd certainly like to increase the amount of funding we're getting from the state, but really I think we're going to need to take another look once again at how we're receiving dollars from the state. The presidents and I have spent some time already deliberating what the best approach is. I think we're as much as we might all appreciate performance funding, we're recognizing that it is of limited interest at the legislature. And while I do think there's interest in rewarding results or investing in key parts of our universities that actually advance the economy, I don't think our formula is getting us there. So we're having some pretty intense discussion right now to figure out what the right recommendations are to make to the board about how we should be funded. Concurrently, we're also going to be updating our metrics. So 2020 is approaching and we want to be able to take a longer view. I think there's value in thinking beyond 2020 now and starting to look to 2025 and understand what universities believe we can really aspire to. So Chad in our office is leading an effort with the university team to figure out what goals we should set, which of our metrics are meaningful, which of them are interesting, but really not making a difference in our understanding of our success. And we want to take another look at how we can measure quality. So I think all of those things are going to come together for us at the September board meeting. We're going to talk a little bit more and give you a first take of what we think a 2025 set of metrics should be for Arizona's public universities. We're also going to be at the September board meeting bringing to you our revamp of the audit process. We talked about this at the audit committee yesterday. The presidents and I have been assigned the responsibility of updating the audit function. That is being delivered to the Regents on August 1st, and we'll bring back for policy approval to you in September the final plan. We will also, as I mentioned earlier, start taking another look at our admissions criteria. So this whole discussion around accepting CTE credits really gave us a chance to think again about what matters now that we're getting much better at predictive analytics. We heard from the 3 universities how much time they spent thinking about what makes students successful, what preparedness really matters. And now that we can really quantify all of those things, we want to take another look at our admissions criteria and figure out, are we asking students to prepare themselves in the right way? So while I'm not sure, based on our conversation yesterday at Academic Affairs, we're necessarily predicting a complete overhaul, I do welcome this opportunity to make sure that what we're asking students in high school to focus on is really relevant today for success in the university. Then we'll also be reaching out to our K-12 partners so that they know we're undertaking that discussion. And then finally, we're going to be, as a major project, modernizing our website and business intelligence. I was so appreciative of Dr. Hart recognizing our students who've been involved in that effort, and boy, is it needed. So she gave you a great overview already of a lot of the analytical functions that are going on so that you and the public can have a very useful website that's going to be an opportunity to instantly access what you'd like to know. It'll be interactive in the sense that if you want to figure out trends or some other things about whatever particular aspect it is of the universities, whether it's academics or research, that you can go into our website and be able to customize to some extent some of the data. We're also going to give our website an update, and while not everybody goes to websites anymore, enough people do, and we have realized that our website is a very key element in educating the public, that people do count on going to our website to find a lot of information, and we intentionally drive them there for that purpose. So this gives you a sense of what our website will look like. So, this is just a mock-up so you can get a sense. I hope you can appreciate immediately what an enormous improvement that is. Sarah Harper in our office has worked tirelessly to try to update that, and I appreciate her work and that of the universities so that we can make sure that our website can not just be a gateway to information, that you can find out about our university system, but also act as a portal to immediately drive you to the universities. People don't need to come to us first, obviously, to get to the university websites, but rather than try to replicate everything from a university website on our website, we want to use it as a key connection point. So we'll have opportunities. We won't lose the opportunity for people to come in and get access to our board meetings or any of that other information, but hopefully it'll be a better resource for people as they go in and try to navigate. So we'll completely roll that out for you in September, but I'm pretty excited about how that's coming together. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll pause and, oh, no, I can't. I can pause there, but I also need to talk to you about the calendar before we're done. Keep going? Okay. So board calendar revamp. So we tried. I want to thank everybody for their patience and indulgence this year while we realigned our calendar, as I mentioned, to really better align our board calendar to the business cycle of the university and to make the key connection again between the enterprise plan, the university business plans that roll up to that, and all of the major decisions that the regents have to make through the course of the year to make sure that the presidents have the ability to be successful in executing those plans. So we tried and added in some additional meetings this spring and quickly discovered that it is probably too much to try to do all of the operations and financial reviews along with the legislative session, along with tuition setting. So Nancy Tribbency in our office has worked with the senior associates and getting feedback from the presidents. We have tried to figure out how to keep that same commitment to deepening the board's awareness of university operations, keeping that same level of engagement in the tuition setting process, but trying to back off the number of special meetings that this year's calendar required. So going into this next year, we're going to have a transition period going through this next year, but ultimately what we're going to do is try to move back to 5 board meetings, 5 main board meetings a year, 3 days each. We've realized it's very difficult to do our business in fewer than 3 days. And we will still dedicate time at one of those meetings each year so that each university, the meeting is really dedicated to the business of that university. We can hear from the president, from leaders, and from the students at that university, and not lose that focus, which is incredibly important, not just for your understanding and being good fiduciaries, but I think for accountability to the public. We will then reserve the April board meeting for tuition setting and for board officer elections. We would have the tuition setting process, though, would officially really begin in March going into next year, where in March the presidents would be announcing their tuition recommendations. That's enough time to have some sense of what's happening at the legislature, but not too late in the year for us to make decisions before the beginning of the next fiscal year. And then we would maintain the reviews that have become an important part of our operations and financial accountability review process in terms of sitting down with each president while we're at his or her university and having dedicated time to have a personnel review with each of them. The June board meeting would be focused, just as it is today, on year-end recap, the look ahead, and then it would be the opportunity to have the extended review of assignments for the EEC, the 3 presidents and me, and then my review as your board president. So it is really going back to how the board meetings were organized last year, but with some separate emphasis within that same framework. I cannot promise you we won't have special meetings. It's just the nature of our business is typically so significant that I think you should be prepared to have special meetings, but we're doing our best to minimize our impact on your schedules. We'll give you a full calendar that you can see so that you can get a sense of what would be happening at every meeting. We're still going to try to keep a special focus at our board meetings. So for instance, in September, we want to continue to focus on student success. But the idea is how we can, again, meet all of the objectives for the information we need to cover, the decisions you need to make, the education you need to have to be proper governors, and yet at the same time, not be forced to meet as much as we have been over the course of the past year. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer questions.
Any questions? Graham?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Eileen, thank you very much. I hope you can take a deep breath now. One of the things we talked about is our enterprise model, and we've been successful in increasing the number of degrees awarded. I don't know if you touched upon the people who got those degrees, what was their employment opportunities? Did you touch on that? If not, can you please look into it also for me?
Right, and so, Mr. Chairman and Dr. Krishna, we do every year track the success of our graduates. So in September, we'll do a wages report, which is our shorthand for the report where we really analyze how many of our graduates were able to get work. You'll be glad to know that the overwhelming majority of our students do get jobs. They get good paying jobs. They are contributors to the Arizona economy. So it's north of 80% of our graduates who are able to get jobs. And most of them do stay in Arizona, at least in the short run. The challenge, as we've discovered, is, as Dr. Hart was pointing out, we do lose some out of the gate, and we'd like to retain more of them here. Our bigger challenge is, as time goes on, for the graduates who stay here initially, sometimes they have to move out to move up. So they move out of Arizona to be able to move up in their career, and that's something we want to continue to work with business leaders around. And as we grow business and develop business here, they'll have more opportunities here. But that will be an example of a report that we would bring throughout the course of the year, every year, so that you have a chance to see how our graduates are doing. And I should just take this as an opportunity to say, in our operating and finance reviews, what we would like to do is get away from empaneling all the universities at the same time to talk about a topic. That can be overwhelming to try to get all of that information at the same time, and it's not necessarily helpful to hear from all three at the same time on a topic, because our universities are very different. They exist for different purposes in Arizona. They hold a different place in the marketplace. They have different missions. And consequently, while it might be expedient to hear from them all together, it's not necessarily as impactful. So I anticipate going forward, we'll have very few times where we'll have everybody together presenting on a common topic, particularly around our metrics. Instead, hear from each of the universities together, individually, and comparing them against their peer group, not against one another. Their peers are not one another, but against their peer group. And then at the end of the year, we'll collate all of the results as we did for you this year. So that would be another change that I would add to what I just talked about with the calendar.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Greg. Wow. Congratulations. That's a great year. That's a tremendous amount of stuff. And I just want to congratulate you and the folks at ABOR for just a tremendous job well done and a great year in summary. Some highlights. First, start with that last report that you mentioned. I absolutely agree. The universities are unique. I like their individual presentations. That's great. But this year you summarized it and had John Arnold come up with the let's compare it because it's equal, and let's prepare it from this office so that we can see the same charts. That's very helpful, because then we don't have to say, oh, this is similar to the ASU's chart here, slide 275, is similar to this one that U of A does, but I'm not sure,
Right.
Get them on the same format, get them in the same order. That was exceptionally helpful. And
It's good to know.
bringing in John, huge move. I mean, John Arnold is just phenomenal on the budget issues. I mean, and is a great addition to ABOR staff. Moving Chad to analytics, I think, is phenomenal. I'm looking forward to his work on that. He does a great job on strategery, and I'm looking forward to seeing what happens there. Don't be disappointed by asking for huge things and only getting a lot of them instead of all of them. I would much rather see us say to the legislature, for example, we are a constitutional body. We're a constitutional body that is different from you, but this is how we would do things, and this is what we're asking for, knowing that they're not necessarily going to do that, but we've put a place marker out there. So it's easy to ask for. I do some lobbying. It's really easy to say, here's our one little bill, and then you've got 100% success rate. But what we did was we asked for some things that were exceptionally difficult. Obviously, more funding, and we wanted that. I mean, we wanted our funding. We made an effort the last couple of years to at least address what the infrastructure investment needs to be. Is the legislature going to spend $1 billion ultimately on infrastructure so that we can bring in economic development? They may decide not to do that, but shame on us if we don't at least mention it. We may not go as far as saying, hey, we want a bill every year, because we don't necessarily want to just run into a buzzsaw, but shame on us if we don't at least tell them they should be doing that. Same thing is true with our performance funding. performance funding is the way that we want to go. It's the way that we think is best. It's the way that we think rewards us for what we do. Okay, they don't want to do that. Great, we'll look for something else eventually. But shame on us if we don't say, hey, this is the way we think it should go, and we think this is the way you should do it. If they don't want to fund it that way, great, we'll work on some other different methods. But asking for it and having it rejected is not a failure. Same thing I think is true on our healthcare and ASRS, the retirement and healthcare. We subsidize them. We subsidize them because we have a healthier population. We subsidize them because we have a higher income population. We subsidize them for a variety of other reasons of the entire state. It is a big ask for us to say, pull us out of this and make us self-contained, because it costs them $100 million or so and they get no credit for that, right? It's not like it's $100 million in the universities. It also is part of a comprehensive system where they would have to make major changes, and it's a policy change that has big implications in two things that are exceptionally complex and controversial: healthcare and retirement. So the odds of them doing that, we could look back on the session and say, oh yeah, we suggested that in our modernization package, but they didn't do it. No, they didn't do it. But shame on us if we don't mention it. Shame on us if we don't ask for it, if we don't raise that awareness. And then when they ultimately do a comprehensive change in healthcare and in retirement, the people who've been there 8 years will have said, yeah, the Regents have been raising this for 6 years, and it's about time to do something about it. So my point is, I think you were very gracious of saying that there's a couple things that we would do differently next time, whatever the calendar, for example. I would much rather have a really aggressive agenda on a lot of different fronts, which we did, and say, 8 of these things worked out really well. One of these things is kind of neutral, and one of these things, we didn't like the way it worked out, we're going to change it for next year. Then to say, oh yeah, we picked 2 easy goals and we did pretty well on those goals. So that's exactly the way I'd like to see it. I hope next year you give us a list of 10 things and say, hey, let me start with the 2 things that really were awful. That'd be great. We don't know what those 2 things are, but I would much rather see a list that has those 2 things and says, okay, too aggressive, didn't work out. Calendar. I applaud the fact that the calendar was much more aggressive, that we had more details. I like one of the biggest changes has been moving committees to the day before. Wednesday committee meetings were wonderful. We didn't have a lot of people for audit, but it doesn't matter. We had more than just the people who were paid to be in the audit committee. I mean, that was great. And having them the day before, I think is fantastic. OFRs, I think, have been very successful. I think that's a good deep dive. I think that's excellent. Timing of the OFRs, you're right. Hard to do that in the spring, because not only did we do the legislative session, we did tuition, we did banner, right? We did all that stuff in the spring. And so if you remember the last time we were in Tucson, you guys drove home early. I left here at 6. And then we met again the next day in the government committee or education or whatever that was. That might have been appropriations. I think it was higher education committee. So yeah, we were here, and people forget that we do this, and then we're all together again for that, and that we do that a lot. And so it's a very aggressive schedule, and I think it's well done. I mean, sure, we're going to shift things on there, but it recognizes the fact that we have a lot to do. And so, the fact that it's an aggressive schedule doesn't bother me. Now, the fact that it's going to be 102 today and we're in Tucson, okay, we might change that one. Let's when it's hot, we should be in Flagstaff. When it's cold, we should be here. But other than that, that's good. So no, I would just say that outstanding job. I think the system office is doing great. I think you're doing great. I think the way we're all working together as a board is great. I think if you look at, for example, DACA alone, right, is a big accomplishment. And Luann is the one who has pushed that. We managed to have a tremendous amount of congeniality on a very, very complex and difficult issue. We had fantastic legal work done on that, and we made our progress. Plus, we immediately got ahead of the curve when the courts got ahead of us, and we just switched to that. So I think it's been just a fabulous year. So I'd like to personally thank you for that, and I look forward to next year as well.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Regent Patterson.
Luann.
Yeah. Thank you, Eileen. It's excellent presentation. This last slide was important to me. I leaned over to Michael and I said, I have 3 meetings left, and then I'm done. So that.
And what did I say?
He said, no, you don't. Maybe not.
I said you're going to be reappointed.
And then I was speechless. No, there's some light at the end of the tunnel now. But I just wanted to touch, and maybe I missed it, but during one of my presentations, and I'm glad you noted all of the outreach presentations, and I hope that includes everything that we do. I talked to a lot of classes, and one of them, there was one student, I was talking about the metrics, and he questioned the metric, and I looked at it and I could not figure out what this metric was about. So I asked Chad, and even Chad was saying, "Oh, that's one of those weird metrics." So I don't know if you mentioned the whole, talking about the revamping the strategic plan, updating that, but also the metrics need to be looked at, and I think that's going to be a huge undertaking, probably. Oh, great. Yeah, metrics update. So I missed that. So I think that's going to be really important. And this whole thing on the admissions criteria is really important, especially, and I don't know how it relates, how it's going to relate in there, but what we heard at the call to the audience this morning, it's pretty interesting. But thank you again for all of your work.
Thank you. Thanks, Regent Leonard.
Any other comments? Ron, did you want to say something?
So, Mr. Chair, I hadn't had anything in mind, but I will say that we're very fortunate to have our ABOR president. She works very hard and makes sense out of a very complicated set of issues.
She does, and we're fortunate to have her, and I'm glad you were hired.
Thank you.
I think, as I've analyzed this last year, there was so much negativity around the legislative session that seemed to overshadow a lot of really cool stuff that happened. And I'm going to associate my comments with Greg's, and that is I think establishing a record of things that we need to do for the policymakers is very important. And because when the reality of what we do finally sinks in, I think we're in a better position to say, we've been telling you this year after year after year after year. Don't come yell at us because half the buildings burn down or some other catastrophic thing happens. And so I think establishing that record is very important. And it also helps the public. I think coming out of the legislative session, the support for the universities is, I think, at an all-time high. As I've been out visiting with agricultural groups the last couple of months, consistently, there's a great deal of worry in that community about the universities. And I've been surprised at the amount of support for the universities, and particularly for U of A, and concern. If you meet with a group of vegetable growers, and you'd think number one on their issue is how the Department of Agriculture, USDA, is regulating their business. It was, what are we doing about higher education in Arizona and their concerns, and particularly for the rural communities and where their kids are going to go to school. So I think, in effect, I think it maybe has turned out to be rather a blessing for us rather than a curse. And I think we need to figure out how to leverage that. And I think with what you're doing and the plans that you have for this next year, I think we can do that. Then we just need to figure out how to convince the policymakers that we do wonderful things, and that's always been the challenge. And we do, and I have to compliment you and the presidents and the staffs, because there's an awful lot of work that goes on that nobody ever knows about, and it keeps this machine going. And the benefits that accrue to the state are enormous, and I think it's beginning to catch up. And I want to talk about the social media for a moment. I think the social media has a great power for influence, and what you're doing there and the amount of information that goes out is awesome. And I try and on Facebook always pass along those posts. And again, the comments I get back from people is, I didn't know we were doing that. I didn't know the universities did that. So it's very helpful. And I got friends all over the world that comment. So now I got to figure out how to get them to move to Arizona and participate in our universities. But thank you again very much for what you do and for the staff and their willingness to keep on moving Arizona. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we're supposed to take a break, but I can tell Rick wants to give this report. He's just chomping at the bit to do this. So what we're going to do is we're going
Actually, I
to,
wanted to take a break.
well, how long is your report going to take?
Well, we actually, have 5 items, so I mean, I would guess 20 minutes.
All right, well, let's take a 10-minute break so Rick can be, I don't want Rick to die here. So we're
Exactly.
going to take a 10-minute break and then we'll come back and keep going.
Sorry, I was giving you the wrong vibe there.
And we're going to kind of gather up here. We're establishing new precedents. We're running ahead of schedule, and it's wonderful. And I'm glad Rick came back. So let's see, we're still missing a few. All right, they're coming. Just so you know, just as a matter of interest, I have a basket of cinnamon twists up here that it was originally on the table this morning there in the back, and they disappeared. And Regent Krishna, he prevailed on the staff to rescue my cinnamon twists. And I just want you to know that anybody that touches these, the meeting will go on and on and on. So if you want a short meeting, just leave my twists alone. But
Greg, you can't touch it.
that's right. So depending on how you all act this morning depends on whether I share these or not. So we'll see where we go. All right, Rick is going to give us a report on the Business and Finance Committee. Regent Heiler, as we said, is in Wisconsin today. And so, Rick, why don't you run through us what we're doing today, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll do my best to channel Regent Heiler. The Business and Finance Committee agenda covers items 2 through 5 and also 19 through 24. Items 19 through 24 are on the consent agenda, and they'll be adopted later this afternoon when we vote on the consent. The Business and Finance Committee reviewed these items at its meeting yesterday and recommended that they be forwarded to the full board for approval. Before we move on to the action items, I'd like to give just a quick summary of yesterday's meeting. First thing I'll say is everybody was there. So it was a great meeting. It was nice to see all the regents there. And we also were broadcast across the state, so I know we had a lot of people from the public, but not everyone checks in on the committee meetings, so we'll just touch base on a few of these things today. As I mentioned earlier, John Arnold did an absolutely outstanding job reviewing the contents of the state budget, the challenges to the state budget, the outlooks to the state budget. And I think everything we do, like we said earlier, is we want to make it better. You know, we want to create a stronger future for Arizona, but we also have to be pragmatic and understand the limitations that the legislature has, the situation that we have with our current economy. So we need to be smart and work with what we have, but at the same time not give up, as Regent Patterson said. on being audacious and challenging all of us to be better as we move forward. Many things for us to consider. Ron will be taking over and running legislative affairs. So given that platform, given that background, there's a lot for us to consider this summer on what is our legislative agenda, what do we want to do as we move forward with the elected officials, as well as the business community, other constituencies across the state to help educate people and to find champions for the things we're doing to better Arizona's future. So we look forward, Ron, to providing you with all of this information so that you can help lead us in making a difference. All of the universities also presented yesterday their final pricing and transaction costs on all the capital-related debt issuances that are going on. NAU provided an update on their code and safety renovation projects, and I think all of us that have been on the board for a while recognize that NAU had more red buildings than either of the other two universities, and red buildings are not good because they mean that you need a whole lot of maintenance. And they've done a great job in addressing that as they've revitalized their campus. And you know, Rita, it's looking beautiful, but it's also good to see that the buildings are coming up to code and they're safe and they're buildings that will last well into the future. So thank you for your efforts there. The committee also reviewed ground leases that both ASU and NAU are requesting for American campus communities, who they're using to help outsource some of the housing for our students, and partnering with them for housing for our students. And lastly, we had a presentation on the ABOR TRIF Innovation Fund. I know Chad will be talking about that a little bit later. And you know, it's personally, I have a warm spot in my heart for this because it's not all of TRIF, but it's a piece of TRIF that the Regents asked the universities to work on together. And as I said yesterday, it's not the amount of money, it's not even necessarily the importance of each individual project, although they're very important projects, but it's the spirit of the three vice presidents of research figuring out how do we make the whole greater than the sum of its parts, and how can we benefit Arizona and leverage each other. And in these tough times when we don't have all the money we want to have, I think the more we can do to figure out while we compete, also, how do we collaborate? How do we work with each other, and how can we help higher education in this state make a bigger impact on our economy? And that ABOR TRIF Innovation Fund is there to be a little stimulus to forge that activity. But the comment I made yesterday, we have three outstanding vice presidents of research who respect each other, who are each outstanding scholars in their own rights, strong leaders, and are talking to each other and looking for those innovations on how we can help each other be better. And I think this board should very much appreciate their personal efforts in doing that. So that was kind of an overview of the overall meeting. If I can move on to agenda item number 3. Again, all the regents were here yesterday, so I don't think we need to go back through the presentations. What I would ask, this is on the university system annual budgets for each of the universities. If the regents have any questions left over from yesterday, I know the presidents would be happy to answer them. And if the presidents have any comments they want to make, you're certainly welcome to. But if there aren't any, I think we just go ahead and make a motion and vote on the operating budgets. So are there any questions from the regents?
All right, Rick? Oh,
I don't know about questions, Mr. Chairman. I just would like to make one clarifying comment about the ABOR budget.
go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And in the ABOR budget, hopefully members have received copies by now. Have you had a chance to see the detail? I described yesterday that while the Regents' office was not subject to reductions from the legislature, that we are going to make reductions in the amount of money that we are supported by the universities with. So for the university assessment, for lack of a better term, we're going to revert about $1 million to the universities. We wanted to demonstrate that, you know, we certainly appreciate the pain and constraints that the state budget cuts have created for the universities. We want to make sure that, you know, we are equally sharing in that as part of the administrative responsibilities that universities cover. And so we are reverting those dollars and adjusting our operations accordingly. Because the Regents were in a deficit situation up to last year, I'm not changing the assessment rate for next year, the amount that we're going to charge the universities, but certainly we're going to look to constrain our own expenses and normalize the ABOR operations. But I need to get us to a point where I feel like we've got the right size of and capacity so that you can be well served as regents, and I'll be working with the presidents to do that over the course of the next year. But I did want to make it clear that we are going to revert dollars this year and then look what we can do to make sure that we are operating at the most minimal level, especially when it comes to this use of public money. So thanks for that chance to clarify.
Very good. And Dr. Krishna?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Eileen, I commend you for doing that. I brought it up yesterday as to what you're doing with the budget for ABOR, with the fund cutting for the universities, and I appreciate what you've done. And also, you said you're going to look into future budget restraints, and if even the state doesn't cut budgetary allotment to the universities, what can you do, or what will you do to cut down on the expense for the ABOR and bring it in line, if you can?
Right. So, Mr. Chairman, Regent Krishna, that's exactly the exercise we're going to go through this next year to figure out, obviously, where we can make reductions. This year isn't a good test for us because, as I said, we'd been coming out of a deficit. Last year, I'd proposed to you a number of areas where I felt we needed to build capacity so that we could assure your proper role as fiduciaries. The presidents were very supportive of that, which I'm grateful for. So we don't really have a place where we know what the right baseline is. But having said that, I've already stepped back from some of the plans of the areas that we wanted to build out. I'm going to take another hard look at that this year. Some of those things we might be able to defer for a couple of years. And so I'll just work with the presidents and you to make sure that we've got the right level of support. So we will be looking to reduce our operations from what we'd originally anticipated, but I'm not ready to commit today to say what that's going to be going forward.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I think, Dr. Crow, you had a comment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make a general comment to the Regents because I know this can be complicated, and we talked about it yesterday in Budget and Finance Committee, and that is, if you look at the operating budget for Arizona State University, you look at the bottom line and you say, well, it looks like everything's fantastic. You've got really great revenue enhancements. You've got new monies coming in, all aggregated together at the bottom line, and a person could, looking at that, reasonably say, I think things are great. It's more complicated than that, and let me use one illustrative point just to illustrate the complexity. Every single dollar from every single in-state student that we have, and every single dollar that we have from state appropriations, every single dollar, when you net out financial aid from those dollars for just the in-state students, our net operating budget for in-state students is negative more than $150 million a year. That means from all of the other operating revenues of the institution, most of which are restricted for the purpose for which the university acquires them, that is, they can't be spent for anything else. From all of those non-restricted revenues, which then are gifts and tuition revenues from non-in-state students, from those two sources, we have to extract a net positive return large enough to cover the entirety of that loss. That being said, then for those individuals making those investments in ASU, we have to deliver a program worth the price that we're charging. The losses from the state are not 2% to our operating budget as an accurate portrayal of what's going on. It's, depending on how you count it, 15 to 20%, and I know there's been some debate about this, 15 to 20% per student reduction. That reduction overall relative to our net loss was a 50% increase in our net loss per student. And so looking only at the 50,000 or so in-state students that we have, just think of it as a round number, 50,000 of these students, we have a net operating loss of $150 million plus per year. So when it looks like our revenue is going up in the overall revenue of the university, one has to say, Well, thankfully so, because without that revenue, we would not be able to actually cover the costs associated with the in-state students across all dimensions. Now, there's nothing unique about this. There's nothing unique about it except its scale. A net operating loss of more than $150 million for all of your in-state students is quite large, and that was dramatically increased by the budget decisions that were made by state investment decision makers. Hopefully we can make that case in the future, but just relative to your passing of the university's budget, anyone would look at the bottom line of the budget and they'd say, like I told you, there's no problem whatsoever relative to this budget because look at all this additional revenue they have. But they don't understand, because it's difficult to understand, the complexity of that particular thing that we're really most responsible for above all other things is the education of residents of Arizona. That's our number one priority, and that's where we can't get enough revenue to even cover our costs.
So, Rick, Dr. Crow, what would in-state tuition have to be in order to cover that $150 million?
That would never work because in-state tuition is unaffordable at its present level. And so it's unaffordable at its present level, and that's why we invest so much into financial aid. So the average in-state student at Arizona State University is paying, after grants, $2,500 because that's about what can be afforded, with some exceptions being made relative to merit-based grants. But nonetheless, it's not about that because we can't take in-state tuition to a higher level. We can't put, on the margin here or there perhaps. And so at the end of the day, we've decided to advance the university with multiple revenue sources on a very complex financial model. But the investment of the state is not something that is trivial. The investment of the state is actually something that is significant and significantly important, in particular for the in-state students to work to keep their costs as low as possible. That's what we're after. We're after the lowest possible cost of attendance through tuition for an in-state student. We're past that threshold now in terms of tuition. We need to keep that flat, dial it back, constrain it, offer more financial aid, all the things that we're trying to do. But it is an incomplete statement, verging on inaccurate, to suggest that these are minor cuts. These were major cuts with dramatic decisions that we had to make, that we're continuing to have to make, and dramatic adjustments that we have to make relative to how we operate the institution. And tuition, increasing tuition for in-state students isn't the solution. We already know we're past the fair and reasonable threshold relative to the median income of the state.
So if, sorry to drag this out, Rick, but if the legislature comes back this next session and says, that 100 million sounds like another good number, and we're going to whack you guys for another 100 million, what does that do to us?
Well, one thing, they'll be known as the single most significant reducer in public support for higher education in the history of the American Republic. So, they could sign up for that if they wish.
I have a tattoo.
Yeah, biohazard. Biohazard would be the tattoo, and so we can have that installed if they would like, and so that would be short of financial catastrophe, which is not the present financial condition of the state, where you have no choice. That would be very, very unwise decision making, in my view.
I guess I want to go back to my first question, and I know you don't want to quantify it, but, there are those who are articulating that the state get out of the business of giving money to the universities, okay? You hear those voices here and there, but I don't know how else you would, I don't know how we'd fund the universities, how we would do what we need to do.
I don't know when the last constitutional convention was in Arizona, but there would need to be one of those because the state has a responsibility and a duty to support the public universities that were created by act of the Constitution. And so certainly that might be the wish of some people, and there's even logic to that under certain things. I'm not arguing against it. It's just that the Constitution prohibits it.
Well, it's prohibited a lot of things, and that hasn't stopped the legislature. That's our problem. So I guess.
Now you're drifting into areas I should remain silent on.
No. So.
Mr. Chair, I would just add to your comments. This came up yesterday, Regent Patterson, I think, made a very strong point yesterday that the way we present the information in some ways isolates people from appreciating what the pain is. You know, if you read the Tucson newspaper today, the headlines are that there are going to be layoffs at U of A, and I've already had people leaving me messages and stuff saying, you guys raised tuition, why do you have to lay off? I thought everything was going great at the universities. And you know, I made this comment to some of you, and I know this person is a friend, he supports the universities, but a business leader in Tucson was speaking to a big group the other day and was asked the question, what do you think about the university cuts? And the individual made the comment that, well, you know, I don't like them, but the university is doing better than it ever has. It has the biggest class it's ever had. It's making a big difference in the economy. It's like everything's going great. So maybe, you know, I don't know what that means. So, you know, we've continued to try to pull the rabbit out of the hat and do a lot of unique things and get more out-of-state students and get more research from other sources. And you know, we've done a great job, and we just congratulated Dr. Eileen Klein, and all three of our university presidents for a great year.
She's had to live with us. She's a doctor now.
So you know, we clearly are making a difference, but there's tremendous pain that's going on and reprioritization and a lot of things that are happening. And we just go back to Eileen's presentation. We were up in Flag 6 months ago. I mean, we are now, after this budget, 49th in per capita spending on higher education. So forget what year you start in and look at what the cuts were or anything else. I don't care about that. I don't care that 2008 was a bubble or now this wasn't a bubble or anything else. We're just in a competitive world today. What matters is today, not anything in the past. And today we are spending less than everybody else. And we're trying to maintain, though, a strong economy. We're trying to change that curve that's out in the future. Money isn't everything, but when you're spending less than everything else, you can only pull so many rabbits out of the hat. And I really do think, you know, Ron, I know you were taking good notes as Dr. Crow was talking. We really do have to figure out how to get that story out there with more clarity, because as we make a positive difference, people are isolated from the pain. And I don't know how, you know, we hurt ourselves some ways in doing that, because people are like, well, I didn't get a lot of pushback, so I guess it was okay. And we have to figure out how to get them to recognize that it isn't okay if we're going to have the future that we want. So I appreciate your comments, Dr. Crow, and it was a good discussion yesterday. I don't think we found the magic in how to do that, though. I mean, it's almost like we have to fail before people wake up, and that's not an option, right? So I don't know.
And I think that what you have described is the dedication that we all have to ensuring that the students that we admit are successful, and that the students of Arizona have an opportunity to enroll in one of our institutions. As the smallest institution with the least degrees of freedom, you know from the discussion yesterday that we're not in balance, and we will be working through next year to try to sort out how we continue to have quality in the experiences of the students on campus, address the deferred maintenance on our buildings, and have a balanced budget. And at this point, we don't have. So we don't have the ability to have quite the volume of resources coming from other sources. We will be looking at all the same strategies in a smaller scale.
Ron?
Mr. Chairman, I think it's absolutely essential to recognize two things. First, we are doing the right thing. The three university presidents and ABOR have said we're going to make this work at all costs. That is the right thing to do. We have to continue to do the right thing with quality. That said, our messaging and our approach to the legislature, the governor, even to the public at large, our social media, all channels of communication, we need to think through this summer how we enter that next legislative session in a way that will begin to sway opinion based on facts. And I think some that were shared by Dr. Crow are great examples of the kinds of things that we can remind people as we go into the session. But we should never let go of our public trust to do the right thing at all costs. And I'm very proud of this body and our three universities for the way they've handled this.
Greg?
We talked a little bit about metrics, and I want to go back to a point that Dr. Crow made and then go back to a point about the metrics. But first I want to start with a little example of a metric that we do not use and why. Let's say as a hypothetical that you've got a couple and they're retired and they live on $75,000 a year and they decide that they want to do something else, and so they open a restaurant. And in addition to their pension, they have a restaurant that produces just a little bit of money each month. When they go to their financial planner at the end of the year, he says, wow, last year your total revenue was $75 million, and this year, $75,000, and this year your total revenue was $2.5 million. What happened? And they said, well, we opened a restaurant and we made total at the end of the year $20,000 on our restaurant. Our total income this year is now $95,000. The fact that we have $2.5 million in total revenue is meaningless. And we don't have total revenue as a metric. You don't look at that chart and have total revenue as a metric. So when we approve the ACC leases for dorms, your revenue rises substantially and your expenses rise substantially. And it's still the right move. And you can talk to us about how that ultimately that generates $500,000 a year, for example. But it generates $500,000 a year on maybe $10 million of actual revenue. And so when somebody looks at the universities and say, wow, they've got more revenue than they've ever had before. Look, the university's doing great. Look how their revenue number is. Let's chart the revenue. Well, that figure is literally meaningless. And yet it is a figure that we see at the highest levels. We see it in the newspapers. We see it in policymakers. And it's very difficult for us to try to combat the fact that, yes, revenue's higher than it ever has been. Expenses are higher than they ever have been. The amount of money that we have available is less than it used to be. And it's very, very difficult to explain that.
All right. Well, this is why we needed a break before this section.
Yeah.
So with that, and with a lot of pain, I move that the board approves the full year 2016 annual operating budgets as presented in the executive summary. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Chair, you have a motion and a second?
Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Appears the ayes have it. Rick?
Thank you. So moving on to agenda item number 4. In number 4, we're going to ask, in item 4, we've asked to approve the university's full year 2016 capital development plans. So Lorenzo, if you could come up and give us a quick overview.
Vice Chairman Myers, Regents. I think in the spirit of the prior item, I'll forego recapping the details of the projects because I think all the regents were here yesterday. But I will make a couple of comments, I think, on our capital process. As you all know, we have a multi-step capital project review and approval process. The capital plan, what the capital plans do is provide a list of projects to the regents that the universities plan on pursuing within the next 12 months. Approval of the plans essentially allows the universities to complete design and negotiate a final construction cost with the contractors. However, before construction can actually begin, the individual projects have to be resubmitted to the board for approval. So there's another step that would be required before any of these projects actually begin construction. As part of what the ABOR office does in the analysis of projects, the things we tend to focus on is the justification of the projects and their alignment with the business plans of the universities. In addition, we look to make sure that the costs for projects are reasonable and that the funding and financing for the projects is sound. And so typically what you see in the capital development plans here are projects that are dedicated to the student experience, but they tend to range from everything from providing the additional capacity for research or classroom or housing or those sorts of things. And then my final comments, even though what these plans do is provide the one-year outlook of capital projects, in September, the universities will put forward what we call the capital improvement plans, and those provide a 3-year look at potential projects. And it's the projects in the first year of those plans that we'll see in September that are likely to make it into these one-year plans as they get updated throughout the years. And so with that, I'll make myself available for any questions.
Questions from the members? All right, Lorenzo, thank you. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move that the board approve Arizona State University, Northern Arizona University, and the University of Arizona's full year 2016 capital development plans as presented in these executive summaries. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Chair, there's a motion and a second.
Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Appears the ayes have it, so ordered.
All right, and finally, agenda item number 5, if Morgan Olson from ASU could please join us at the table. Arizona State University requests approval to enter into an addendum to the existing master lease with the City of Phoenix. So Morgan, if you could summarize this for us, please.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This item would authorize the university to amend the master lease that we have with the City of Phoenix for the downtown Phoenix campus. The purpose of the amendment would be to facilitate a partnership among the city networks and the university to develop an area that is delineated in the map in your materials there, approximately 7 acres for the development of biomedical research facilities. The City of Phoenix is interested, of course, in furthering what they have already developed in the downtown biomedical campus. Networks focuses on this type of research, and they are interested in what the university can provide with some of our centers of excellence in research that would contribute to what they're looking to accomplish. So specifically, ASU would enter into a series of leases with the City of Phoenix for the property that would be the site for the facilities that would be developed by networks. Subsequently, the university would enter into subleases with networks for that purpose. The subleases would cover all of ASU's costs for the leases with the City of Phoenix. There would be a series of these leases over a period of years. The agreement with the city would provide for certain performance benchmarks. The initial project we anticipate would be about 200,000 gross square feet and would represent an investment by networks of approximately $75 million. ASU research personnel would be involved working with networks and located on site on some of the initiatives that are described in the materials. At the end of the 30-year lease term, the ground would belong to the university. So this is something that will definitely help us in terms of advancing our research goals, and also will allow us to work with the city and networks to further economic development in the biomedical field broadly for the valley. So on May 19th, the Phoenix City Council unanimously approved this initiative, and so we certainly recommend it to the board here today. I don't know if Dr. Crow wants to make any further comments, but this is that's the basis for it, and we'd be happy to answer questions that you might have.
Yeah, I would jump in if I could and just put this in a bigger context again. Our 3 universities have a major presence in downtown Phoenix. And, you know, again, back to changing that curve. I mean, it's certainly changed the geography of downtown Phoenix, and it's changed the economy in Phoenix. And this is the newest example. You know, the new cancer center U of A has, the medical school, the allied health work that Rita has going, you know, the downtown campus. I mean, Dr. Crow got all this started back when Phoenix did a bond in, 2005, 2006 to help fund, you know, the expansion of ASU. You know, all 3 universities have made such a major difference. So I just, you know, this is one deal, but I think we just all need to step back and say this is momentum and tremendous effort on the part of higher education to build a foundation for economic development in very important areas in the biosciences. And I just would ask, maybe not everyone knows who NantWorks is, and I wonder if you could maybe just explain a little bit more about who this is that we're working with.
I'll defer to President Crow on that.
NantWorks is the corporate side of an individual who's highly unusual. He is considered now the richest doctor in the United States. He's actually a professor at UCLA, or has been historically, in the surgery department. He is an immigrant to the United States named Patrick Soon-Chong. He's been working for a number of years to advance new conceptualizations for health outcomes, largely driven by the intersection of massive computational tools, digital communication tools, genomic information-based tools, and decision-making tools, all with the objective of, through the integration of those four things coming together, how can you make better and real-time decisions about really complicated things in the form of disease or disease prevention or overall health outcomes. He operates in a way in which, through a private philanthropy, he makes a number of investments in universities, including local universities here in Arizona. He makes a number of acquisitions in companies through his company. He's made investments in the past in Phoenix. He has been engaged with us for a number of years trying to find a particular angle where we might work together, and prior to this point we've not been able to facilitate that angle until just recently, and he's tied in now with an emerging relationship with our Physical Science Oncology Center and a group of folks that we have in physics, in biomedical informatics, and other non-biology areas related to health outcomes. And it's through this relationship we finally have found a way to accelerate the overall activity and the overall relationship. Now, what we're asking for here is just an amendment to our existing master agreement to fulfill the opportunity to now enter into a negotiation with this corporate entity about what we might do to evolve. So that's a second step. And obviously we'd be coming back to the Regents at that point for other considerations by the board. But this is a very long in time discussion now manifesting itself in a project that should result in a combined, think of it like a mini research park or innovation park as a part of the broader Phoenix Biomedical Campus, where you have corporate activities, university activities, as we do in multiple campuses throughout the university system and throughout ASU specifically, all going on in the same kinds of facilities, details to be worked out. But NANT is the name of the overall corporate enterprise, and Patrick Soon Chong is the individual who years ago was a new immigrant to the United States as a young professor at University of California at Los Angeles, and so this is, imagine this, just to put a little humor to it, and imagine a fantastically self-directed, powerfully self-directed faculty member with unlimited resources. President Chang chuckled. It's quite a difficult thing to imagine, and so he has unlimited resources, and he's pursuing his dreams and his agenda, and you know it's pretty disruptive stuff that he's working on.
All right. Are there any other questions for Morgan or Dr. Crow?
Where could this eventually go? I think I saw a presentation he once made that he's going to make Phoenix the center, or he would like to make Phoenix the center of the information gathering from all over the world, and people would be coming to Phoenix to try to work with him.
Right. He sees certain advantages in the Phoenix metropolitan area, particularly compared to a number of things that he's been trying to get going in California. I visited with him, not in the last couple of months, his prototype facility in Culver City, California, that he's got up and running over there. And so what he's envisioning is decision centers. So think of the ASU Decision Theater as a non-health oriented tool. Decision centers with people making real-time decisions about very complex biomedical related outcomes. And he thinks that Phoenix is a place because of, so one of the things we're talking to him about is, you know, could we produce 500 more nurse practitioners who could be bioinformatics specialists that could work in the information systems, command centers, and so forth, that would be a part of all of this. And so he sees certain labor and training advantages here. It turns out by happenstance, probably because it's like the old railroads, the ultra high-speed gigabit tie lines that connect the country in the internet infrastructure pass through Phoenix. He purchased a majority share in the National Lambda Rail, which is the highest speed communications network that exists for the internet. He appointed me the chairman of his advisory committee for the National Lambda Rail a few years ago. So that's a sort of a pathway that he's working on. So you take this combination of internet-related infrastructure that's in and around Phoenix. You take the labor pool, you take the universities, plural, you take all the things happening in downtown Phoenix with the medical school, other things that are happening, all kinds of stuff that's happening. You take all of that together, and he sees it as a prime development location. And so if you can pull that off and make that work to the advantage of science, education, and business all together, then that's a fantastic outcome. That's the outcome that we're pursuing, and that's the outcome that we're working toward. And so where does it all end up? I don't know. This is the second run that we've had with him relative to this particular project. Our previous run was about another facility, not on the Phoenix Biomedical Campus, but the city decided that they wanted that facility. I think I'm saying that right, Rich, on the earlier facility. It was decided they were going to do something else with that we looked at a few years ago, the older building. What was the name of that building? The Barrister Building. So that's where we started this several years ago. That sort of went by the wayside, and then this is a new renewal of those earlier arguments. When we were talking about the Barrister Building, we were talking about building that into a massive decision center for using data to make real-time decisions about people that had medical issues. And that's sort of where we started with all of that, and that's where I think this is overall headed.
I'd make another comment that, while I'll make a motion here in a second to approve this particular deal with the City of Phoenix, this is the broader discussion. And the downtown Phoenix is where all three of our universities physically come together in one of the most important areas of scholarly work to affect our future. We all talk about we're in the biocentury, and there's so much going on there. And I know the presidents, the EEC, have all worked together on our health strategy. I know Regent Krishna with the Health Affairs Task Force looking at what we should be doing. I have a sense everybody's off doing their own thing, and it's wonderful, and they talk to each other certainly, but I wonder if we need even enhanced dialogue. And I would like the EEC to talk more about this. And just as we go forward, this is becoming such a complex, and they're all a part of it. And is there a way to make the whole greater than the sum of its parts? I mean, are we coordinated in the best possible way we can so that we maximize the benefit to Arizona in the future? So that's not a criticism. I think all the work you've done has been fantastic, but I feel like this thing is like getting a life of its own, and all the new things. Ann's getting ready to start a new research building. You're looking at expanding programs. You have this deal. There's tremendous critical mass in downtown Phoenix, and we need to think as we go forward. How do we keep coordinated so that all works out in the best way?
Just to add a historical point, so early on in this process, when we were negotiating the first master agreement with ASU as a part of the overall evolution of the ASU campus, and before there were multiple universities involved, we were advancing on the idea of the Phoenix Biomedical Campus, and we took a number of people, including myself, to the Texas Medical Center in Houston, where you have, if you haven't been there, I mean, you just have to go to this place. It's literally beyond belief. There are multiple medical schools, multiple nursing schools, multiple hospitals, multiple institutions, cancer centers, cancer institutes, training centers, training institutes, building after building, block after block. And so this is a very small but startup version of the same kind of idea. And who knows where it ends up, but that was sort of the idea that we ultimately settled on. And I'll say this is long ago. This is 2005, 2006, that sort of time frame. And so that's the even before that, 2004. That's the time frame in which these conceptualizations were laid down. And that multiple institutional modality has created this rich environment of that. If you're ever in Houston, it's worth going by. Just take the light rail over there and take a look at that, and it's just fantastic.
Mr. Chair?
As I'm sitting here listening to this, and I'm contemplating everything the three universities are doing down there, it just occurs to me, I don't understand why we shouldn't be working towards building a major research hospital that is fed into by all three universities, that becomes a hub of all this research. And nothing to take away from all the other hospitals and everything that's going on in the state of Arizona. But we have talked about Arizona becoming the leader in medical and bioscience research. And maybe that would be one way in which we could bring all this together and continue to put Arizona on the map.
Yeah, not to interrupt you, but the only thing I'd say is I think our relationships with Mayo and Banner and St. Joe's and Maricopa Health, everyone else, I mean, we have relationships at all different levels. I kind of think we're doing that virtually. And I don't know that we ever want to take on trying to go into competition with our partners. I like the idea that we're partnering with the private sector and we're creating just a wonderful environment. So I like the concept, but I think that's what Banner Good Sam is, and that's what Mayo is, and that's what St. Joe's is, and, you know, we have to help them be stronger. So, but with that, then, let me go ahead and make my motion.
Well, let me think about that for a second.
I'm so glad we took that break.
I'm sorry.
Before you make the motion, I need to know how the process works. Lorenzo is asking for us to approve the ASU's plans to acquire some land from the state, from the state of Arizona, right? From the city?
No. Do you want to restate exactly what this is before I make the
Please.
motion?
Sure. So this would authorize the university to enter into an agreement, an amendment of our master lease for the downtown Phoenix campus. We would lease land from the city of Phoenix, land now owned by the city of Phoenix, do subleases to networks who would construct buildings. They would finance, construct, and own the buildings on the land. We would do this in a series of phases, probably 4, totaling up to about 7 acres. At the end of the 30-year lease terms, the land would belong to the university. The buildings would belong to networks unless they chose no longer to use them.
That's for 30 years?
Yes.
Let me just add, which is the same as our existing master agreement with the city.
Okay.
It's the same term, same idea, same concept.
All right. Well, I move that the board approve Arizona State University's request to enter into an amendment to the downtown Phoenix campus master lease with the city of Phoenix for a series of 30-year leases and related subleases for parcels in the Phoenix downtown biomedical campus under the terms summarized in this item in our agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Mr. Chair, a motion and a second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Appears the ayes have it, so ordered.
I'm done.
All right, Rick. How long is it going to take you to talk about the audit report?
5 minutes.
All right. We're going to let Mr. Patterson teach us about auditing.
You definitely don't want to have that happen. I was walking on ASU's campus with my daughter, and there was one of the emergency call boxes, and there was a tree that had grown in front of it, and I pointed at it and said, I'm going to get a report about that. And she said something to the effect of, don't you guys have better stuff to do? And a wise young woman. And so auditors learn a lot from snipers, which is aim small, miss small. And so it's easy to look at the reports that we have and say, you know, hey, wait a second, do you guys have anything better to do? And the answer is that the level of detail that the audit team looks at is very important. And it's very important because on the vulnerabilities that folks identify, people need to know that they will be looked at, and it may only be every 5 years or whatever, but they will be looked at. And we look at specific vulnerabilities. And so we had a report, indeed, this time on call boxes and whether they are obscured and whether they are ADA compliant. And we also talk about whether we actually need them, which is why we have best practices. If you'll notice, for example, that the landscaping around universities looks a lot different than it used to. A lot of the things, the bushes, for example, around Barrett are low, but they're also very thick and they're very spiky. And the reason is that you don't want people hiding in there, and you don't want people walking across and having access to your facilities. And so those things all come up through audit reports that ultimately are shared nationally. So we do have things that look very small, but but it is important, and that goes from printer security to P cards to travel vouchers to what happens with the cash on study abroad trips and things like that. So all of that's very important. We had 6 reports on items like that. We also had a report on something that is a different category that is also important, which is that at U of A we went through to look at class fees and question whether each of the class fees was still appropriate. There are class fees for classes that are more expensive. What you don't want is to those be on autopilot so that the class no longer has additional costs, but it still has additional fees. You see that in areas like telecom, for example, where there are universal access fees that are temporary and were established in like 1982, and you still pay 10 cents per month per phone based on the fact that that fee was established in 1980 or 81. And so we look at areas like that. Additionally, people ask what we do from a performance audit perspective, and ABOR itself is a performance audit. That is not what the audit committee does. When we look at the metrics, when we look at the big picture goals, when we look at what we're doing here, that's our performance audit function. So in addition to looking at the details in the audit committee, we do also go a little bit broader. The class fees I mentioned was an example. We also are going to get together and have a summit in September to talk about broader things that are university-specific, NCAA violations, potentially what we do to make sure we avoid things like that. Lab safety obviously has been in the news a lot lately, industrial hygiene. There's a lot of risk factors at universities that are this complex that are not necessarily financial risk factors that an audit team would normally look at. So the performance is done by ABOR specifically. The details of the P cards vulnerabilities is done by the audit team, and then we also have kind of that transition of the broader things, the lab safety, et cetera, that we try to work with the rest of ABOR on. So that's what the audit team did this year. We also worked on what the plans are for next year. And while the temptation will be to say, aren't these kind of detailed? The answer is yes. And if you have a P card, be careful, because within a couple years, somebody's going to be looking at it. So all that's important. Thank you.
All right. Very fine.
Thank you.
I learned a lot.
Good. Like the American Sniper illusion there?
I did, and I'm going to go walk around the campus looking to make sure all those lights are not obscured by trees.
They're not. We got a report.
Okay, all right. All right, well, so now we're going to recess our meeting, and we're going to go into executive session over here in this room. We plan to be back at 1 o'clock, is that correct, or 1:30? 1 o'clock? And at 1 o'clock, we have a lot of exciting things to do, so we'll see you all back here at 1 o'clock. See, I called her and I said, "You won't believe what I had for breakfast." She says, "I'm going to come down there and take you home right now."
We'll take him home and share.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to turn over 2 minutes of my time to the U of A student body president
That's fine with me.
because he came in right as we were finishing the call to the audience, and he
Okay.
wanted a chance to just say hey.
Absolutely.
So my first minute.
What's his name?
Manny?
Manny?
Manny Felix.
Manny Felix.
You know. And he's actually from.
Mike's on the stream.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, he's from Nogales. He's
Okay.
a really great guy.
Cool.
I've been getting to know him a little bit. But,
Okay. Is he here now?
Yep, he's right there in the blue suit, red tie.
Gotcha, okay.
He just touched down in D.C., so you can give him a hard. Or got back from D.C.
Okay, cool.
With all the student body presidents.
Awesome.
Yeah.
We'll call on him.
Two Hispanic student body presidents in a row.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. We're going to go ahead and start. If we don't start, we'll just keep meeting back there in the back. And so we're going to, I apologize, we're running a little bit behind, but we got all kinds of exciting things going on in these universities. So we're going to have to send the police out to gather the regents.
They're all in the men's room.
We used to do that as the legislature. We'd send the DPS out to round up all the legislators.
Yep.
The ones that would be hiding, so they didn't have.
Right, exactly.
Is this from you? Is this
That's the NAU chocolate.
NAU chocolate, outstanding.
Dark.
I'm totally a chocolate guy. I like dark chocolate too.
Not since it was a research afternoon.
Thank you, Greg. That'll be on my Facebook picture tonight.
That's Facebook material.
Greg Patterson up to his same old stuff.
Now, I'm not going to harass you too much about the Krispy Kreme cinnamon
right.
deal, but when you and I first met, you weighed 138.
That's true. That's very true. I'm not even close to that anymore.
Oh.
That's because I was on a bike all the time.
Yeah. What did you weigh during your mission? 140?
Oh, no, on my mission, it was more like 128.
Yeah.
And then I got married, and that was the end of that.
That's the end of that. It goes away quick.
Well, let's see. Who are we missing? Oh, there's Rick's here.
How late are we? What time are we?
We're about a half hour behind, but I'm going to take the prerogative of the chair and invite Manuel Felix to come up to the podium for a minute. He's our student body president for U of A, and I'd like him to address us for a few minutes. And Manuel, what are you majoring in?
Political science and Spanish legal translation and interpretation.
Awesome. And you just came back from D.C.?
Yes, I did.
And what did you find in D.C.?
I want to stay there, so a lot of politics.
Right. Well, please address us.
Thank you. Good afternoon, regents, staff, and members of the audience at large. My name is Manny Felix, and I am the incoming student body president, and I would like to welcome you all to the University of Arizona. We are very excited to host the Board of Regents meeting and are glad to have you all here. This past weekend, I attended a President's Leadership Summit organized by the National Campus Leadership Council that hosted student body presidents from over 150 universities across the nation. Arizona had a great turnout at the conference, with the attendance of student leaders from Arizona State University, Grand Canyon University, Northern Arizona University, and the University of Arizona. Our agenda included discussion on predominant issues on our campuses, such as sexual assault, college affordability, environmental friendly efforts on campus, student loans, workforce readiness, diversity and inclusion, among many others. The best part of the trip was coming back to Arizona, to our campus, and bringing back a fresh set of ideas we can implement so we can improve every student's experience on their university's campus. I'm looking forward to working to move forward with our vision that agrees with the members of the Arizona Board of Regents, our university's administration, and my executive team for this upcoming school year. I would also like to say that I can be of any assistance should any of you ever need it. The doors to my office are always open. Thank you.
Man, I have a question for you.
Yes.
What, do you kind of lean kind of right or kind of left?
Let's grab some lunch later.
Just check. Well, you and I need to talk about Rush Limbaugh, so when we get a chance, we'll chat offline.
So, I'd like to personally apologize on behalf of Mark Killian, but tell me this the Spanish thing you're doing. I didn't hear the very end. Spanish
legal translation and interpretation.
Legal translation.
Yes.
That's the word. Spanish legal translation. Interesting.
Yes.
Okay, that's very good. Thank you.
Cool.
Thank you.
So now, here's one more question. Where will that take you? If you take the Spanish legal translation, you end up working in the courts? Will you end up getting a law degree? Where are you headed with that?
Hopefully immigration law.
Oh, is that right? Awesome.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Let's hope so.
Okay. And you grew up in Nogales?
Yes, I was born in Tucson, and then after a couple months after being born, I moved to Magdalena, Sonora, in Mexico for 12 years.
Okay.
Then I moved to Nogales, finished middle school and high school, and then now I'm back here at the U of A.
Awesome.
So this is the opposite of a dreamer.
Yeah,
Right.
I guess so. Yeah.
Born here and taken to Mexico as an infant.
Exactly.
If you decide you want to move back to Nogales, we need some more livestock and fresh produce inspectors down there. So let me talk to you about that.
Definitely. Good thing half of my friends are doing that after, so we'll have a lot of business.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Well, President Hart wants to commend somebody.
Well, thank you. I appreciate just a moment of everyone's time. Those of you who have not had a chance to sample the food that's behind us, I just want to take an opportunity to recognize and thank the incredible team in food service at the University of Arizona. Our executive chef, Michael Olmo, isn't able to be here, but our executive sous chef, Lawrence Sanchez, is here. Chef Sanchez, will you stand?
Did he make those?
They make everything. It's just sinful. How wonderful.
Awesome.
The food here is incredible. And this whole team has made some incredible changes to all throughout food services. And I want to compliment you and your team for the contribution that you make to the quality of life for students, faculty, and staff at the University of Arizona, and how very welcome you make us feel whenever you are part of the team that welcomes us. And you will get a chance to see some of their handiwork in our reception that follows the meeting this afternoon. But I just wanted to take an opportunity to thank you and ask you to pass on our deepest gratitude.
Thank you very much. It's funny, when I get home from these meetings, Nancy doesn't ask me about the policy or the discussions. What did you eat? What did they feed you? And I said, well, it was awesome. So my belt tells me that too. So, all right, let's go on to the consent agenda. Does anyone have any conflicts they want to declare on the consent agenda? All right, so Regent Leonard, would you move that we do something with the consent agenda?
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
All right. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Appears the ayes have it. All right. So we finished with that. No other items on that, is that correct? I think so. All right. Now, we have a little recognition that we'd like to take care of at this point. Regent Hannah is going to leave us. She has been with us for almost 2 years and has served most distinguishedly. She is a great representative of the U of A, and we don't hold that against her at all. We think that's a wonderful thing. She has, probably more so than any of our regents, been more involved with the students than I can remember. In fact, we had a little student protest out here not too long ago, and I asked her to come out there, and she jumped right in the middle of all that and took all the slings and arrows and did some wonderful things. And she's been a great example of what a student regent is, and more importantly, what a student is. And she's well versed on the issues. She knows the issues that we talk about. She has always asked very thoughtful and probing questions. She has been very humbly aggressive in her efforts to promote the universities, and for that we are most grateful. Let me just read to you a few things about this young lady. She was appointed as student regent by Governor Jan Brewer in July of 2013. She currently serves as the voting student regent and assistant treasurer of the board. She's a member of the Regents Executive Committee, Business and Finance Committee, Academic and Student Affairs Committee, and the Legislative Affairs Committee. She graduated this spring from U of A with a bachelor's degree in political science with a focus on public policy law, and she's been hired by the governor's office to work on the 8th floor, and she'll be assisting the governor in policy. She's been an active member of the student government, serving as an elected member of the Associated Students of the University of Arizona. Regent Hannah served as outreach chairwoman of the UA Freshman Class Council and as an Arizona ambassador for the university. During the summer of 2013, she completed an internship for the United States Senate in Washington, D.C. I didn't know that. That's awesome. Valerie has been a passionate member of the board, as I've stated, and she's done some wonderful work on behalf of the students. She has been a strong mentor to her fellow student regents, Regent Knoffel, who will take over as a voting student regent this year. You've had the opportunity to participate in some amazing opportunities during your tenure, such as participating in the selection of an NAU president, the reopening of the UA Old Main, negotiations on Banner Health, participating in graduation in our universities, and even a trip with the UA men's basketball team to the Elite Eight. You've no doubt been an envy of your friends. As you move on to your career, we look forward to your continued service to our state and your advocacy of higher education, and we hope you put the governor in a headlock. Oh, I didn't say that. I said that. I'm sorry. Regent Hannah, we thank you for your service to the board and to the state of Arizona, and we wish you the very best in the future, and we hope to carry you and your memories with us for a very, very long time. Would you please give Regent Hannah a hand? Now I'm going to turn the time over to Dr. Hart to say a few things, and then after that, President Chang, and then President Crow. Dr. Hart.
Well, I'm going to go without the mic because I don't want to drop this. Hannah has been a tremendous professional influence on the Board of Regents in her 2 years as a regent, but she has also increased the level of engagement of the students at all 3 of our universities. And with your openness, with your willingness to represent the student voice and to do so with grace and dignity and firmness has been most appreciated. So as a small memento of the University of Arizona, we would like to give you this piece of glass. This is mirror glass from the UA Near Lab. It is pre-melt to give you just a little bit of a memento, and we will pack it for you so that because it's dangerous. You don't want to drop it. But Valerie, we're going to miss you.
Thank you.
Valerie, on behalf of the students and faculty and staff of Northern Arizona, I'd like to thank you for your outreach, your your advocacy and the time that you have served on the board and your connections to the NAU campus. Representing students is a significant responsibility, and you've just done a remarkable job. I also want to thank you personally for your time on the Presidential Search Committee. I think you did a great job. I've got a personal connection to that. And I was really impressed with what Regent Killian talked about, how you stayed so active in your academic endeavors while you served on so many committees for the board. You are clearly a role model, and I thank you for the work that you've done, and I hope to stay connected, and it's good to know that you're going to be on the 8th floor.
Thank you.
Valerie, you are and have been for many years, both through your student government leadership as well as your role as a regent, involved in what I think has been the tremendous maturation of student leadership in the 3 universities within the system. We had the whole AASU program issues. We had unbelievable complexity. And you were always, and continue to always want to figure out how to solve it, how to make it work, how to bring about some kind of resolution. I know you had encounters with upset students and angry groups that were saying things sometimes that weren't even true, and you felt so passionate about your views and the fairness. It really revealed your true positive character. And so you have been, and you and I have had many conversations on different kinds of issues, and congratulations on your new job. So you represent to me one of the student leaders who has driven the maturation of the system to the point now where not only do the students sit at the table as a regent, which they've done for decades, but student government and the regents are closely working together. There's connection, there's voice, there's feedback, there's communication loops, there's all these things in place. And I don't know of any other system in the country where the students have that kind of constructive engagement, as opposed to at the University of California laying dead on the table or locking the regents into the room. And we had some kids lying dead at one of the ASU meetings a few years ago. It was all just kind of funny, and then just, just constructive and engaged, trying to make things happen. So thank you for your service. Now, we know that you may be coming to ASU. But as further enticement, because we are shameless. We have more. We know that when you were with us watching some ASU football games, you enjoyed yourself. Now, they weren't games with the U of A or NAU. They were games against other more distant opponents. And so we have some additional tickets in here for you to continue to participate, and the right kind of ASU gear that you'll need for your continued participation.
All right. Regent Myers would like to say a few things.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to add to your comments. I was chairman when Valerie started on the board, and I remember my very first meeting with her, and I thought, boy, what a vivacious young person here who just had so many opinions. And, we often think of the student regents as representing the voice of the students. Valerie did that in a tremendous way. But Valerie also represented the voice of Valerie. And she brought her own intellect, she brought her own ideas, she brought her thought process, and she was a full member of this board and helped this board be better. So I just wanted to let her know that she absolutely will always have my respect, and I know the friendship of all of us on this board. So thank you.
Years and years ago, when the subject came up of allowing students to be on the Board of Regents, I remember very distinctly the negativity of all that. And there was articles in the newspaper and editorials and speeches at the legislature, and, you know, this is going to be the end of the college system, and we're letting the students take over, and, you know, and it was coming out of the Vietnam era and the protests, and it's all going to be a bunch of commies running the place and all that kind of stuff. And what's interesting, since the student regents have been participating in the system the way they have, it's interesting how the relationship between the university administrations and the students have only improved. And it's interesting how the perspective of the students have helped the regents improve the quality of the universities. And so to all the naysayers, all you have to do is look at Valerie, and you can encapsulate the short-sightedness of their vision. And thank goodness people persevered and followed through to allow the students to be part of this organization. And thank goodness for Valerie. We've got a little present here for you. On behalf of all the board. You can't open it until tonight. The last thing we need to do is, when we're through with our meeting this afternoon, we want to get a picture with Valerie and all the regents, and so she can have that for her book of remembrance. So I'd like to do that. Ron, please.
I just want to say let you know one occurrence that happened to me as a new regent. One of the first regents I met, other than Rick Myers, who I had known previously, was Valerie. We showed up together for graduation at UA South. And I said, Valerie, this is my first graduation. I really am not sure what to expect. She said, don't worry, Regent Schubman, I'm making the speech. And it's true. She not only made her speech, but when it came time for me to say a few words, she did that as well. And I actually truly appreciate that. You have set the bar very high, and that's a good thing. It proves to us that you empower young people and you give them responsibility. The right young people will step forward, and you've done that, and I'm so delighted you'll be on the 8th floor. Working in legislative policy, we'll be talking. Congratulations. Thank you for what you've done.
All right, Valerie, you want to say a couple of things?
Well, I'm really overwhelmed. Thank you all for saying all those nice things. I did not expect that, so I appreciate it. And I'm excited about all my gifts. Cat's out of the bag. You might see me again at an Arizona university. I'll have to think about that. But, but yeah, I put together a few words just so I don't stumble around. So actually it was my freshman year at the U of A in this very ballroom that I was invited by a friend of mine who was a student body senator, and he invited a bunch of freshmen to an ABOR meeting and said, you guys should know about this. And I remember sitting in the very back of this room and watching most of you have, whatever topic there was that day. And I think I was just riveted the entire time. And I think it really hit me that you all were having conversations about our universities that directly impacted me as a student and directly impacted other students. So a year later, it was U of A's turn to choose a student regent. And I literally went into it with hey, I need interview practice, and I need to, hone my resume, and I would kick myself if I didn't do it, kind of a thing. And the fact that I am here and have had these 2 years to be at this board, I can't express how grateful this has been for me. And not only to be on the board, but I think just to have the opportunity to attend the U of A. I've just loved my 4 years here so much. So I think it became really apparent to me, especially, President Crow alluded to all the kind of craziness that was going on with students when I joined the board. It became apparent, this position is called student regent for a reason, and the only reason I'm here is because of the students. So it was really exciting with Caitlin to be able to, my first meeting out the gate, just call students together, and have those Wednesday night meetings. And those were just super fun. Like, definitely, hanging out with you guys is really fun too. But hanging out with the students was always really cool because they were, they're the eyes and ears on every single campus. And so, I realize as student regent, I'm in conversations that not every student can be in. I am in the discussions that we have about the future of our universities. I can call up President Crow and talk to him about an issue. I can, I can make my votes based on how I feel the students would want me to. And so that's why I wanted to be able to set up some sort of, just every ABOR meeting opportunity for students to hold me accountable, talk to me about their concerns. And that really has been my favorite part about serving in this position, is just that moment that I can have with a student where, why is this happen? Or why is there this policy? Or I've been trying to work with this, dean and blah, blah, blah. And the moment where I can say, hey, I can help with that, or hey, I know someone, or to be able to actually, and a lot of times it's not, those things don't come to the board level. They're just small concerns that students have where, our presidents, if they hear from me that I'm concerned about something, I've just been so impressed by all of your ability to already, pretty much know about the issue, usually before I bring it to you, but then, to solve it so quickly. So, yeah, other than just being able to represent students, there's only a few here today, but I think something that I do want to do, and I've talked to President Klein about this, is maybe get some of those students together this summer and kind of rethink where we're at as students. Do we like the Wednesday meeting? Do we need something more structured in place? So I think we're going to be having those conversations with all of our student body presidents pretty soon, and along with Jared and Mark, we're pretty excited about that. So I don't know what'll come from that, but I'm sure they will be telling you. And then finally, it's been awesome to be part of this board because I not only got an awesome degree from the U of A, but I feel like, I don't know, this is just, I've learned so much from all of you. You're literally the most brilliant people I know. And, between the presidents of our amazing universities, the regents, and all of your staff, not only brilliant, but also just so caring and so, I don't know, yeah, you just care so much for students, and you have these incredible careers that I admire. And so to be able to just soak in all of your knowledge and character and has just been such a joy for me. And then finally, it just strikes me that, I don't know, I was kind of looking up today, just the mission of ABOR, to provide access for residents of Arizona, promoting discovery, dissemination of knowledge, maximizing the benefits derived from state investment. The fact that, the people in this room wake up every single day just committed to that, dedicated to that, relentless in their pursuit of that, facing challenges head on, finding more and more and more passion, unlimited supplies of passion towards that goal. It makes me very grateful to have been a part of it for 2 years and just to witness it. And, I think this mission that you can't help after 2 years but to buy into, it's something that I'm so excited to just carry with me in every single thing that I do throughout my whole life. So with that, it's just been an honor to be on this board, and I hope I've served students well, and just want to thank all of you for giving me the opportunity to speak my mind when I want to, or just to be a friend at these board meetings, and it's been really, really awesome. So, and thanks for being so excited for what I have next. I really look forward to staying in touch with all of you, and so I guess that's all. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Valerie. Thank you very much. Stephanie Jacobson, would you come up here and take a seat by the microphone, please? Where is Stephanie? All
Looking
right.
stunned, turning ashen.
I'm going to turn the time over to Regent Leonard to make a few comments about Stephanie.
Welcome, Stephanie. Oh, this, if you remember the last time we were here at the U of A, we said goodbye to Peggy, and now we're saying goodbye to Stephanie, and I'm saying the comments, so I don't know how much more I can take. I feel, because I feel close to these individuals. So I have information here on Stephanie that I'd like to share in honor of her retirement. She'll be leaving the Board of Regents at the end of the month. Many of you may not have known, but she's worked in higher education in Arizona since 1988, and most of those years she was focused on transfer articulation. From 88 to 96, she worked at the College of Education at ASU, first as an outreach coordinator, then as an assistant director in the Office of Student Affairs. And that focused mainly on community colleges and preparing students to transfer into our teacher programs, teacher education programs. From 96 to 2002, she served as the Associate Director for the ASU Division of Undergraduate Student Services. That same year, the statewide Transfer Articulation Task Force issued a report in response to a legislative budget footnote to improve transfer and articulation, which created a new transfer model for Arizona. So Stephanie became the pinpoint person for ASU for academic advising transfer issues and served as 2 years as the co-chair of the task force. Concurrently, she was a member of the statewide work group that helped develop what became the Commercial Course Applicability System, a system of online tools for students who are planning to transfer from the community colleges into the university, and for academic advisors who were assisting those students. So she had a long time at ASU, which helped to set up some great programs there. But in 2002, she joined the staff of the Board of Regents as the Assistant Executive Director for Academic and Student Affairs. In this role, she served as the board's liaison on the statewide Community College University Academic Articulation Steering Committee. Long name. In 2004, she is promoted to the Associate Executive Director, which is now retitled the Associate Vice President. And she retains the liaison role with all of the state articulation groups. In 2006 to 2007, as chair of the APASC's Evaluation Committee, she coordinated the evaluation of Arizona's transfer articulation system, the first study done in Arizona conducted by the Hazel Associates from New York. In 2009, Arizona received one of the 7 state implementation grants from the Lumina Foundation. That was a huge thing at that time, still is. That grant was for education under the Making Opportunity Affordable initiative. Arizona's project is an accelerated statewide effort between the community colleges and universities to increase baccalaureate degrees through more affordable options. Stephanie served as the lead staff on that statewide planning team and now serves on the management team. For many years, she also coordinated within the ABOR office the adoption of a family in need during the holiday season, and that was through Jewish Family and Children's Services. That was our ABOR team that provided families with gifts to make their holidays more special. So she had was great at coordinating the staff in that effort. So these are the interesting things. I was reading this and I was thinking, wow, I didn't realize this.
about Stephanie. Her first job after earning a BA in Russian literature and language from the University of Oklahoma, which seems kind of far out there.
Russian with an accent.
Yeah. Yeah. So she was from a Sooner. She was a Sooner, and she was director of a residence hall at an all-women's college in Godfrey, Illinois. She was about 22 years old and shared that with some of the women that, get this, she was a prison warden at a girls' detention center before taking the job there. Seems that the girls attracted kind of a tough group of guys who they met, and so she figured if she told the girls this, that would put them in their place, and the fear in the young men and women would help her. Oh, that's so funny. So perhaps she thought that was, she was a tough prison warden. About 3 years later, okay, this is even more interesting, when she was the director of a very large residence hall for Boston University. She was 6 months pregnant with her first son, Aaron. She took a knife off a guy who was threatening some students in the dorm. That sounded amazing. So throughout her life, though, this wonderful woman has been active in her community and her faith. Stephanie chaired one of the most successful fundraising weekends for her synagogue. The congregation Ortizian for the Scholar in Residence program in 2014, when she brought Rabbi Bradley Arston, Dean of the Ziegler Rabbinical School at the American Jewish University in Scottsdale. Hope I said that right. Once retired, Stephanie's looking forward to spending about 2 months in Israel helping her daughter, Aviva, and her son-in-law by taking care of their youngest grandbaby, 18-month-old Elijah, while Aviva goes to school for 6 days a week at the conservative yeshiva in Jerusalem. And she is studying to become a rabbi, which is very impressive. Not Stephanie, but the daughter. Stephanie hasn't made any decisions about what she's going to do once returning from Israel, but she's talked about doing some volunteer work. Also envisions spending more time with her little baby granddaughter, Alma. And I'm trying to talk her into running for the state legislature because she has so much passion and so much experience. But Stephanie, you've, like I said yesterday in Academic and Student Affairs, you were professional, you were supportive, you helped provide guidance, not only to me as chairman, but previous regents before. And we couldn't have gotten as far as we had on so many issues without your great support. And we're going to miss you, but we all wish you well. And on behalf of the board, we'd like to present you.
Stephanie, don't run away yet. Come back here. You know, when I became a new regent, they told me I wasn't supposed to mess around with you, and now I know why. Knife-wielding, crazy. Now, you're tough. So, well, thanks for being so tough and all you've done for us. I mean, I'm always amazed at the quality of individuals that we have that work within our governmental agencies. You know, sometimes bureaucrats get this bad, rap. And to a person I've met over the years, I've always enjoyed their dedication to the work that they do and their willingness to help their state. And the fact that you have stayed in this arena for so long is a testament to your dedication to education and helping other people. And the only thing we ask is make sure you send us a lot of pictures from Israel. Now, where in Israel are you going to go? Where?
We'll be in Jerusalem.
In Jerusalem. That's absolutely awesome. Now, is this your only grandchild?
No, I have 3 others. One will be a freshman at ASU in the fall.
Awesome.
And I have one that's a high school junior, and then one that will be in the 2nd grade.
That is awesome. Well, the best part of life is being a grandparent.
Yes.
I mean, it's,
Yes.
all this other stuff's fluff. Grandkids are great. Dr. Hart wanted to say something.
Thank you, Stephanie. So much of what we do, the actual heart and core of what we do is academics. And your leadership in the ABOR office, working with our provosts and working with the Academic and Student Affairs Committee is the heart and soul of why we're in higher education. And I know that sometimes it doesn't fill the headlines the way all the other things we do fills headlines. But we want you to know that the University of Arizona notices all the hard work and all the tremendous contribution that your leadership has made to our ability to do our work. So we would like to give you just a small token of thanks, a leather portfolio of Old Main by a local artist, Diana Medeiros. And think of us as you hug that wonderful grandbaby in Jerusalem.
Dr. Crow.
Stephanie, almost 30 years ago, you were no longer de-knifing people when you came to ASU, but you have worked in multiple units at ASU and then left ASU and then continued your life of really I think exemplar servant leadership. This notion of just being committed to the success of the enterprise, regardless of the role. Helping students, working with students. Managing processes from the Regents, whatever it was all about the same outcome, which was student success. And so you and I have talked on many occasions and interacted on many different, both work-related and other subjects. And so it's been a pleasure working with you. And I was just in Jerusalem, and it's a beautiful place with fantastic energy and all kinds of great things happening there. And so it's tremendous that you're going to be able to be there. And so ASU will miss you, but we have your grandchild. And so we're back to shameless self-promotion again. So, and so we're very excited that your grandchild is with us, and we have a ASU artist has created something from the ASU Art Museum for you.
Thank you, Stephanie, for your dedication to Arizona students through both the role on the board and your time at ASU. When I think about the important link of the work that you've done to the key things that are so important to NAU, the community college relationship, the transfer, and the work that you've done recently with the reciprocity on online programs. You have increased quality of our offerings to students and cost savings along the way. And that maybe is the theme of your career, expanding access to high-quality education opportunities for students of Arizona and beyond. So it obviously is something that resonates with NAU, and in my short time here, I have come to really respect all of the work that you've done. We have a small token from NAU as well, a shameless pin that you can wear when traveling and travel here. Thank you.
Rick.
I just want to say quickly that I think it's especially amazing that you started your higher ed career while you were still in grade school. And in addition, back to Valerie's comments, if we ever do sound brilliant, which I hope we do sometimes as a body of regents, it's because of people like you that are there educating us and working with us and helping us to understand the complexity of the issues. And having worked with you for the last 5 years, I appreciate everything that you've done.
Thank you very much.
Thanks to all of you. This was an honor to work here and a privilege, and I'll miss everybody, and it was really a terrific experience, and I'm very grateful to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, our next victim is Sarah Bickle. Sarah, will you come up here, please? Come sit up here in the hot seat. Now, Sarah, come on. She's coming up here. Well, let me tell you about this lady. As the NAU Executive Vice President and Chief of Staff for President Chang, Sarah Bickle is the top advisor to the President at the university and has served for more than 20 years. She is a highly trusted member of NAU staff, and her long academic career has benefited NAU greatly. Sarah joined the NAU community as Associate Director of Educational Support Programs in 1994 and was promoted to Chief of Student Affairs Officer. In 2002, she helped create the Division of Enrollment Management and Student Affairs and served as an interim vice president during that transition. Throughout her academic career, students have remained the focus of her dedicated work. As you know, we have acronyms for just about everything, and one of those is SAPS, Senior Associates to the President. Sarah is one of these three amazing individuals at our universities. Sarah and her colleagues at ASU and U of A are an integral part of the institutions and their work with the board as well. They work tirelessly to make these board meetings seamless and first class so we can conduct our business efficiently. Sarah and her colleagues assist behind the scenes with questions and concerns from students, families, and the public that come from the board. They are the fixers of the system. They are consummate professionals and one of a kind. They know something about everything in the university, and as such, they are our go-to people when we need to navigate through the universities and all the communication and with all the proper individuals on all the different projects. Sarah has been an invaluable resource to our board and to NAU, and her service to our state. We are most grateful. Sarah, thank you for your service all these years.
Thank you very much. It's been my pleasure.
That's great. Thank you very much. All right. Michael. This is Michael's last meeting. Talk to us.
All right. Well, because most of the faculty officers from our three institutions weren't able to attend ABOR yesterday and today, I have less sort of collectively to report from the AFC. But a few things that were mentioned today and that I wanted to single out of areas of interest for faculty include our strong support for ABOR's continued engagement with the legislature around regulatory reform that will give ABOR and our universities greater autonomy and flexibility in how we do our business. We realize this work was understandably interrupted by the state of the economy, but strongly support continuing to actively work with the legislature on the areas of proposed reform. We also support reviewing and refreshing the ABOR enterprise plan and metrics, both to ensure these are meaningful, continue to support our mission and collective goals, and help us clearly show our progress, but also so that they are understood by and have strong support from our governor, which is critical. We appreciate the actions the board took related to DACA students and others who, despite not meeting our state requirements for in-state tuition, have a significant stake in the future of the state. This will positively impact the trajectory of many Arizona families, as Chair Killian has said in the past. Because this is the last ABOR meeting at which I'll be representing the AFC, I'd also like to take a few moments to personally thank the regents and presidents for allowing me a place at the table over this past year, and more importantly, for reserving a dedicated space at ABOR meetings for a faculty voice through the Arizona Faculty's Council report. Participation in shared governance at all levels is critical to the operation of our universities. And as a member of the faculty, I've seen it expand our faculty's knowledge of the breadth of important work being conducted by our colleagues across the university and state, and also our understanding of the complexity of leading and resourcing institutions like ours in a rapidly changing world. I've seen it reduce barriers between administration and faculty, between Tucson, Tempe, and Flagstaff, and between the academy and the community. As a person, I'm not at all hardwired to be cynical. I'm a pretty optimistic and positive person. But when I accepted responsibility for taking on the role of the AFC chair, I have to say I had pretty low expectations about what I would experience at these meetings, and I wondered how often I'd find myself at odds with what was being said. But I'm extraordinarily pleased to say that while attending these meetings, I've become so impressed with the dedication and passion of this board and each and every one of you on it for our students, our universities, and for higher education in the state of Arizona. And so personally and on behalf of the faculty at our 3 universities, I'd like to publicly thank you all for your service on our behalf and also apologize for my low expectations initially. I'd also like to encourage all of you to find ways, both programmatic and spontaneous, for ABOR to engage with faculty at our universities at all levels. The ABOR breakfasts, I think, have been very successful, and I'd love to find more ways to bring the Regents into meaningful contact with faculty in their own milieu. A 10-minute AFC report given 5 times a year is a good start, but I hope that it can become just the tip of the iceberg. And I'd like to commit to finding more ways that we can meaningfully engage. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, our next order of business is the report on the May 28th Regents Executive Committee meeting. The Regents Executive Committee agenda covers items 6 through 25. No, item 6 and items 25 through 31. Sorry, Nancy, I didn't mean to give you a heart attack. Okay, now we have item 30 has been pulled from the agenda. Items 25 through 27 were just approved on the consent agenda. The Regents Executive Committee reviewed these items at its meeting on May 28th and recommended that they be forwarded to the full board. Now, the Regents Executive Committee. The committee met on Thursday, May 28th. In addition to the action items that we will discuss next, we reviewed the following items that appear on the consent agenda. Repeal of the Board Policy 6212. This repeal eliminates the requirement that the University of Arizona College of Medicine faculty be members of the University Physicians Healthcare, which no longer exists with the Banner merger, and amendments to ABOR's flexible spending plan, which will now allow an employee to carry over $500 into the next plan year in their health savings account. We also discussed and reviewed the timelines for the university's annual executive compensation report. And so this concludes the report on the Regents Executive Committee. Any questions about that? All right, we will now move to the agenda number 28, item number 28. In agenda item 28, the board is asked to approve the multiple year employment contract for Robert Hurley as head men's basketball coach at ASU. President Crow, would you present this item?
We're very excited about Coach Hurley joining our program. We're following our policy, median level, mid-level salaries with high incentives for success, and we believe Coach Hurley will advance our program to the next level of attainment.
All right, any questions? I move that the board approve Arizona State University's request to enter into a multiple year employment contract for Robert Hurley as head men's basketball coach at ASU, as described in the executive summary. Is there a second? Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Appears the ayes have it, so ordered. In agenda item 29, the committee is asked to approve the extension of the multiple year employment contract for Charlie Turner Thone as ASU's head women's basketball coach. President Crow.
Coach Turner Thorne is one of the nation's leading women's basketball coaches. She's done fantastically well over a long period of time. This is a one-year extension of her contract. She provides the entire package: academics, athletics, high achievement, high success, and we're looking for her continued pursuit of a national championship.
Okay, any questions? I move that the board approve the terms authorized Arizona State University to extend the multiple-year employment contract for Charlie Turner Thorne as head women's basketball coach at ASU, as described in the executive summary. Is there a second? Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Appears the ayes have it, so ordered. In agenda item number 31, the board is asked to approve an extension to the multiple-year employment contract for Coach Rich Rodriguez as ASU's, no, I'm sorry about that, I didn't mean that. U of A's head football coach. I just gave our coach at ASU a heart attack. Any discussion on that? Any questions? Okay. I move that the board approve the terms set forth and authorize the University of Arizona to amend the multiple-year employment contract for Rich Rodriguez as head football coach at the University of Arizona, as described in this executive summary. Is there a second? Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Appears the ayes have it. This concludes the Regents Executive Committee agenda. Is that correct, Nancy? Did I get it all covered? I didn't miss anything? Okay, cool. All right, Regent Patterson already gave us his report. We'll now turn to Regent Leonard to talk about the Academic Student Affairs Committee meeting.
Okay, thank you. Yesterday's agenda is listed in all your materials. Everything but one of the action items was approved on the consent agenda. We included in part of our actions were moving forward the Regents professors for both Arizona State and University of Arizona, so we congratulate them on achieving that status. So as a follow-up to the April Academic and Student Affairs meeting, the committee had a discussion about a plan for a comprehensive review of the undergraduate admissions policy. The idea emerged from the proposal to add the option for a course in career and technical education to the competency requirement in fine arts. Mark Denke from the system office has been asked to coordinate a work group of the university administrators to begin meeting to evaluate and review current undergraduate admissions requirements and their effectiveness in the preparation and academic success of our students. And yesterday during the meeting, we had a very long discussion to help give them guidance on things we would be wanting to discuss and things for them to research as they worked in that group. In the agenda number 9, item number 9, the board is asked to approve a proposed new ABOR policy 4-202 non-resident undergraduate tuition rate for Arizona high school graduates. I'd like to invite Nancy Tribbinsey, our board counsel, to present this item.
Regent Leonard, members of the board, thank you. This is the item that you first looked at on May 4th to create a new non-resident rate for undergraduate students who are graduates of Arizona high schools. These students would need to have attended an Arizona high school in person, be physically present in the state, not just online, for 3 years, and be lawfully present in the state. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Regent Patterson.
Thank you. Nancy, can you tell us a little bit about how we determined the cost structure for this?
The 150%.
Right.
We began with the WUI rate. We have one other existing non-resident rate, and we looked at the cost of education and wanted to make sure that the cost of this rate would cover the cost of educating undergraduate students.
So there was some controversy over whether this number came out of thin air, but I think we can assure people that this number is the ultimate response from many, many hours of inquiry into various.
Correct. We worked
from the
with the chief financial officers at each university to provide the number.
Thank you.
When we had started this process, it included not only DACA students, but other students, and our action does not take away from the action that we previously approved to abide by the current law in regards to giving DACA students 100% tuition at in-state.
Correct. Regent Leonard and members of the board, thank you. This does not change the action that the board took, making DACA students eligible to qualify for in-state tuition if they meet the residency requirements. It is consistent with Arizona law. And I think when the board first looked at this policy, the media and much of the public focused on the implications for DACA students who at that time weren't eligible for in-state tuition, but there are other students who've left the state after graduating from Arizona high school, and we hope that this will encourage them to return at a not in-state rate if they're not eligible for in-state, but at a reduced out-of-state rate so that they can come back and contribute to Arizona.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? Okay, hearing none, this is an action item. So I move that the board approve the proposed new ABOR policy 4-202 non-resident undergraduate tuition rate for Arizona high school graduates as outlined in this executive summary. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second. Chair, you have a motion and a second.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Sure as the ayes have it, so ordered.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Nancy, for your work on this. I just wanted to mention, I know Regent Patterson had attributed the movement of, the work on the DACA students to me, but it came from other regions, and I feel like I kind of took the ball from Senator DeConcini, who was a great support, and he was so pleased with what happened with the law. And I hope you guys all got a chance to see this. It was by Benson in the Arizona Republic. It has all of our mascots, and it says "Go Dreamers," lifting the dreamers in the air. And I love this. I think it captured the spirit of what we did that day. And I want to, it's just a copy, but I thought I'd like to give this to Herman Cardenas because he did so much work on this. And so President Crow, if you all can just pass it on to him, I'd really appreciate that. But that was a historic day. So finally, I just want to touch base on a few things on the Academic and Student Affairs Committee. It's my last time to chair the committee. Yesterday it was my last time, but it marks 3 years of me being the chair. And I want to just go over some highlights because we did a tremendous amount of work. We used the enterprise plan as our framework for the work we did in the Academic and Student Affairs Committee. And again, we were supported by Mark and by Stephanie and JJ. They all were so great in helping provide support to this group. First of all, we revised our charter to have a special focus on student success and improved learning. So that was major for us. Again, we took a deep dive at the metrics. 26 of the 32 metrics that we have directly fall within the academic and student affairs realm. We had progress reports on these different metrics and really in-depth discussion on them. Some of our discussions included challenges with retention, the gaps in retention between Pell students and other students, academic quality, and issues within the pipeline. And it was really a good time to discuss these items in depth with the provost. The academic strategic plans that are presented by the universities they all go through the Academic and Student Affairs Committee. They've been streamlined and more clearly aligned with the enterprise plan. We took a look at financial aid in preparation for our annual financial aid report before it came to the board. And we, in 2012, which was a little further out there, the committee had formed a special task force under then Regent Duval. And some of the outcomes of the task force on financial aid included implementation of financial aid literacy programs, a pilot program that provided financial incentives to reward students in their performance and productivity, greater financial aid transparency, an MOU on merit-based financial aid between the major universities, and expanded collaborations between the three states. The three state universities where we had them share best practices to learn from one another, all to enhance the services to our students. And I hope that that discussion continues on. One of the real enjoyable aspects was our time spent with the athletic directors, where we got a better understanding of the NCAA rules that they operate under, financial aid for athletes, and the academic progress of our students. And it's really apparent that they want our students to succeed not only as athletes, but also as scholars. And we are fortunate to have some of the best ADs in the business, and I hope that conversation continues. What we did also was we implemented a little time to address critical issues, and these were things that were happening throughout the years that needed some attention and discussion. And some of them included online courses and programs. We got a better understanding of that developing part of our system. Teacher prep programs. We looked at liberal arts in the workforce, because there's this big notion that, you graduate with a liberal arts degree, you're not going to be able to find a job and such, but the research showed us something much different. We looked at best practices at retention for undergraduate students. We even talked about grit. Melissa Vito and her group helped put a little piece together about how important grit is in the success of our students. We also talked about resources and support to our veterans, which was very eye-opening. I don't believe in reinventing the wheel, so when I was chair, we made sure that we had each university share with us something innovative and new they were doing, so that they could share with everybody in hopes that it started interaction and ideas. Through that, NAU presented their first year learning initiative and outstanding program. U of A demonstrated their innovations in the STEM fields, the STEM teaching and learning, and ASU outlined their project on reforming education for teachers and students. We found that to be really informative and enjoyable. I truly believe that we needed to focus on our students, because the students are our customers. And if it weren't for them, we all wouldn't be here. So for the first time in the committees, since the committee has been around, we've had presentations from both the undergraduate and graduate students, and that evolved into the time now afforded to the student regent to provide a report on the agenda at every meeting. Other areas we looked at were student safety. We monitored the progress of the Getting Ahead Lumina grant. Again, the college, the pathways that students can take to get into our universities, and the role of summer school. So we did a tremendous amount of work. These are only just a few of the highlights that we came up with, but I want to thank not only the staff, but all of the regents for your input and being able to converse with our provost and such, and all of the support staff, and also our students, to make my tenure as chairman, to me, a success. And now that responsibility will go to Regent Patterson, and I'll be on the committee and until I'm off in the spring. But I think it's going to be it's a great path that we have forged. So I want to thank everybody. I especially want to make special thank you to Provost Hunicke and Provost Page for their work. Provost Page is here, if you could stand up. Thank you for your work. They're both outstanding professionals who will be leaving their service as provost to do other things and for various reasons, but we enjoyed our time with you and you were very valuable. And again, Stephanie, we're going to miss you, but you'll always be with us. So that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rick?
We're not saying goodbye because Luann is going to be reappointed and be here forever, but certainly she has another year here. But you know, Luann was the longest serving ever regent in academic affairs, and you have made a major difference over that time, and we appreciate it. And I just think back to Luann and I and Dr. Hart got to hang out on the first mesa together up in Hopi Land, and had a wonderful time. And we've talked about this often, and we haven't done it. But I really do think at some point we need to do something up in that area as a regential body, whether it's a retreat or some kind of committee meeting or something. But you know, we're in this habit of rotating between the three main campuses, and we are the governing body of higher education in this whole state. And I would encourage all of us to try, if you haven't gotten up there individually, to get up there and learn about the area and learn about the tribes that are there. And I would hope that we as a body can find the time in your last year as regent to have some official presence with something up there to show our commitment to the state.
If you came, I went on my way up on Tuesday. You'll never guess who was on the mesa. Bradley Cooper.
Really?
Yeah. So if he can make it out there.
Hanging out.
Yeah, just touring and hanging out. So everyone was so excited. So I would love to host you. And I'll always be there even after I'm gone.
Regent Patterson's asking, who's Bradley?
Oh, who's Bradley Cooper? The American.
You know who Bradley
Was it the American Sniper? He was in.
Yeah, I preferred him as the raccoon in the Galaxy movie. But still, that's
I like him in The Hangover. So.
Well, Luann, you've been awesome, and you have done great work, and we appreciate it very much. And yeah, we appreciate your willingness to keep pushing for the Dreamers. I know Senator DeConcini is very grateful for that. So, yes, ma'am.
Well, I just wanted to thank Regent Leonard especially for her service on academic affairs. It was really a pleasure to serve with you, and you just care so deeply about students, and that radiates out of you every single meeting. You also reminded me when you talked about Regent Patterson taking your place that I wanted to recognize Jared in the audience, and also Regent Knopfel, who will be, I presume one of them will be joining academic affairs, but they're both incredibly qualified to take my place. Mark, as you all know, is a great guy, and then also Jared is probably, I think he's out there behind the podium, probably one of the funniest people I know, so if he shows up to a meeting in Crocs, don't be surprised. I think he might set the record for the first regent to do that. He's really into Crocs. That's a fun fact to warm you up to Jared. So I just wanted to recognize both of them.
Thank you very much.
You know, just an observation, but I get sort of frustrated with people that are critical of the regents from time to time, and I'm amazed at even though we may have different political backgrounds, the one unifying force has always been the love of the institutions and the love of the students, and the willingness to try and help those students. And I think it's a tribute to the good people that serve on this board. And when you look at what's been done this year, particularly as we deal with the Dreamers and our Arizona residents that are coming back, and as Dr. Crow said in one of our meetings, it could be one of the greatest marketing tools we've ever done. consistently, this board has always tried to figure out how to break the barriers down, to make it easier for people to get an education. And I think that's what it's all about. And with all the monumental challenges facing Arizona, I'm hopeful that this spirit will continue on and we'll continue to break those barriers down, because I don't want people to say, and I'm sure we all feel this way, that the universities are in any shape or form a barrier to people being able to advance their opportunities in life. That we are a stepping stone or an open doorway or a pathway to improving their lot in life. And I think everything that this group has done has been consistent with that. And obviously, Luann, you've been right there in the middle of it all. So we appreciate it very, very much. We are now going to take a 10-minute break. And then when we come back, Chad Sampson is going to present a report to us. So let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back. Thank you. going to bring this meeting back to order, but the first item of business is to take a picture. So we need to get the regents, if you would, over here so we can take a picture of Valerie and all the regents. So if you all come line up here by the screen and with our three presidents and with President Klein, and then we'll start with our other presentation. So.
Try to do 2 rows, starting at the chair line. Taller in the back.
All in the back.
All in the back, short in the front. All in the back. I got my heels on today.
All right, all
Let's
of
mix
us.
that right in the middle. Let's keep the red in the middle. Let's keep the red in the middle. There you go. Come up here, sir. Forward, 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 forward. Gentlemen, there you go. Valerie. Valerie. A little bit, a little bit. Keep coming, keep coming, keep coming. Just a little bit. Stay right there. Come on in. There you go. And you look good. Then let's bring you over here. Keep our ladies in the middle. All right. And in there. Actually, I'm going to bring you back right over here. And I'm going to have you. And then you're going to be right just like that. Scoot a little bit towards him.
We're missing the person here for the picture.
We're missing one person?
Yes. The person. The person.
Where's Valerie?
Where's Valerie? You
I think she's
Oh,
and Michael. More?
So do you have a fan?
Do you have a fan? That's why I was putting it. Looks like Kenny Lou. Thank you. That's symmetry. Yeah, now she's got to redo us again. So we're waiting on one more? Yeah. And she's kind of tall. Okay, so she's going to go in the back. No, you stay there. You stay right there. She should be in front.
She needs to be in the front.
She's tall.
She is perfect.
Let's have you guys go this way just a tiny bit, okay, to leave a little bit of room, because you guys are all like the same height. Yeah, it's really pretty cool. There you go. On the tippy toes. There she is.
Valerie.
Here's our girl. Okay, so right about there. Okay. Breaking heels. Okay, so there you go. Turn in just a little bit this way, and then take a half a step this way a little bit. There you go, and you just take a little bit step. You guys all go this way, Jack. Okay. Perfect. Beautiful. All right. Let's see. Work it. Yes. Where's that fan? Okay. Here we go, you guys. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. Look at that great group. Oh my goodness, it's gorgeous. And again. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. Beautiful smiles. Everyone's having fun, right? This is fun stuff. Ready? 1, 2, and beautiful. Love taking pictures. Ready? 1, 2, 3. This is the lights. Let me double check everything. We won't get better.
I call this blue steel.
I want to see blue steel. Blue steel, little leg. There you go. That's right. Come on, you guys. We all know you got it. Ready? 1, 2, 3, and flaunting it. Oh yeah, hands up. Ready? 1 and 2. I love the smiles. Keep them coming. We're gonna do one more for good luck. Ready? 1, 2, and. You guys did a great job. So the more they don't get any better. Go for it.
That's me.
Don't get it. Okay. Here he is. Here he is.
She's not listening. That's
Here he is.
Wait, we're taking this one?
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Stan Barton sent me a picture of you and me, and I said, "Where'd you get that?" He said, "Oh, just on the net." And I thought, how many times we're all together and somebody posts it. Yeah, it was like, okay. Work it.
Yes, we have.
All right, now, Chad, you better get going before we totally lose the whole thing here. So.
It's outstanding to be with you today to talk about the research enterprise. As President Klein mentioned this morning, this is a format that is going away. However, this is an opportunity to have a deep dive with all of the outstanding talent that, some of the outstanding talent that comprises the three university research enterprise. With me today are the vice presidents for research for each of our institutions in the system. And at the outset, I'd like to just give the Regents a little bit of a run of show of how this is going to progress. We have an opportunity now to talk with the Vice Presidents for Research. I'm going to say a few brief words to kind of set some context. Then each of the Vice Presidents for Research will address the board and have a discussion with the board. Then we will dismiss the Vice Presidents for Research, and we will have the leaders of each university's technology transfer operations come forward, along with Nick Stanberry from our office, to address the board and talk about technology transfer and how we are progressing in that area. Finally, as part of the annual research review, we have the Student Research Showcase. It is still part of the presentation, and it is set up just on the other side of this wall are undergraduate and graduate students who have a poster session set up showing the various research that they are doing and some of the life-changing work and some of the societal changing research that is going on. So with that, from all of the universities. Yep. Yes, so it should be great. We're very excited about that. It's an opportunity for Regents and others to really get in there and see, and it's kind of a tactile experience, see some of the research that's going on. Again, from all of the universities. So, with that, time is far spent, so I am going to cut my presentation a little bit short. That being the case, if you'll permit me to discuss the metrics in general just for a moment. I ran across this accountability triangle for public universities about 2 weeks ago, and I wanted to present it to the Regents because it does a great job of simply illustrating what the different areas or different elements to which the universities, presidents, and the Regents are accountable to. We're accountable to the state that bore the institutions. We're accountable to the institutions themselves, that is the faculty, the students, the alumni, and we're accountable to market forces. Because if you're not being successful, the market will punish you. So with that, the reason I thought it was important to talk about that is because boards in general, not just this board, but all boards, are reactionary in nature. They react to certain elements, to certain ideas that are going on or certain actions taken. And the reason that I find the metrics so important for this board is it allows the board to be less reactionary in this accountability triangle. It allows the board to be focused and strategic. So there will always be major mergers. There will always be the next big thing, the next big crisis this board will have to focus on and will demand the board's attention. The purpose of the metrics is to make sure that the enterprise continues to move forward day after day, and it's got its goals and its vision set forward. So with that, we wanted to talk about the metrics, and we're going to get into the numbers and get into how we've progressed over the last year. But before we do that, we did want to take a moment and celebrate some of the tremendous success we've had. So we'd like to show the Regents a quick 3-minute video that was put together for President Klein's presentation to the Flynn Foundation. It's focused on research and on technology transfer, and we thought the Regents should have an opportunity to view it. That was very good. It was put together by the ABOR PR office, and we thought it was important to show this to the Regents because as we get into the numbers and we get into the goals, we wanted to lay that as a foundation to remember these are real researchers making a real difference, moving our institution forward. With that, I'm going to cut my presentation fairly short and get to the meat of the issue here, which is currently we are off our 2020 ABOR goal, and we're off it by a significant margin. We're off it by $167 million. Now, that has to be put in context of where the universities sit compared to their peers, and it has to be put in context with regard to where they are as they progress year over year, and it has to be put in the historical context of where we are now nationally with regard to research funding. So as we move forward with this, I wanted to point out just one thing. If you look here, this explains a lot of the context as to where we are competitively nationally. This is research expenditures as a percentile nationally R&D research expenditures. So what this shows is it shows the trend of the federal government's funding of research over the last 10 years. And what you'll notice, I want to point out two things, where we were headed in 2009 and where we're headed today. And the bubble there is the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act. And that dovetails with the research expenditures for the three universities and our peers. This is telling because as we talk about with each of these three universities where they're going and how they're going to be competitive in the beginning, we must know the Recovery and Reinvestment Act is going away, and that's having an effect on our ability to get federal research dollars. And I put this chart in here for a reason. Federal research is not the only game in town, but it is a large driver of what we do. So for example, I'll just show you in 2013, there are $37 billion, almost $38 billion in federal research grants given. At the same time, ARA is going down, and I'll come back to that in a minute, but this is what I really wanted to show you is we often talk about pivoting to go after business funding for research and philanthropy for research. Well, business funding and philanthropy, they average about $7.5 billion a year. So roughly the research money available from the federal government is 5 times that of what business and philanthropy is available now for going after grant dollars. That means it's not the only game in town, and each of our institutions are pivoting to go after more business, more philanthropy, but is a large driver of where we are. So, given that we are off our research goals, and given that we are now 3.1% below where we were last year in constant dollars in federal research funding, this board has to have a serious conversation with the universities about what their research goals will be going into 2020. And it will be different for each university. Some universities will say, we are going to double what we are now. Others may say, we like the trajectory we're on. Others may say, look, from where we're at, we need to reevaluate and move forward from there. And that, however, is what I'm hoping the board starts that conversation today and continues on in September when we bring forward the revised metrics. So with that, I will cut the rest of my presentation. It was very good. You really missed out. But I really appreciate all of you listening, and we will turn it over to Dr. Kimberly Espy to start off, the Vice President for Research, and I will give her this.
Thank you, Chad. And good afternoon, Chair Killian and Regents. I am Kimberly Espy. I'm the Senior Vice President at the University of Arizona, and it's my pleasure to be here to share with you our research report. It's rather fitting as I actually complete my very first year here at the U of A. So I thought I would start by talking, let's see, how about advancing? Let's try that way. Okay, I have a PhD. You think I could forward the slides? Oh, good. Well, it's not my fault then. That sounds great.
Well, let me talk a little bit as the slide advances about why do we do research. At University of Arizona, what that's about is driving innovation according to our Never Settle plan. It's U of A faculty, staff, and students making discoveries that address our grand challenges. How do we feed 10 billion people? How do we power our future? And how do we lead long and productive and healthy lives? At Arizona Research, we are really focusing on three things: on delivering new resources to Arizona. We bring in hundreds of millions of dollars each year in contracts and grants, which lead to high-paying jobs. If you look at the last year, Arizona Research contributed over 9,000 jobs. That's about half the size of the Davis-Monthan Air Force Base. In addition to direct employment in the research enterprise, the University of Arizona provides industry with technologies that help them stay ahead of where their business is going and creates new spin-outs that you'll hear more about later on in the latter presentation. And finally, we're about public impact. We're about new vaccines. We're about creating precious art, technologies that advance agriculture, and optical communications that occur in the size of a hair. So you've seen the research report. You want to advance, please? Thank you. You've seen the research report, so I won't bother to go over the numbers. But here's just a few highlights. Last year, $588 million. That's about $376,000 per faculty member. So we believe that the single best investment in terms of increasing our research expenditures is to hire more faculty. Please advance. We have outstanding research programs and people who train our students every day, including, for example, Professor Harry Barrett, who was just voted into the prestigious National Academy of Engineering. Okay, go ahead. So in his introduction, Chad mentioned the enterprise progress on our ABOR goal. The pace at which we achieve our ABOR goal is dependent upon two main factors that we discussed during our recent Never Settle presentation in February. First, the external factors, the context that Chad mentioned earlier. With the economy crashing in 2009 and subsequent concerns about the growing federal deficit and its rippling impacts, the available dollars for R&D activities in the federal agencies has indeed shrunk every single year since FY10 in real dollar terms. Second, at the state level, the legislature did not authorize the requested recurring investments in faculty to realize our Never Settle goals. And you heard yesterday our plans at the University of Arizona to adjust to our FY16 budget cuts. In February, I shared with you the various scenarios of research growth that we could anticipate under different models of using our own resources, about delayed state investments, and what that may look at over time. Fundamentally, to grow, we need to accelerate our share of a shrinking pie and to seek new sources of revenues to support our research. Secondly, it's internal factors. It's our faculty ideas, the creativity and ingenuity that brings research dollars to the university. U of A has incredible faculty, just far fewer of them compared to our ABOR peers. Our U of A strategies going forward, within our available means, are designed to increase our faculty base and to increase this record of output success even more. Our faculty are some of the most talented across the globe, and I'm confident that we can succeed in turning their creative ideas into reality. U of A is committed to working our Never Settle plan, and that means using our generated resources towards these goals. So we have three fundamental strategies. Three fundamental strategies. First, we're focusing and promoting our core strengths. These were identified in our Never Settle plan. For example, we've just gotten through implementing a cluster hire process where we're bringing 20 new faculty in these specific areas to our campus. They'll be joining us, we anticipate, in the fall of 2016, and we have every reason to believe they'll hit the ground running. We're building new hubs for discovery and application. I told you about the initiation of our Defense and Security Institute in February, and we're creating many new centers and institutes: population health, precision medicine, border health, and neuroscience. All these new centers are activities and hubs that will drive success in these specific areas that we identified in the Never Settle plan. Our second strategy is to collaborate boundlessly. U of A has aggressively pursued research partnerships with industry and non-federal partners to grow the sources of available funds for research to increase the pie. We have initiated reorganization of our industry-focused programs, including Tech Launch Arizona, which you know about and you'll hear a little bit more about later. We're reorganizing and reallocating our investments towards research business development. As you see here, our industry-funded projects are up 27% and a 7% increase in dollar value, so we believe this strategy will be successful. Industry does offer new opportunities for partnership and revenue, but it will not replace the importance of federal dollars. the industry is attracted to working with the best universities with the largest federal portfolios because it both is a quality marker and it allows them to leverage their dollars to take advantage of those federal dollars that are there. Our third strategy is to improve our infrastructure to speed knowledge application and discovery. We're focusing on increasing the record of output success through enhanced research development support to pursue and win more interdisciplinary awards on top of our record of success in individual projects. Already, this is yielding success. We have 40 new applications that total $140 million in new proposal funding. We're also working on our core facilities that house the large-scale equipment that are shared by multiple investigators to allow industry in our community to use them to their advantage, both to enhance their business success and also to be a portal of connection with the university. So I wanted to share with you a couple of nice stories of looking forward to FY 2015. We're excited, for example, about a new grant to our University of Arizona Arthritis Center at our College of Medicine, Tucson. And what they're doing is they're working to identify treatments to slow the progression of osteoarthritis. Osteoarthritis is the most common cause of disability, and it leads to breaking down of cartilage in your joints and soft bone and tissue underneath. Currently, there's no cure that exists. There's no drugs that can treat it. And so what this team is doing is they're using new imaging techniques to understand biomarkers to the disease before you get to pain that hopefully will lead to progression for treatments in the future. U of A's team of astronomers in planetary science and other specialists have been selected by NASA to join the systematic search for Earth-like planets called the Nexus for Exoplanet System Science. The goal is to coordinate exoplanet searches, finding habitable planets, and identifying signatures of extraterrestrial life. The U of A's team will focus on identifying the optimum conditions for outer space life and planets around nearby stars that are capable of housing it. In conclusion, the U of A, whether it's finding life on other planets or working to improve our life on this planet, we're focused on advancing research to the benefit of Arizona and beyond.
Regent Myers had a question.
And just very quickly, and Dr. Espy, I appreciate that very much. You know, as we were talking this morning about how to better articulate the situation we're in and the pain that exists because of it, you know, when I was looking at your curve and it talks about here's kind of where the Never Settle plan wants to be. Here's where we are with delayed funding. Here's where we are with no new funding. Right. You know, it's one thing to measure against a metric, which was a fairly bodacious goal to begin with, but it's another to measure against your competition. And I was just going to suggest that, you know, as we look out ahead, you know, I hope as we work with the legislature, we can get them to think about our competitive position in the country and in the world. And U of A has been a prestigious top 20 research university, and my guess is when we get in those outer years, it may not be a top 20 research university any longer, and we can't allow that to happen if Arizona is going to be well. And I'm just suggesting a reference to what's happening with other people versus what's happening with us might be a good way to help really make that point. It's not just that we're off our plan, it's that we're becoming less competitive with our peers.
Sure. And obviously, Regent Myers, there are many states who have come out of the recession earlier. Many states are starting to return to invest in their higher education system, which includes investing in the number of faculty. That hasn't happened yet at the University of Arizona, but certainly that is the engine that drives research and drives our capability in the future. So I hope we're able to achieve some of those curves because it is quite important. The literature has shown over and over again that the tight coupling between research expenditures and economic growth is like this. And I hope we'll get there at Arizona because it is quite important for our future success as a state.
You know, just sitting here thinking, Senator McCain isn't he the chairman of the Armed Services Committee?
Yes, indeed.
Is John helpful to us in getting research dollars and for defense type things that we want to do here at this university and our other universities?
So I would say the context of being helpful in research dollars is quite complicated. Obviously, you would have to ask Senator McCain precisely his feeling about this. Certainly at this point with sequester, I think Senator McCain has been very helpful in thinking about how to approach the overall budget challenges and thinking about a broader solution rather than just a one-off. But at the same time, we face fundamental challenges, and we do need both our state legislators as well as our federal representatives to be advocates for research.
Well, going back to the whole issue that most of this research comes from the federal government, and just thinking about the amount of dollars it pours into our state, it sounds to me like we need to spend some more time, and maybe you do, with our federal delegation.
And actually, we were just in D.C. with our community members and President Hart, and met individually with Senator McCain. And he certainly is one that is an advocate and a champion for innovation and the nature of research of driving that.
How about Senator Flake?
Yes, we've met with Senator Flake. Senator Flake was on our campus, for example, this spring, and we had a water summit that he was very involved in, and I think has been a champion for innovative solutions for our future. And President Hart may want to add something to that.
I think it's important that the full congressional delegation understand the direct relationship of the well-being of the state of Arizona to competitive funding for research and development. But most of those funds come through competition, and there have to be dollars to start with in order to compete. What the congressional delegation doesn't designate dollars to any particular institution or project, since earmarking ceased to be a common practice in the U.S. And Arizona's never been particularly, well, not even particularly, Arizona has never been engaged actively in earmarking at any level. So the general policy support of the delegation is huge in order to put us in a position to compete effectively for those competitive grants. And Senior Vice President Espy mentioned the role that Senator Flake will play in helping to eliminate sequestration as a knee-jerk across-the-board limit to spending. That will be very, very helpful. He committed to all of us when we met with him, as did other members of our congressional delegation, to help us work toward the elimination of sequestration, not just in defense spending, but in spending overall, so that Congress will make spending decisions that they then own instead of simple across-the-board solutions.
Any other questions? All right, let's go on.
Chair Killian, members of the Board of Regents, I'll be presenting NEU's annual research report. When Chad and I talked about this, he asked me to make sure that I address the research metrics for 2014, but also explain how we plan to go to 2020 and achieve our 2020 goals, so I'll be focusing primarily on that. As far as challenges, we all have challenges. The federal funding is obvious. We all need more tenure-track research productive faculty. We are in a rural environment in northern Arizona, so we also have some limitations with tech transfer, being a small rural city. We have the concern about a stable budget environment for the state, and I think if we don't have a budget cut next year, that'll be very good. And as far as research lab space, it would be very good if we pursued the research infrastructure bill year in, year out until we get more facilities. I would like to make a point about the slide. The person on the right is one of yours. That's a Regents professor named Darrell Kaufman, up in a lake in Alaska, pretty far away from just about everything, drilling lake bed cores. So that's a Regents professor. Okay. Do I go this way?
Let him do it.
Oh, you'll do it?
Yeah, it works better.
Okay. So just briefly, these are our research goals in general. You know, sometimes we look at numbers from the ABOR metrics, and I don't know that we've ever actually said these are our general research goals. Of course, we create new knowledge, promote economic growth, train students, develop the northern end of Arizona's biosciences biomedical corridor. We work on issues that are important for Native American populations, and we work on the ABOR research metrics. We actually also have another goal. We are a high research university. We're not a very high research university. So when the Carnegie classification ends and we're going to get the Lumina Foundation creating some kind of parallel system, it is very important for us that we don't slide down in some kind of classification system. So actually, that is one reason why these ABOR metrics are very important for us, because they are helping us stay on track so that we do maintain our status and our capabilities. We don't have any ambitions to be a high research university, but we do want to be seen as being very good at what we do, including develop research capabilities and supporting the economy in the state. Let's see if I can do this. Okay. So here are our research metrics. The first and most important is research activity. We are at 31.6 million for FY14. The goal was 35 million. For 2020, it's 43.6 million. Actually, in the last 2 years, with the strategies we've been adopting, we really do believe we will get to 43.6 million. And you'll see when I mention a few of the strategies. For patents, we have 4 patents issues. The goal was 2. The goal in 2020 is 3. You might wonder how this works. I think it's pretty clear that the technology transfer metrics back in 2008 were meant to be kind of an up and down holding pattern until we hit some kind of consistent growth cycle. I would say we're not there yet, but that we are taking steps that we believe by 2020 we will hit a growth cycle, and it might make sense at that point when we get to 2025 to actually have a straight line growth pattern. But right now, we believe that what the metrics do is say keep trying, and we are trying, and we are having some successes. Invention disclosures is one area we want to keep as a continuing metric for us under research. We had 24 disclosures in 2014, 21 was a goal, 30 is for 2020. I think we'll easily go beyond 30, so maybe that'll bump up, but that will be an easy one for us. If I make this work, yes. IP income, again, we're at 32,000. It's not the big numbers, but we're not the big schools, but we're building. The goal was 21,000. The goal for 2020 is 30,000, so we're 2,000 above it, so we can go home. Actually, no. This, again, is an up and down holding pattern. The same is true for startup companies. We had 1 startup. The goal was 2. The goal in 2020 is 1 startup. So clearly, we will hit at some point a consistent growth cycle. Doctorates, this is a more interesting category for us. We're at 26 PhDs conferred, 24 is the goal. For 2020, the goal is 40. We are taking strategic steps to address this. We're starting new PhD programs. But of course, you have to start the programs, and you have to put students in it, then they graduate 4 to 5 to 6 years later. So the new programs actually won't help our goal for 40 PhDs conferred. We are taking some steps to support fellowship stipends, and we will have a much more aggressive recruiting starting this year. And this is a very good stretch goal for us. So we will try and achieve this one. So some of the strategies. There's about 6 or 7 strategies, and I'll note them, but here's 3 right here. So we are, since last year, working on recruitment. In the March review, the deep dive, we mentioned that we had started to recruit some faculty, gone out and gone beyond what we normally do, and it's being successful. And these are the areas that we are building strategic strengths in. We're starting new PhD programs, we're starting new research centers, but in fact, we also are working for new research-intensive programs. We're starting new research centers, and I had mentioned a few of them in March. And I think we're working on new postdocs. We are increasing our awards and our proposals. And I think the combination of strategies and the more aggressive efforts we are taking to pursue these strategies will lead to a cycle of growth. That is the plan. So here you see really simple diagram, and these are the 6 areas that we are actually working hard to build, and every single strategy touches another strategy. And that makes it an easy diagram, but also it points out the idea of synergy. We want these strategies to build on each other so that we get into a more aggressive growth cycle. And I think we can do that. In fact, that's our plan. I'll say that the research metrics are really important for us at NAU. And in fact, I think it was almost 3 years ago that Regent Myers said, should you have different metrics? I don't know if you remember that. That was, I don't know, a November meeting in 2012. And I said, no, in my naive thinking, because, we want to be at the table. This is straight talk. And I think that was right. We do want to have these metrics. It is really focusing our thinking, and now coming on with a new president, we are being more assertive about pursuing strategic goals like this, and I think it really is changing the culture of the faculty and the university. So these are really important goals for us. And if some of them are a stretch, it really is fine. We don't want every goal to be easy, and we may not achieve every goal, but we believe we can actually move to achieving these goals. And I'm just talking rather than looking at notes. So here's one of our strategies. And, we are hiring regular faculty under regular conditions. But these are 3 faculty that we went out, created big packages that we typically haven't done before, and we brought them in. They all bring external funding with them. A number of them bring significant national reputations with them. In 2015, just now, we brought 3 more. I think the key is that they're bringing external funding. They're well known, they're well established in their field, and they're all coming from outside of the state of Arizona. So we are bringing this into the state, which is actually a specific goal of ours. So I think that if you have a discussion about changing the metrics, we really don't want you to change our metrics. They are working for us. They're focusing our thinking. They're changing our culture. They are helping us as we move to get out of a up and down situation for the tech transfer goals, and we will hit this positive growth cycle. We just have to have enough stability, enough critical mass, and we're working on it. I think in the last 2 years it's clear that we are being more focused and more aggressive in pursuing this. And I think that's really critical for how we contribute to the research goals and how we contribute to the economy of the state. So that's it.
Any questions? Yes, Dr. Crow.
I didn't have a question. I just need to say something about Ponch before you
Okay, go ahead.
If the questions, I didn't mean to interrupt.
All right, Dr. Crow.
I just wanted to alert Regents to Professor Panchanathan's change in a couple of his roles that he's been doing on the national level since the last time he presented before this group. Ponch was appointed by the President of the United States to be a member of the National Science Board, which is the governing board of the National Science Foundation, which is a tremendous role. And also, he's also now an appointed member of the National Advisory Council on Innovation and Entrepreneurship, appointed by the Secretary of Commerce. In the first role in particular, I thought it's worth noting that Ponch is the first person given all of the contributions of immigrants to the United States from South Asia, India in particular, to the scientific and technological achievements of this country, which are dramatic. He's the first person of South Asian descent appointed to the National Science Board in the United States. And it was such a big story in India that his parents' home was visited by the national television stations. And it was a national news item in the billion-person country also known as India. And so, Professor Panchanathan.
Thank you, President Crow. When you have a leader like President Crow, you get inspired every day, and I say it with all genuineness and from my heart. So, Regent Chair Killian, Board of Regents, it's indeed a pleasure and a delight to be able to share the story of ASU over the last year, specifically since I met you the last time. I'm focusing on, since the last time I made a presentation to you, and the projects that I talked to you about that ASU is embarking upon and what we achieved and what we have achieved since then. So we are very bullish about the future. We are very optimistic about the future, and you will see why I say that, because of what we have been achieving in the last few years. So I'm going to start off with this slide, which sort of demonstrates our trajectory of how we are doing relative to our goals. So we set forth these goals, as you know, aspirational goals, very challenging goals, where we were as a collection of faculty at ASU, and we have been exceeding our goals consistently over the last 10 years. And specifically, I would draw your attention to the cumulative increases that we have achieved in terms of our goals to what we have done. So to date, we have achieved $50 million of additional resources than what we had set forth as our goals over the years, ABOR goals over the years. I just want to draw attention to that. We are one of the fastest growing research universities in the nation. And this is, notwithstanding all the things that we talked about earlier relative to what might be the challenges. And we have taken the approach of looking at challenges as opportunities. And you will see how we are doing that. And I will share a few stories with you on that, with your permission. Let me give you, since the last time I met, I want to give you a scorecard. How are we doing relative to large project acquisition? Just in the last 4 to 6 months, these are some sprinkling of projects, and we have lots more, but my people told me who made the slides, if I made it any more dense than that, then you will not be able to read it. So I respected their wishes, and so I'm sharing a few of them with you. So we won a $48 million project from the NASA in the Mars 2020 mission project. This is something that our faculty members in the School of Earth and Space Exploration have consistently been in the vanguard of every mission that you can think about. We have a role to play at ASU, and we should be very, very proud of that. And just last week, we won another $35 million project from NASA to be able to go to the Europa and build the instruments for the mission that goes to Europa. And Phil Christensen has been a consistent performer and been able to achieve tremendous success at ASU at the School of Earth and Space Exploration. The $48 million project, by the way, was a faculty member that we attracted 3 years ago from Cornell University named Jim Bell. Jim Bell is a new space scientist. I use the word new space to mean that we are not just caught up in only looking at what might NASA have as missions and what we can participate. We take that challenge and we work and we see that our projects are located in all of the missions, okay? And we are very highly competitive. But we are also looking at new space opportunities because space is now becoming much more privatized. If you look at Elon Musk and people as such, Planetary Resources, if you look at what's going on in Bigelow Aerospace, all of them are now privatizing space. And that is the future. And we are already anticipating what might we do in terms of being competitive, restructuring our thinking in terms of how we might be competitive in this privatized future of space research. So just to give you a sense of that. And in the middle, I want to tell you a short story. 5 years ago, the National Science Foundation Engineering Research Center program, which is a prestigious program that has been in vogue for over 20-25 years. ASU tried many different ideas every year, every 2 years, whenever the call was out. We tried, we failed. We tried, we failed. We tried, we failed. And in the last 5 years, we said we are going to put a focus on this. Why can't we achieve? Why do we have to revert to saying that it is it is in the domain of a Stanford or a Harvard or a University of Washington or a Purdue or a UCLA to achieve that? Why not ASU? We have fantastic faculty members. We have great ideas. We have a tremendous context in Arizona. Shouldn't we be leading with those ideas and winning those projects? I'm very happy to say that 5 years ago, when we submitted pre-proposals to the National Science Foundation for the Engineering Research Center, all 3 of them got selected to the full proposals. 2 of them went to the very final stages, and they couldn't award more than 1 to a same university. So we won 1 of them, which is the project that is now continuing. We just got a renewal for the next 5 years. I'm happy to report that also. These are $20 million projects with about 40 to 50 industry partners also contributing in intellectual terms as well as resources. This year, we competed again last year, and we sent 3 pre-proposals, and we also partnered in 1 with Rice and Yale. And we were invited to the full proposals on 2 of them as well as the partnered proposal. I cannot talk about this right now, but we are very close to winning the second ERC, which is the ERC on biomediated and bio-inspired geotechnics. We are also in the very final stages of the partner proposal with Yale and Rice, and very close to winning that. When we win it, not if, when we win it, we will be the only institution in the nation with 2 active ERCs and partnering in 3 other ERCs. Just to put it out there. And this is only, and I want to make this very clear, only because of the fantastic ideas of our faculty members. And I want to take a moment in front of this board to thank our faculty members, faculty leaders, and center directors who do an outstanding job every day. We are very, very grateful for their work. We are also in the final proposal for a Science and Technology Center, which is going to be sent next week. We also, in December, won a USAID $18 million project in Pakistan, where we are trying to change up the dynamic of how we can promote more economic opportunity and therefore promote more national security. And this project will have renewable energy for Pakistan, where we will be able to provide the training, the research partnerships, more importantly, bring their faculty and students here to see how we can make that a better place than it is today. So we are taking our mission of what President Crow has set forth as one of the design aspirations of ASU, which is global engagement and making a huge impact globally, in addition to Arizona. What we get out of that is back to Arizona. We are now able to leverage those and build amazing renewable energy portfolios at ASU for Arizona. And there are a number of spin-outs that come out of that and intellectual property disclosures, which my colleague Augie will have hopefully a chance to talk about in the tech transfer discussion. On the third column here, you see that we just, again, won a very prestigious National Science Foundation Sustainability Research Network program. It's a $12 million program, highly competitive. We won that. We also won another one in partner with Colorado State, because we can only have one that we can win from an institution. And below that, at the same time, we are qualifying ourselves to be able to participate in these differentiated projects around the globe. So we are part of 2 IQCs, which essentially are pre-qualifiers that allows us to go and compete for projects by assembling teams across Arizona, across the nation, across the globe.
Competitions that you win to be qualified to then secure the resources. So this is the competition result.
Yes. We are part of $1.7 billion of that pre-qualified results that we have, that we are now starting to write against task orders projects. I just wanted to share that good news with you also. Our proposals, just last year, we keep a track. Our proposal volume has grown by over 25-30%. Our award volume has grown by 20% year over year. This year, we have a record of $1.8 billion of proposals that we have sent. And if you notice the number 1.25, this $1.8 billion of proposals is what we submitted in the ARA year, that ARA that was referred to. The same level of robustness of sending proposals. And the growth from 1.2 to 1.8, which is a 50% growth, has happened, I'm happy to say, with no increase in staff members, no increase in faculty members. These are different faculty members, but I just want to emphasize that we have not hired a whole lot of new faculty members above and beyond the size that we have. We have marginally increased our faculty size. I hope Provost Page will agree with that. Yes. So I just wanted to communicate again the robustness of the ideas and the hard work of our faculty and the teams that are putting together very competitive ideas which are centered around solving global problems and local problems by assembling teams. The National Science Foundation director visited us the first time, a sitting director visiting us, and she was amazed by what is going on in the universities here, and she remarked that ASU is truly an example at the National Science Board meeting. If you want to go see what real transdisciplinary research is, you should go visit ASU. And I'm very happy to share that note with you, that we are making such good impact nationally. I was asked to talk about challenges and opportunities. I would say we turn challenges into opportunities, and I hope I've demonstrated that by the previous slides of how we look at them. Clearly, diversification of funding sources and increasing focus on large program development and acquisition is a part of our strategy, and we are getting some success in that area. Our rank and file faculty members are doing exceedingly well in career awards, in defense DoD early career awards. Every measure, they're all doing exceedingly well, including the Howard Hughes Medical Institute. One of our professors got the HHMI Professor of the Year.
Six new defense awards announced today.
Just this morning. That Europe had 6 new awards this morning. I was just sharing it with President Crow. So clearly, more research space is required, but before we go to more research space, we challenge ourselves in terms of what can we do with what space has been given to us. I'm happy to report to you that we are working at a very high level of not only staff utilization that I talked about and faculty utilization or faculty ideas conversion, but we're also working on space utilization being with the highest levels of efficiency. And therefore, with all this growth, we are working with about the same space that we had 4 years ago. We are also taking this opportunity to look at all the facilities and the core activities and seeing how can we make them university-wide so that we can leverage those facilities even more, so that investments get better return and better utilization. We are currently in the process of putting a very large proposal together, and that's my last point that I will leave you with, is that the investments that needs to be had for such large-scale acquisition is something that we need to be very, very creative in. Let me give you an example. University of Tennessee won the National Network of Manufacturing Institute, $250 $40 million proposal, $75 million from the federal government. The rest of it was support that was given by a combination of state and other kinds of resources. This is exceedingly important, but we are again bullish and positive and engaging with the constituencies to see, it might be a county, it might be a city, whatever that might be, that we will be able to bring that kind of a rigor to our proposal matches.
Let me just add a point on that last proposal, which is that we are about to submit a $150 million proposal to be designated as the National Manufacturing Initiative Site for Advanced Flexible Display Materials. Our partner is the Air Force. How many companies?
About 50 companies already signed.
50 companies, a range of other national laboratories and others. The point is that the competition up to this point has been to secure the topic. The topic is the maintenance of nationally strategically important areas of manufacturing in the United States. So rather than flexible display technologies ultimately being manufactured in China and then becoming susceptible to supply chain interruption through economic disruption, political disruption, other kinds of conflicts, certain manufacturing has to be maintained in the United States. This is a fast-track program. Our team has been working on this. We've organized the rest of the universities, the national laboratories, the companies, all these groups. The Achilles heel in all of this is that no one will be funded without investment from the state. No one. It's not possible to meet the requirements of the submission of the program. There are small amounts of resources that need to be submitted. We have found proxies for the state, no funding from the state. And so the university funding doesn't count. So we found some proxies. The point relative to this scale of project is that Regents will recall from our earlier presentations that the $150 million projects are, and above, related to Arizona-based manufacturing, Arizona-based technology development, Arizona-based and grown industries. This is our present area of focus. We believe that we have an outstanding chance of winning this. There's now only two competitors left. Us and California are the two competitors left. We think we've got an outstanding chance to win this. This is a seedling exercise to build a fundamental platform for a new industrial sector to emerge. And this is where we're concentrating a lot of energy in these types and areas of research.
Thank you, President Crow. So I leave you with these thoughts. If I had more time, I could share more exciting stories about our faculty and what they accomplish. I hope that you will visit us. I'm always open to entertaining all of your visits and showcasing our faculty who do the work. I'm just a reporter, that's all. So thank you all for giving the attention, and I appreciate your time.
Rick.
Thank you. And a couple things to say. First of all, I said it before, I think you were here today, but we have 3 outstanding vice presidents of research, and we're so grateful for, I know that's not your exact titles, but we're so grateful to have you and what you bring and the leadership that you're displaying. So I appreciate that very much. And I appreciate you working together on the Regents TRIF projects as well. Those are very good. I wanted to come back to NAU just for a second because I meant to say this at the end and I forgot. I apologize. But I heard Rita talk the other day and I thought she summed it up really well. I hope I say this right. She said NAU is not a research extensive university, but it is a research intensive university. And I think the intensiveness is what's driving that cultural change. So I'm pleased with that, and I'm glad you didn't change the metrics and that we're moving forward. And then the final thing I'd ask is the Department of Commerce. And I'm not sure, what do we call that now? You guys are all on the board, right?
The Arizona Commerce Authority?
Yeah. So let me ask this question. I was just thinking as we're going through this, and I know you're not voting members of the board, right? But how are we working with the commerce here in the state? And are they taking advantage of this? Are they emphasizing this? Do they see this as an opportunity? Or are we on different, So can you guys comment on that?
Regent Myers, and certainly our inability to vote doesn't diminish our enthusiasm for being part of the Commerce Authority. I'm very glad for the state making that connection between our economic development and our universities. And yes, I do think the Commerce Authority appreciates our work. We jointly fund a position. You're going to hear a little bit from Nick in a few minutes, and a lot of his work is to help translate for the business community all the great work our researchers are doing and help create even more opportunities for that type of collaboration. One thing that the Commerce Authority is thinking about doing is how to incorporate more research opportunities as a type of incentive to attract new companies here. So they would very much like to figure out how to make university research part of their deal making, part of their deal closing opportunities. We haven't figured this model out quite yet, but apart from just the workforce training that they help provide for prospective employers or companies who want to expand here, they really see research, sponsored research, as being a great way to try to attract companies, because clearly companies want to be near the terrific brains and talent that we have at our universities. So we continue to work with them to figure out what new models are.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've managed to meet, I guess the question to all three of you, especially ASU, you've managed to meet or exceed your goals with declining federal funding. So, and you say you're going out for new revenue sources. I assume that's globally, or some type of partnerships globally, or is it with governments that are funding, coming here and funding research? So what would it be that would make up for that lack of funding at the federal level, and what are you all targeting to do that?
I'll tell you there are a couple of things that needs to happen. First is, yes, the funding is flat or close to flat. It's growing a little bit, but we need to be more competitive with ideas. That's still to be done. So we have to secure a lot more of those resources, because Arizona has not had a good share of the research resources from various federal agencies in the past. We need to change that up. So we have competition in other states, and we need to get, through fantastic ideas, more than our fair share. So that's what our faculty are working hard on. Having said that, the rate of growth being reliant on just that as a source alone is not a good strategy. You have to diversify your funding sources. Industry is a funding source. We are looking at a global marketplace, as you saw some of the projects that are getting funded. We need to look at that as a potential funding source. It is about partnerships at the end of the day. Partnerships and strategic partnerships in many different forms. We are working on many of those simultaneously to increase our funding and success rates.
And that's true across the board.
I'd like to add just a little bit to that. So the volume of resources is so significant that perturbations as to the amount of the resources that are in a couple of percent here or there are irrelevant. That is, the volume of resources are so significant. The changing of the processes. We won last year, and I think people are just beginning to catch on to this, at least relative to ASU. So we won a $20 million project from the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. That agency, which is a multi-billion-dollar agency with thousands of employees, collects repeatedly unbelievable amounts of data about things going on the planet. Imagery data, physical data, digitally transmutable data. That data is being collected, and now the world is shifting. I don't need to know where someone's putting their missiles. I need to know where the vegetation is changing and the water flow is changing in certain areas of the world that could lead to a pre-conflict situation in the sub-Saharan Africa. I need to look at the reservoir intensity and the demand through population shifts on the Turkish-Syrian border. I need to look at other causalities. And so our team, focusing, what do we call the team? Global? Nadia's team.
Foresight.
The Foresight Project. So what we do is we take a fantastically trans-connected faculty, self-assembling on their own. People used to think, we used to hear this criticism, oh, ASU's this top-down institution. Those would be idiots looking at us, have no idea actually of how we work. And so the way that it actually works is faculty now assembling new kinds of teams to the shift in the focus. So yeah, they may have 5% less money than they had or whatever, They have a completely different problem profile that they're interested in. It turns out that our shifting and our agility in our particular case, I'm sure this is true at our sister institutions also, but in particular in the way we've structured ourselves, allows us to be there with the different approach. So in our case, the winning of the centers that Ponch is talking about, the winning of this thing that I'm talking about with the National Geospatial Agency. On that team for the National Geospatial Agency project are physical scientists, social scientists, computational scientists, humanists, all tied in together. We never had anything like that before, but because we have this kind of flexibility, so we never had any funding from that agency ever. Another project, again, an example of another project. So we had virtually no funding from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation until just recently. And so in the last few years, we have a $15 million project in infantile pneumonia in virology. We have now a game-based learning project coming out of an interdisciplinary learning sciences institute that we built. We never had that institute before. We have it now. It's able to win new things. We just won millions of dollars of funding for a whole new way of teaching and learning coming out of our School of Earth and Space Exploration, tied in with our folks out of education that are now looking at exploration-based learning. So the funding sources net are actually larger if you throw in the foundations. They're net if you throw in other kinds of things that we're doing. We also now have a full-time officer flying back and forth from Phoenix to Dublin. We have consultants in Brussels. So Ponch just described what we're doing in Brussels and what Breda is doing between us and Dublin, just to get to Regent Ridenour's project.
2 years ago, we had Dublin City University, which is an aspirational, university in Ireland.
It's a young 25-year-old, highly entrepreneurial university.
Highly entrepreneurial, very adaptable, and very opportunistic. And so they came to us and said, we want to be like you guys. I mean, you guys have grown so fast. We want to be like you in Ireland. So they came to us and said, there are a lot of things that we are doing together. I'll pick one example. They said, we have a biological diagnostics institute. You have your biodesign institute. We seem to have some synergies here. Why not we start working together and see if we can attract new sources of funding? It might be global foundations, and there is a new venue for funding research work in the United States in collaboration with Europe, which is the Horizon 2020 program of the European Research
This is
Agency.
billions of euros.
80 billion euros. Yeah. So they came to us and they said, we'll partner with you. So what we said was, it can't be, sort of a part-time thing. Somebody has to be this relationship manager that is going back and forth, talking to faculty on both sides. So we had already 3 workshops just on biodesign alone. We have 10 such projects happening in parallel with them, just on biodesign alone, and already a couple of proposals to Horizon 2020 has materialized from that. So, and there are foundations like the Wellcome Trust, which also look at global funding global ideas.
So talk about Ben Gurion University and our
So last year, President Crow and I were in Ben Gurion University.
In the Negev Desert in Israel.
That's right, the Negev Desert in Israel. And if you look at the environment in Ben Gurion, no different from Arizona. We have a lot of commonalities, common issues on sustainability, water, security. In fact, it turns out that the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, is now moving down to Beersheba, near Ben Gurion, where they have set up an innovation park. And they're going to have 5,000 of IDF forces there working with Ben Gurion. So we said, this is a great opportunity for us. Our cybersecurity team can work naturally with them. Our water team can work naturally with them. And much of the context of what they have is very similar to ours. Again, a young university aspiring to be better than the typical universities that gets talked about in Israel, Technion and others, Weizmann and others. So we are partnering with them. We have, again, a program manager whose exclusive responsibility, who understands both sides, traveling back and forth, connecting faculty, and making sure that projects are being put together. At the end of the day, it should not be just a powwow, nice to do, shaking hands, signing MOUs. It's got to be actual projects that we force that they have to write projects, which then goes for funding, which is the only way that you have sustainable global collaboration.
Inter-American Development Bank.
Yes. So the Inter-American Development Bank, President Crow and I were in Washington. He signed with the president of the Inter-American Development Bank the agreement that they would look to ASU for the solutions to problems in Central America and South America mostly. Okay. So right now we have a project funded for water with South America, and it's a water model that they have developed in our decision theater. We had this model already in the decision theater. We had to make contextualizations related to the data from that part of the region. So IDB said, we like your ideas. We want your framework. We want you to partner with universities in Latin and South America, and then we'll support you for that. And so we got a close to $1 million project funded because of that. So these are sources you would never think are sources that would fund university research. You would think that these are typically Beltway bandits kind of sources where they go and they build some projects and walk out. But universities like us who are focused on making a real difference globally and making sustainable progress in different parts of the world, not just do projects and walk away, but actually build capacities in those parts of the world so that the growth can be sustainable. So they look to universities to be able to partner with them. But then you cannot think like a typical university. You have to think in a very different modality. And that's why the word knowledge enterprise, my title has knowledge enterprise. So if you're wondering what it is a very different thinking. It is not a corporate for-profit thinking. It is not a typical university thinking. It is an enterprise thinking. You're highly entrepreneurial. You're committing yourself to solving problems. You're finding whatever it takes with faculty, with other kinds of people that you have within the university, within your partners, and on the field in different parts of the world, configuring to solve these problems. That's what they resonate with. They say, okay, this is a very new kind of so-called university that is able to solve problems for us. And so they want to partner with us.
So just to add to that, so here's some places where 5 years ago we had no office, that ASU presently has office with staff. Beijing, Shanghai, Nanjing, all in China, Ho Chi Minh City, Moscow, Geneva, Amsterdam, Mexico City.
Ireland.
And Dublin. We had nothing in any of those places 5 years ago. Now we have functioning operational relationships with teams and staff in those locations.
Luann.
Yeah, thank you. It's just amazing to see the progress in the past 8 years since I've been a regent. And I congratulate each of you and your teams on all your success. Recently, Regent Myers sent information. It was an op-ed piece about from a researcher at the University of Arizona who's leaving, who wants to clarify why he was leaving. And one of the main reason was his frustration with the state and their support for our universities and research as a whole. So I think it's important that we create a message where the normal, typical Arizonan can understand the value of research to the state. And hopefully that message will get across to the legislators. I wonder, is that a threat that all of you face, losing people because of the climate in the state of Arizona, the political climate?
Well, in our case, we're probably the most vulnerable because we have more limited resources, more limited capabilities of, I guess, once someone is attracted to a new site and being offered a lot of resources and new partnerships, it is very hard to actually pull them back. We actually have been successful in retaining 2 what we would call highly productive faculty. It took a serious commitment, and we did it, and that's maybe one of the few times we've actually done it. It indicates that we are moving in a new direction, and I'm sure you have the type of faculty that people are looking for all the time.
So thank you very much for that question. At the University of Arizona, we certainly face that. The universities where states have either have come out of the recession more quickly and are invested, or those historically who have just a greater resource base. We lose faculty to Berkeley, to Harvard, to Yale, those kind of places, because they do have more resources that they bring to the table. And those resources are what enable faculty to do the great things that we've talked about today.
At ASU, I have to say that we have a much more of a proactive approach to our faculty who are performing exceedingly well. I mean, if you take the faculty who are bringing these projects, we take a much more proactive approach in terms of seeing what we can do to keep them motivated to staying here, and what might we do to make them feel that this is a place that they can succeed in, irrespective of what the state situation is or not. Because if you look at our percentage of the budget of what the state provides in our overall budget of things, it's now what, 13, 14, 15%. So we have to therefore rely on the fact that there are mechanisms by which we need to move forward in terms of advancing the enterprise without just limiting ourselves to only that thinking. At least that's the way I see it. So the number of people we lose, therefore, Rob can probably comment on this also, is not a whole lot.
There is also a natural reaction to what we've described as a changing environment for research and that successful funded projects are generally from larger groups of individuals and interdisciplinary. And so our top researchers are always looking for places that they can go to be with similar researchers. And so we have to create that environment to retain, and we're always looking for colleagues, in our case, to strengthen the focus areas that we are proud of historically and also are connecting to in the future. So we're not everything to everybody, but we can no longer have solo researchers. We have to have teams of people.
You know, the creation of knowledge is probably the most important thing we do. I mean, that's where we get the advancements in society. As I've sat here and listened to this presentation, I've thought, well, I'm just thinking of some of my friends, my blue-collar friends who look at the universities as, I don't know, the castle on the hill, if you will. You know, all those professors, they do all this stuff. And I'm just wondering if it wouldn't be helpful to us in selling the creation of knowledge to the legislature that we use history as a teacher. And I wonder if we could identify for our legislators significant research that is done at the universities that has changed the American society. Okay? And then use those examples to leapfrog to what we're doing and the potential changes our research will have on society today. I think, you know, well, in my opinion, I think that would be helpful. I don't know that your typical legislator even thinks about that.
There's a great book by a former colleague of Michael's, Jonathan Cole, The Great American University. And
Great American Research University.
Yeah, and it just talks about all the things that we take for granted in our daily lives and how they came from innovations at universities. It's great.
Well then, Chad, I think I would recommend to you that you pull this brain power here with our public relations folks, and let's get some of those examples and then the relationship to what we're doing today. For example, Ponch, you had a picture of some guy standing next to something, I don't know what it was. It looked like a Mars machine or something. That guy in the blue shirt. Yeah. So the question I'd have, what is he doing that's going to change my life? Mm-hmm. Why, as a taxpayer, does that make a difference to me? Okay? And then there was one other one there, I can't remember what it was, but that's what we have to explain. Absolutely. That it's not just some ethereal, weird something that doesn't mean anything. Mm-hmm. Luann.
Well, a great story is the Mirror Lab here at the U of A. What was it, a $60,000 donation many years ago at the turn of the century, which was probably millions now. And look at everything it's created, spawned off the tree ring, you know, just bringing that story. Once I heard that, it put things into perspective for me. And if we could create messages like that, maybe that will help people understand better.
You see, we live this stuff. It's what we live and breathe. And for the rest of the people out there who don't live and breathe this, who think about us when there's an article in the newspaper and we're fighting the legislature, or they read some other story about some university somewhere back east, and most of it's negative, okay? Again, building that constituency and building the confidence in our policymakers in what this does for the state of Arizona, I think we've got to lead them down that path. So I can't give you the examples other than Gatorade, you know. University of Florida, you've seen the advertisement, Gatorade, you know, everybody drinks Gatorade, you know, but I don't know that that sells tickets.
And so, Mr. Chair, we have a number of those examples, and part of I have a great job, and part of it is I get to work with brilliant people like these three here who've done a great job, and we will come back to you in September and talk a little bit about the drill down into the metrics and where we think we need to be by 2025. But at this at this time, as brilliant as they are, we've got waitings in the wings, 3 other brilliant people, and time is short. If we were wondering at this time if we could have the vice presidents for research give up their seats and have the technology transfer leaders for each of these institutions
Please,
come
have
and
them
make
come on up.
their presentation to the board.
Thank you very much. Wasn't Tang another one of the research?
That was NASA.
Was it NASA?
So the funny thing is that ASU sent me that that book as soon as I think it's the book we're talking about. ASU sent me a copy as soon as I was a regent, and you sent me a copy as soon as you came on. Each of you sent me a copy. I will say that the ASU copy was hardback. I have not read it. I've kind of skimmed through it, but I didn't read the whole thing.
All right, go ahead.
My name is Nick Stanberry. I'm a dual appointee of this board. And
Can you talk a little bit more and push that microphone up to you? So.
yes, is this better? Is it better? Okay, thank you. My name is Nick Stanberry. I'm a dual appointee of this board and the Arizona Commerce Authority. President Klein, thank you for the introduction a few moments ago. I, like Chad, have an amazing job. I get to work with the folks that get to take what you just heard about in this enormous research enterprise and commercialize it or offer it to the marketplace. Some of our tech transfer activities over fiscal year 14 are on the screen. These are your typical metrics that almost every tech transfer office will measure throughout the country. As you can see, they speak for themselves. We're up significantly with the exception of sort of flat license agreements, but you look at new companies formed is up 64% of the year before. Our tech transfer offices are doing a great job building and executing on their pipeline. In the fall, we did a data collection project.
Go back to that slide again. The new companies formed, that 23, how many people is that they've employed and how much money is that to the economy?
I don't have that exact data for you. The next slide will illuminate that a little bit more. And when we say new companies formed, and these gentlemen, Dr. Allen particularly, and Augie and Leslie can speak to this more than I can, but there's both sort of spin-outs and startup companies that they can go into more, and they have much more data on this.
Okay.
The snapshot this data collection we performed in the fall was from companies going back 5 years. This is completely at the discretion of the companies to give us anything. They're under no obligation. This was a very small slice of our licensees. 26 companies responded. The university breakdown you can see. The external funding that they reported was in excess of $37 million. Full-time employees equated to 143 and wages paid of over $7 million. This is a very, again, incomplete picture. This was completely by companies volunteering information that really they don't necessarily care to disclose. So I'm sure the tech transfer offices can speak to this impact in a much greater form. Within tech transfer, we're sort of shifting into the next phase. For 2025 metrics, we're going to focus on measuring impact. The activities that I showed you before are more in the realm of outputs. That's sort of standard activities that is performed by a TTO. When we've been discussing impact for a few months now, what we're really talking about is market validation. We're talking about the market taking our early stage technology, taking our research, and being willing to dedicate resources towards it and invest in it. So there are these inflection points, as you can see, the invention disclosure, the patent, these licenses and options executed. These are all signposts along the path to commercialization. But we feel that license execution is a vital measure of market validation, and it is also synonymous with potential economic impact. So as we move forward to 2025, that is going to be our top-line metric. Rather than, I know we're very short on time, rather than continue, please allow me to introduce Dr. David Allen of Tech Launch Arizona here at the U of A.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today. And I want to just give you a quick overview of Tech Launch Arizona. Tech Launch Arizona is the commercialization arm of the University of Arizona. It's a unit within the university, and I report directly to the president. I want to just give you the end of the presentation first, so you can think of this as I go through. There are three things I want you to take home. First, Tech Launch Arizona is doing great. The University of Arizona is has turned the corner and is clearly now in a mode for major growth in technology commercialization. You'll see that. The second is that we do face challenges. And the challenges that we face, we understand, and we have ways that we're addressing that. And the third is we're taking on a major challenge, a challenge that is somewhat daunting, and it is to involve the university in a venture funding activity, and I'll get into that. And most of this you've heard in many other ways, except for some of the update. There are the four major metrics that we talked about before that we have been using over the years. The solid lines are the actuals. The dotted lines were the targets for ABOR that was set out years ago. You can see the inflection that occurred at that year, 2013-14, which was the first full year of TLA. I came in 2012. I met President Hart 3 days after she had arrived in July. I came in early September. We spent about 6-8 months kind of building the plan, revising policies, coming up with new procedures, completely re-engineered, nearly from top to bottom, the whole operation. And that means both with people and approaches. That was our first full year. This is our second full year. I think this gives you, and then you look at these relative to the same color of the solid versus the dotted, you see that we're on a trajectory that is pretty significant, and I think we can say we've gone through a major turnaround in technology transfer and commercialization at the University of Colorado. I'm sorry, why did I say that? Yeah. I was talking to somebody about it a couple minutes ago, and it's still in the back of my mind. Anyway, you know where I'm at. We have these challenges that are in front of us, and we understand the challenges. And the biggest is the long-term challenge. That's a culture change challenge at the university. And we've addressed that in a couple of ways. The one that you're probably most familiar with is the change in the patent and tenure policy. So the faculty now get rewards for commercialization and industrial engagement, and also in the intellectual property policy of the university to bring a greater incentive back to them for their entrepreneurial activity. The second is working with the community. There was two lies of technology transfer in the past. The first one was, hi, we're here to help, and the second was we're glad to see you. Well, we've overcome those. Those lies are now the truth. That is the truth within faculty, and it's also the truth within the community. And engaging our community is probably one of our biggest challenges because it's an activity that is not generally understood. At the same time, one of our best ways to leverage in an era of flat resources. We're not asking for additional resources at all, even though we are producing at that level. We are going to increase our activities through productivity and through leveraging our work with the community. That means we're moving beyond 1,300 domain experts that we use to help, which are mostly alums or residents, and certainly most residents of the state of Arizona. We use to help us align our technology to the marketplace and figure it out. We're going to slowly increase that because we're looking to fill in the gap areas among the domain experts that relate mainly to our never settle strategic areas. The second is we built this year a entrepreneur in residence program. The first full year is 14 individuals. These are volunteers like our domain experts, and we're going to double that in this next year. It's been fundamental to helping us work with faculty to have somebody who has been there, done that, and represents success in this field rather than just a university person talking to that faculty member. And so we're going to grow and continue to exceed the metrics that have been placed there because we're more productive because of the policy and procedure and re-engineering it, and virtually a new cadre of people that are now working together in our group. And so the productivity enhancement and efficiency of that, and leveraging with the community without doing that on a contract basis, but mostly with volunteer basis. We had three basic pillars. We've talked about some of these in the past: the technology transfer, which is the invention, working with the community in different ways, and working to develop companies, and then of course the tech parks. In this next year, we're looking at some additional activities. Now that we have an intellectual property portfolio, we need to build a best-in-class marketing activity. We are working with economic development organizations so they can better understand the university and figure out ways to work with the university better in terms of their activities related to attraction and retention. And we can explain to them what we do in terms of new venture and generation of new companies. Of course, the big activity for us in the tech park area is the opening up of the tech park down at the Bridges to expand growth there. That's the two tech parks, the other one having been around for 20 years and been successful during that time. The last is that fourth pillar, that's seed funding. We have created a separate corporation called Catapult Corporation. We had some exposure to that when we talked about the update on the Never Settle plan. I am relentless in my pursuit of us being able to fund that organization and the fundraising that's necessary. It is a philanthropic play that has a triple benefit. One, it'll enhance technology commercialization at the university. Two, it will deliver and help companies that are being formed that are mostly in this community and in the state, and then also it will generate revenue back to the university through success. So just kind of wrapping up, this kind of gives you an overview of the ecosystem that we've built and the things that we're going to be working on, and broadening our asset validation demonstration program. It's a program fundamental to us. It's primarily funded by TRIF funds. Expanding our EIR program, expanding our domain network, and that will lead to the expansion of venture development. Moving to the tech park expansion at the Bridges, mostly through participation in the Pima County Economic Development Bond Fund, and fully funding Catapult. That's where we will be focusing our time, and I look forward to any questions or being able to talk to you about our progress over the time.
Any questions? I have one. Do you work with Shane Burgess at the School of Agriculture in helping them deliver the technology, information, and transfer to the agricultural community?
Yes, of course.
Right.
One thing I'll say that the culture of around agricultural extension has always been a culture, as you know, of open dissemination of that information. The culture that we talk about in commercialization has been to secure the proprietary asset. It's a different kind of culture. And for College of Agriculture and Life Science, it's a shift in, as they've changed and that into a major research enterprise in the college. Some of the faculty will pursue one part, and some will pursue especially other parts. It's not an either-or situation. It's clearly an and situation, and I'm also very proud to say that we had an event, a monetary event that was a significant event for us, and it meant a couple $1 million that was to the benefit of the College of Agricultural Life Sciences, for me to be able to say to the Dean Burgess that, this can work here in this environment.
Well, the reason I'm concerned about that is that sometimes in our high technology research and things like that, we don't think about agriculture. And You know, it's a $17 billion industry in our state, $500 million on-farm payroll. And sometimes it gets kind of lost in all of this new technology, but I'm just thinking about our farm, about all the new technologies that we have to learn with our equipment and our planning and the genetic changes and the seeds and the varieties. And I just think of all the research that goes into that, plus the fertilizers and the surfactants that we use with the water and the soil testing, the weather we have to watch. I mean, it's significant. And I'm hopeful, and I know the universities work with agriculture, but sometimes everybody else forgets about that.
Yeah.
And so I'm advocating now that we spend a little bit more time focusing on that, because Shane, you know, he's skinny and starving to death over there, and they need more money to help the agriculture community.
Well, I'd like to
Kent?
take the opportunity to tout two horns, our horn and the horn of ASU. There's a new company that's been formed called Anavac that is a vaccine for Campylobacter a virus for chickens. The technologies came from both of our institutions. The company that has been started to has licensed those technologies from both. They work hand in glove together. I think it's a good example of a major problem that it kills chickens, but also can have downstream effects with reducing their immune system so they pick up other diseases that can then be passed to humans. So if we can get this vaccine in the marketplace, and it has a pretty good chance, and the group is talking to some pretty well-heeled people to be able to get this out of the laboratories of our two institutions and into the marketplace. It's going to be well, for some situations, game-changing.
That'd be awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, who's next?
Yes, you are.
Introduce yourself for us again.
That's right. That's left.
Hi, my name is Leslie Cephas. I'm the Director of Tech Transfer at NAU. Thank you for providing us with this opportunity to provide you with an update on the technology transfer component of our research enterprise. At NAU, we engage in tech transfer with 5 primary goals in mind. We serve the NAU research community by providing a mechanism through which research outcomes can be disseminated. We patent the discoveries made by our researchers as a way of protecting the investment in research made by them and by the university and the state. In a way, when we patent intellectual property, we're investing further in its creators. We're preserving the opportunity to push these discoveries out to the stream of commerce while retaining for the researchers the ability to publish their work and to share information, which is at the core of why universities do research in the first place, to create new knowledge and disseminate this knowledge in ways that can benefit society. The Tech Transfer Program at NAU provides entrepreneurship opportunities to researchers at all levels of the research enterprise. Tech transfer is one of the best ways within the university environment for entrepreneurial-minded students to get real-world education and experience in conceiving and building businesses. Tech transfer also facilitates industry-supportive research. Most technologies that are marketed to existing companies are relatively early-stage technologies, and there's a lot of work that has to be done in order for the IP to be ready for market. So partnering with these companies that license our technologies often leads to sponsorship of research and long-term research partnerships that go far beyond the one innovation that started the relationship in the first place. Tech transfer attracts industry research in other ways as well. Recently, one of our faculty in the School of Forestry, Rich Hofstetter, was contacted by a small company in Montana who had heard about the IP that he developed using acoustics to control bark beetles, which, as you know, can destroy ponderosa pines and other trees. So this Montana company was interested in funding and eventually did fund Professor Hofstetter to conduct work on how a certain fungus affects bark beetles. So the point is that they heard about Rich's work through the patent application that was published, and that directly led to extramural funding coming to NAU. So if we're successful at all of these goals, we will generate revenue that can be shared with the researchers and reinvested in the research enterprise. And finally, our goal is to do all of this for the benefit of society. The IP created by NAU faculty, staff, and students addresses real-world problems that affect the lives of those living in our region, such as the bark beetle situation, across the state, such as our valley fever research and the IP that it's generated, and across the globe. So what are our challenges? By and large, the challenges that we face in growing our technology transfer enterprise are the same issues that challenge us in growing the research enterprise as a whole, but a few of these impact tech transfer in particular. As Vice President Grabi explained earlier, we have a very small number of research-based doctoral programs at NAU. This means that we don't yet have the broad and deep scope of research that we know would help us more consistently generate IP with high commercial potential. And without large numbers of graduate students and postdocs that are attracted by these science and research-based PhD programs, it's often difficult to identify researchers interested in spinning off companies to commercialize the IP that they've created. And the challenge of creating startup companies for us is even greater because of our location. So we love living in northern Arizona. It's a beautiful place, and we love it that we live and work there. But there are challenges to starting up companies in a place with such a small population of people, businesses, and potential investors. I think that some of the difficulty we have encouraging NAU faculty to engage in the development of startup companies stems from the fact that they look around and don't really see how they could be successful in the Flagstaff, northern Arizona economy. And then the final challenge for us is our stage of development. Simply put, ours is a really young research enterprise, and our technology transfer program is even younger. We've been doing tech transfer for less than 20 years. We brought our tech transfer operation in-house just a few years ago in fiscal 2012. And so, but we only have to look back at the progress we've made in the last 5 years to know that this is a challenge that will fade with time. So what are our plans going forward? The list on these slides is not exhaustive, but these are some of the activities that we're working on now that we believe will have a positive impact on our tech transfer program this coming year. We're going to continue to provide technology development funding, proof of concept, and other funding specifically designed to expedite the commercial readiness of our IP. As Dr. Grabi explained, we are working with the deans to prioritize hiring faculty who are highly research productive and who also have experience patenting IP and being involved in startup companies and entrepreneurship. In September of this year, we're going to be rolling out a series of workshops through a program called the Lumber Mill, designed to demystify the process of starting a company and to educate faculty on the wide range of issues associated with university technology commercialization, such as entrepreneurship, patent law, market validation funding, and et cetera. We're also working with NACET, which is our business incubator up in Flagstaff, to develop an accelerator within an accelerator, which may also be called the Lumber Mill, specifically designed to expedite the commercialization of software-based intellectual property developed by our faculty and students at NAU. And I'm going to, in the interest of time, I'm going to skip over the others, but I just want to say that we will continue to look for other ways. You know, this is one of our major strategies, is to look for other ways to improve and expand our services to faculty and to demonstrate the value that we bring to the table. Because at the end of the day, the faculty and other researchers at NAU have to want to engage in tech transfer. They have to believe that what we have to offer through the process of technology transfer is of value to them. Which kind of brings us back to the first slide that I had, which where we listed serving the NAU research community as an important goal of our program. If we do that really well, our 2020 enterprise metrics for invention disclosures, patent startup companies, et cetera, will all be very achievable goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? All right.
Chairman Killian, members of the Board of Regents, thank you for having us here to discuss the topic of technology transfer. My name is Augie Chang. I am the Managing Director of Arizona Technology Enterprises, which is the outside tech transfer arm of ASU. I have with me my colleague Charlie Lewis, who is responsible for new venture development. In the interest of time, I'm going to cut my presentation short. So we are what we call in version 2 of AZTE. And the model, we've been working with this model for the past several years. We focus on deal flow, speed to market, flexibility, risk sharing, and reward with our commercial partners and investors. So I'll give you, I was told I'd only have 3 slides, and not a metric slide, so I'll read this out. For fiscal year 14 invention disclosures, we had 261 invention disclosures. For this fiscal year 2015, which hasn't closed yet, we're at 259. Licenses and options, 53 invention disclosures in 2014. This year, to date, 50 licenses and options. Startups, we did 12 last fiscal year. We're at 12 this fiscal year to date, and I think we will probably finish at 13 or 14. Issued patents, last year we were at, last fiscal year, 2014, at 56 issued patents. This year we're at 59. Chairman Killian, you asked a question about impact in a local economy. Our startups in the past several years have raised in venture financing and other outside financing over $500 million. $500 million. This fiscal year, 2015, which has not closed yet, we've raised, 76 million? Our startups. And 2/3 of these startups are based in Arizona. Of that $500 million amount, 2/3 of those were raised by companies with locations in Arizona. And as Nick pointed out, the sort of economic impact, local economic impact, it's very difficult to obtain from companies. This is just information we know. So we do know that these Arizona companies employ at least 350 people in the greater Phoenix region. These are high-paying jobs. They increase the tax base, and they are developing products and providing services for the betterment of society. So I think if you look at our performance in the past 5 years, and you look at the surveys, the licensing surveys that are put together by the Association of University Technology Managers, ASU is but one of 4 universities to be in the top 10, measured against large research enterprise universities with more than $300 million in research per $10 million in research expenditures, and this is invention disclosures, licenses, and startups. So in terms of venture funding, and I don't know whether we're in a good cycle for our startups. I have the numbers here. In fiscal year 12, our portfolio companies raised $55 million. Fiscal year 2013, $68 million. Fiscal year 2014, $40 million. Fiscal year 15, as I noted, $76 million. So we see that as validation of the research and the intellectual products coming out of ASU.
Also, this notion of no venture capital funding for Arizona is a myth. It's not true. There's plenty of ideas that can attract the venture capital. Can you just mention Santa Monica and what we do there?
Yeah, so Charlie Lewis is in charge of our Santa Monica activities. You might talk about First Look, for example, our collaborations with the local SoCal University.
Right, so thank you for having us here today. So part of President Crow's vision of the new American university is certainly a university without borders, and one of the places where we have a footprint is in Southern Cal for various reasons. It is the largest feeder of out-of-state students into ASU, but beyond that, there are compelling reasons as to why to be there from a tech transfer standpoint. So we began experimenting about 7-8 years ago with this notion of collaboration rather than competition, where we would host or participate in, depending upon the location, technology showcase events where it would not only represent ASU, but we would partner with UCLA, Caltech, USC, UC Santa Barbara, Children's Hope Hospital. It all sort of over a progression of time
has borne much fruit because it attracts more interest when we're able to collaborate in that fashion to entrepreneurs and to investors who have interest in taking those technologies and move them out. So in Santa Monica currently at our office, we participate in these types of events, probably the most noteworthy being First Look, which is an annual event that targets the venture capital community, entrepreneurial community. The same universities, research institutions that I mentioned participate in that and showcase the best of the best of their new startups that are coming out. There's 7 research institutions that will be presenting in June in just a couple of weeks. The university that has the most number of companies presenting, probably for logistical reasons, but there is still a selection process, is UCLA, and we are the second one. ASU is, we're going to have 6 companies presenting. There's going to be a total of about 30, I think it's 37 right now. I think, again, it's testimony to the fact that great research coming out of Arizona, not just ASU, and in the power of collaboration in Southern Cal that we are a part of right now.
Any other questions? Yes, Ram.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to commend you all for what you're doing, and I want to commend even Punch and his group, the vice presidents, for what they did. Mr. Chairman, we as Regents are privileged to this information. The others are not, to be honest with you. Till I became Regent, I paid a lot of property taxes and everything else, and I went to college fees and other things. I didn't know where it was going for. And I think some of the legislators are educated properly, not all of them. There's nothing wrong in exposing ourselves and explaining to everybody, not just the legislators, but, for example, I went to the Leadership Council meeting at the governor's request, and Ron Shupman was there and other people were also there. He was not aware, I think, of what's happening. I mean, he was trying to say we need to improve our economy, we have to do this, we have to do that, more research and funding. If he is informed of this, what we are doing at the universities, the 3 universities, I'm sure he would have mentioned that in his speech. So I personally feel, Mr. Chairman, we're not publicizing enough of our achievements.
I agree with you. I think that's our challenge. Now, I've got an assignment for the 3 presidents, and I appreciate what you've had to do, but presidents, this is what we need you to do. I'm just thinking about this, and this whole idea came up as I was thinking about these businesses that are being created. Our appropriation, general fund appropriation is 600 and what is it this year? We're getting 600 and...
Call it 600.
600 million. Let's talk about the pass-through money that goes through that back to the general fund. Of that 600 million, how much of that goes into salaries for our employees? Okay? Okay, how much state tax do they pay on that? Okay? They pay state tax. They pay sales tax. So that money revolves right back into the general fund. So what I'm looking for is I want to know what the net cost, I hate to use the word cost, net investment by the general fund in our universities, excluding the tax that's returned by the institutions. And I know all 3 institutions pay sales tax on their purchases. All of the employees pay income tax. Now there's another group out here that you've all talked about, and that's the professors and individuals who are paid by federal grants and research money, not by state money. Every one of them pay state income tax. There's got to be a way that we can find out that figure so that we can show what the real net cost to the general fund is. And I think we'll find that that $600 million figure goes way down in a big hurry.
And that's only the direct. That isn't then that the people, their salary dollars buy groceries that then fund the tax on those profits as well.
So I'd like to be able to quantify that, and I think that helps us. But the bottom line is, we've talked about this before, after sitting through these 2 presentations, these institutions are not costs to the general fund. Somehow we've got to get that concept through to our policymakers. The universities are an investment that returns huge returns to the state. in employment and opportunities. And so if there's some way that we can change the dynamics of this argument that we've been going through so that we can get our policymakers to stop thinking about this as a $600 million check we're writing, and that's a cost to the general fund, but more of how they're investing in these institutions that create all this economic development. And Ram, I think you're right. I'm not so sure that, and I'm not being critical, but I'm not so sure that the governor's office has this information. And we've got to get that to him, because I think as we're out running around all chasing all these businesses all over the place, there's stuff going on right under our feet. All kinds of opportunities. And maybe the focus ought to be inward and figuring out how the state can help this advance rather than worrying about somebody in Illinois that may or may not come. When we've already got businesses here growing, developing, all this activity, I think that's important. Now, the other thing that I think would be helpful, we talk about these patents that are created. I'm going to go back to the blue collar guy. What does that mean to them? What kind of things are we patenting, and what does it mean to society in general? And we need some examples of those. I think when we say, well, we've created 57 or 87 or 100 patents, okay, cool. But a blue-collar guy thinks, well, that's some lawyer in Chicago somewhere writing a piece of paper and getting the patent office. What is that thing? The stuff. I think Michael calls it stuff. The stuff that we've created that warrants a patent, and how that impacts our economy and society. So if you could provide us, Chad, with that kind of information, I think that would be helpful to us in making our case about what's going on here. I mean, this is awesome, and the universities should be commended for what they're doing, and I guess the only frustration is when I hear you all talk about the people that we lose because of the opportunities going somewhere else. That's sad, because the potential here is so great, but you can't blame them. So again, here it is, our job as Regents. We got to figure out how we change that dynamics in the state so people realize that we are a higher education friendly state. From this group, what that is, I'm not sure, but we are. I mean, the work that's going on here, and I don't hear a single regent saying we shouldn't do research, we shouldn't invest in this, stop doing this, presidents. It's all go stretch your dollar as far as you can, go do these things, and somehow we need to get that message out there to the world. So I know I'm going on and on. I apologize for that, but I just, on behalf of the board, thank you for what you do. Chad, all that stuff's going on. This is marvelous, and we're very fortunate to have these good people in our state that are doing what they do. It's just, it's awesome. And Rick.
Mr. Chair, thank you for those comments. So I have a question for you. You know, this is impressive, and I'm a big fan. But back to John Arnold's presentation yesterday, you know, the curve of the state's economy isn't changing, the vector. We're on this little 1-2% kind of a growth curve. And we call ourselves change agents, and we know we're change agents, but we're not changing enough. So my question to you is, as you look forward the next 5 years, it's great to sit here and hear a presentation like this and pat ourselves in the back and say this is all good. But is it good enough? Is it going to really make our state more competitive? So I wanted to ask you, what are your challenges? If we really want to become more competitive and build a stronger economy, this is a key part of doing that. And what's holding you back from doing even more so that we can have the difference that we want?
So, I'm sorry, go ahead. So at least for us, I don't actually see challenges. I think what we need to do is continue what we're doing. Right? So on the slide, you'll see when we talk about economic development, local economic development, you'll see Fluidic Energy. It's a zinc air battery company. It's been around since, it was started in 2007. That company, which was started by one of our faculty entrepreneurs, has raised, I can't tell you the number, they've been sort of operating in stealth mode, but tens of millions. That company employs highly paid engineers. Some of these engineers move their families from out of state, in-state. They contribute to the tax base. They pay sales tax. And what we are trying to do in our office is trying to launch and develop more of these companies. So like David, I think, we're all sort of, building a suite of services and programs around these entrepreneurs and to help them launch these companies in Arizona. Now, I think for us, if there's a challenge, the challenge is perhaps impatience. These things take time, right? So Fluidic Energy now, I consider a success. Whether or not at the end of the day it's around 10 years, that doesn't matter. It's been around since 2007. And these engineers, hopefully, if the company, pivots or it does something else, I mean, they're going to stay here, they're going to start new companies. And that's the sort of cycle we want to perpetuate here in Arizona.
Just as a follow-up, Augie, I do appreciate that, but what I'm on is, in 10 years, we've dropped 10 places in per capita income. The raw numbers dropped $2,000 or $3,000 that John showed us yesterday. Our economy is becoming less competitive, not more competitive. And again, we always sit here and talk about, look at all the great stuff we're doing. So you could argue if we weren't doing this, we would have dropped 20 places, although there aren't 20 places left to drop. But so part of what I'm on, I guess, is we can look at how we're measured against our metrics, and that's nice. The reason we put metrics in place to begin with wasn't so we could have a number to measure against. It was so we could see that we were making a real difference. So I think as we all rethink these numbers going forward, we need numbers that are going to change John Arnold's curve. We need numbers that are truly going to make us a more competitive economy and start growing per capita income, not letting it go down. So as proud as I am of everything you've done, and you guys aren't going to solve it all yourselves, I guess I'm just challenging all of us together not to get too hung up on we're doing a good job against our numbers. When I look at the economy that the state's projecting and I look at the way we've dropped the last 10 years, we are really not doing what we need to be doing. So,
Rick, can I respond to that, please?
Yeah.
I think you are correct. What we do is going to move the needle, but not move the needle in a big way. I think, speaking for myself, what was going to move the needle in a big way is for this state to be known as a place where an employer can come, an entrepreneur can come, but particularly an employer, especially in a new, creative, innovative business, and be able to attract the talent that it's going to take, because if they can't do it here, they'll do it somewhere else. And I think that goes to the full issue of what's the support for higher education in the state.
So, since our state is now 50th in the nation in funding of K through 12, who in their right mind would want to come here and try and drag a bunch of highly educated engineers or scientists to bring their families when they read that in the press? How do you overcome that?
Well, if the question is addressed to me, I think it's somewhat rhetorical, but I think that we could be also at an inflection point. It gets to the point where we could be cycling down the drain so much that we don't have the resources to try to invest to pull up. This is an important, and from what I see, this is an important time in the potential future of the state.
We're on the cliff. Michael.
And these are things that we have spent a lot of time talking about. I just checked to verify the data that the three national economies closest to Arizona, plus or minus, give or take, as countries, separate countries, are Singapore, Israel, and Hong Kong. Three highly innovative, highly creative, highly focused places with high innovation, high education attainment locations. If you look at all aspects of public investment and educational attainment, we don't have the same model. But We have an economy performing at the same scale. So one of the things that happens in Arizona is that we become appropriately concerned about trends, investment trends, outcome trends, educational attainment trends, and we should be concerned about all of those. But another way to look at this is that, which is the way that I think we're trying to look at it at ASU, is that we are 35th-ish in terms of global economies if we were a country. That's pretty significant. If we take on the mindset of all this distance that has been covered in a very short period of time, 100 years roughly in Arizona, that has produced this fantastically successful place, that now as we look ahead, what we see is that, well, that sort of spurt has run its course. And now it's time to sort of assess where we are, look things coldly and squarely in the eye and say, for us to now have the same kind of next 100-year future, we're going to need to look at things that are different. We're going to need to look at educational attainment. We're going to need to look at the universities. We're going to need to look at technology transfer and venture capital. What we're missing, and this is at the level of leadership of the private sector and the public sector, is awareness of the global competitive forces that are at work and the outstanding position that we already hold. So yes, our investment numbers are low. I don't know that that's necessarily the best thing to look at. The best thing to look at is per capita GDP is a very significant thing to look at. Economic performance, economic competitiveness, job creation. We've done well in the past relative to that, but not as much in the knowledge economy, more in the historic economy. And so I think one of the things that we have to do is that we're proving, I think what the universities are is not small, but medium-sized, very powerful exemplars outlining the future. Educational, the people that we're producing, the ideas that we're producing, the technologies that we're producing. What we have to find a way to do is to very carefully identify particular investments with unbelievable returns and then demonstrate in the fastest possible way that we can that these returns are meaningful to the success of Arizona's economy. And so my own view is that there's a lot to be learned from these three countries, Singapore, Israel, Hong Kong. I've spent a lot of time learning in all three of them just for this particular reason because of what they have to offer. And they're all dynamic forces. They're all of them have conservative governments. What I mean by that is they're not tax and spend places. They're much more complicated than that. They have flat taxes in Hong Kong. They have unbelievable initiatives in economic development in Singapore. In Israel, they have to divert 15% of their economy to national defense. We're not doing that in quite the same way. Point being is that I think that what we need to do is not focus on expenditures per se, but on investment returns, and then seek those investors wherever we can get them. The state, the cities, the companies, the foundations, the citizens directly, what have you, to help make these things work. And so I'm certainly concerned about our trends. We do have declining per capita GDP in Arizona. We've gone from basically being at the 100th percent at the national average to 0.8 of the national average. And we have low levels of college attainment compared to other states and decreasing levels of college attainment compared to other states, in spite of us really making significant contributions. We have to find people that are willing to invest, and they're out there. We're finding them. Others can find them. That's how we have to approach this. And so we have to become as absolutely creative as we possibly can, but we need to look heavily at Singapore, Israel, and Hong Kong. It's a change in mindset. We don't think about that mindset now. We think about, apparently, I think we think about whether or not we're competing well against Southern Nevada and New Mexico. I don't think that's the actual competition.
And Dr. Crow, I think that's a very good perspective, and this whole discussion the last couple of days, how we reposition this dialogue, I think, so that we gain more insights, I think is important. Just back to that chart that John showed, though, I mean, it basically is what the state's using to project ahead. And is John here? I mean, I don't remember, what was the growth rate? It was like 1.2 or 1.4% or something,
GDP,
as far as you can look ahead. And, that kind of, and that's historical. That's what it was before, too. And it's kind of like, if we're not changing the slope on that line, we're not going to.
But the one thing that we're not doing is we're not robustly gaming those kinds of lines. That's just a linear extrapolation of models that are presently moving forward. We should say, if we make these investments, what are the 5 possible alternatives we could get out of that, and then run the economy in that model.
That makes sense to me, yes.
But your challenge is your policymakers are so worried about paying the bills from one fiscal year to the next that our view over time, I think, has gone from being very future-oriented and long-term planning to we just got to get through this fiscal year.
They've cut taxes 23 of the last 24 years or so.
Okay.
So they're worried about multiple things.
So it's just very narrow, and we've got to look beyond that. And again, being that I've grown up here my whole life, this is the first time I know in our family company's history that we still have empty buildings. What are we, 7th year into recession? Still have empty buildings that we can't even give away at $10 a square foot. And you keep thinking, where are the businesses? Where are they? And I drive around the Southeast Valley, whole empty shopping centers, whole empty office buildings, and we just have not recovered. And the great real estate that we always depended on just hasn't popped back. And the reason it hasn't is people don't have the money. And I think too many people are caught up in the good old days thinking it's just going to come back and it's going to come back. It's not without this infusion of capital and growing businesses. But again, rhetorically, I'll ask the question, if you're a business owner and you're reading the national listings and you see that Arizona is now 50th in investing in K through 12, and we've taken some of the biggest hits in colleges, where's the incentive to come to Arizona other than the fact that we have 3 dynamic universities that are out doing all these great things? Okay? I mean, we figured out how to get State Farm here. Figured out how to get TGen here. We figured out how to do the companies that are related to the Mirror Lab. You just said that the telescope companies are coming to be next to the telescope place there, and they're because of NAU. I mean, there's these little glimmers of hope, but it doesn't carry the day. And so I guess our challenge is to help push the business leaders and the policymakers in a direction that they have to come to realization that we have to make some significant changes in Arizona. And those are some tough decisions. But I'll tell you what, I'm tired of having empty buildings. I'm tired of seeing families struggle. I'm tired of 65% of our kids on free and reduced lunches. I mean, I don't want to end up like Detroit. I can see us just heading that way because the view is too narrow. And I see this group as an opportunity of changing that view and helping Arizona overcome these challenges. Besides, I don't want to have to move somewhere else. I love Arizona. All right.
Turn off, or is that just me?
What?
Did the lights turn off?
Yeah, they're
losing power.
Yeah, they're telling us to. They're saying, Mark, shut up.
Consciousness.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, that was the message. Mark, shut up. Okay, all right. Now, what am I supposed to be doing?
Mr. Chair.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
With your permission, the annual research report continues on in the next room. We would ask every regent and all those present to head that way. I think you'll, despite some of the downer comments, I think you'll be uplifted by what's across the room. Thank you.
So we will sort of reconvene. Is that what we're doing in there, or just sort of moving there?
Just one more moment, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Oh.
Where's the chair?
Before you do that,
what?
I have
What'd
to
I
say
do?
something.
What did I do?
We're ending this general session is the last meeting you're going to preside at as our chairman.
That's probably a good thing.
So we don't want you to cry either. But we do want to thank you. So I think a few people want to make some comments, but what I want to say is leadership isn't about titles. So it's not that you were our chairman. Leadership is about making a difference. And in your year as chairman, you made a difference. You had us take on tough issues. You had us debate. You had us work hard. You gently pushed us sometimes when we needed it to move towards consensus. And other times you chastised us when we deserved it. But you always had in mind what was best for Arizona, how this board could exert itself in a way to make a positive difference. So you made a difference. That's what made you our leader, and we were proud to have you as our chairman. And to remind you of that as you move forward, we have a picture of all of us for you.
Oh, cool.
So here you are, Mark.
Wow. Thank you very much. Thank you. I've said this before, but I can't think of another group of people I'd rather work with because of the greatness that's here, and it's a humbling experience to be able to participate. And I have learned so much, and I'm grateful for university presidents for being patient with me. And even though I have a tendency to be a bomb thrower, I appreciate your willingness to catch those and correct my course. And this is a great organization, and I'm grateful that the governor gave me an opportunity to participate. It's been wonderful, and thank you all very much. Now,
Before you close, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for all the hard work, your demeanor, your compassion and caring and kindness to people. You're an example to all of us, and I thank you again for your leadership, and we look forward to keep working with you.
thank you. Well, we have an awesome staff at ABOR, and they've been very kind to me and been very, very helpful, and I appreciate that very much. Even when I forget meetings, they don't yell at me. They find me, and I appreciate that. So, well, we are going to, what am I doing? Am I recessing or what? What are we? We're going to recess and go into the next room and do the projects. Then is there a reception after that, or? During. Okay, during that. And then remind everybody, tomorrow morning we're going to start at 8. We're going to try and be done by 11:30. We have some folks that have got some meetings to get to, so that if we don't get everything covered tomorrow, we can always reconvene at another time. But we've got some folks that have got some big traveling tomorrow, and I don't want to interfere with that. So with that, we're going to be recessed.